in the top 12, going 9th or 10th, does a lot to showcase who they are and set expectations of what next set will look like from these players.
And the unique part is, you said that everyone's playing for the Tactician's crown, but that's not necessarily true, because we do have a few players in the Americas specifically that have already qualified. That would be Wajan Iverson and Darth Noob, who had to go across the seas to the EMEA Cup to get a slot, because Wajan was stealing them all from the Americas, which makes this whole situation going into this weekend very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, every other region has 2 to 3. I think, does every other region have straight up 3 representatives solidified already? We might be the only region that only has 2, which you would think is a bad thing, but like you're saying, is actually a reflection of just how dominant Wajan Iverson has been this set. We don't need to harp on it too much right now, because we're going to talk about it later, and I think everyone else has kind of done a great job explaining that. There are a lot of players on this list, though, that have very interesting stories that I think are paramount to the big story of TFT. The only player I want to give a little bit of attention to, I know this is the Americas, but I just want to give a quick nod to Li Chuchuan, coming in from CN, who I think as we ramp up towards Tactician Crown, he's going to become a more primary character. And so I just want to plant those seeds right now. As enjoy regionals, enjoy the America's regional finals right now. In a few weeks, though, this is one of the players that I'm telling you, you've got to have your eyes on, because he's going to make a deep run at Tac Crown. I can feel it. He's due for a win.
100%. Also due for a win is the perennial APAC qualifiers, Ironbog and YBY1. Yeah. We'll talk a lot more about those as we get closer to the Tactician's Crown, but these are the current players that have already qualified for the Tactician's Crown, where there are 40 slots total up for grabs, and now this weekend is full of other people qualifying through different methods. The unique part is, with 32 players competing this weekend, there will be 10 Americas players in the Tactician's Crown this set. 2 being Wajan Iverson and Darth Noob, and then 8 slots up for grab in the regional finals because of Wajan's domestic dominance that moved all of these slots over to the regional finals. And this is a peak of the TFT Pro circuit for next set, but also included in here is specifically the Americas, which are the 32 players competing this weekend.
Yeah, and I want to just call out so much turnover, right, in the Americas. We lost a lot of players out of this current TPC, and it made room for, I would say, I don't know if unknown is the right word, because there are some players who have a history in the game, but I would say generally maybe like underrated players, or players who aren't really considered favorites in the field. You can really see it on like the bottom half of that second column. Players like Kai Wang, Millennium Fox, Reddy, Bruh, all these players who are coming in as new threats for the TPC next set, I think are players where, like I said it earlier, their journey starts with this weekend. So I think I'm going to be keeping my eye on them personally.
Yeah, I think some unproven characters coming back as well. I think of specifically Brosif and JRC, who had been in the TPC, got kicked out, now requalified for the TPC, which is a good feat. I think of people like Hostway Deleted, who had a bad performance in TPC this set, but showed up in regionals when it mattered most. And then I think of someone like Crazy Cat, who didn't even know they were in TPC last set until it happened, and now they showed up once again to qualify back and put on a pretty dominant performance, specifically on day 2. And so there's so many of these players I'm excited to see more of, and we're going to see a lot of them this weekend because we have more games to go, and that means more format. Gangly, do you love format?
You know, I think I didn't usually consider myself someone who paid that much attention to format. What I will say is, in the last few sets, when they started introducing what we're doing now, it kind of opened my eyes to like, oh, wait. Like, these formats, they kind of go deep. I love our current format. I think both week 1 and week 2 showcases a super exciting format that not only does reduce variance, for the most part, playing is, maybe the exception there. But there's a lot to be said about the consistency that's rewarded over our current format.
100%. Well, let's get into the format, where we have 32 players enter week 2, specifically day 1. And on this day 1, we're going to play 6 games together. And after just 6 games of playing, after reshuffling every 2 games, we will already eliminate 8. 2 will advance to day number 2, much like it was on day 2 of week 1, where all players face off against each other, have a cut at the bottom, and then day 2 is where it gets really interesting. 24 players moving on, play 2 games, and after just 2 games, guess what? Another 8 are eliminated. Reminder, we only have 8 slots left on the final day, and so there's very few people promoted and much more eliminations happening. So 8 more get cut, so we're down to 16. 16 players will play 2 games, but after these 2 games, 4 players advance to the final lobby, and in this case will be the Tactician's Crown, because we'll talk about the checkmate format for the final day in a second, but they will advance to the Tactician's Crown, giving themselves both that slot and now the chance to be the regional champion, and 4 will be eliminated, leading to a final game with just 2 more games to send 4 more and eliminate 4 more.
This current format already raises the stake of every game, right? There's always something to play for. But the fact that top 8 qualifies you into the Tactician's Crown because of what Wage and Iverson did in the regular season means that game 3 and 4 of day 2 are already going to be international stakes at play. It's going to be, in the words of my good friend, an electric day of competition, even on that day 2.
Here's the other part also. It could be more than 8. If Darth Noob and or Wajan make it to the final lobby, which it is more than likely that 1 or 2 of them will, it moves down to 9th or 10th place, not even making the final lobby, but still going to the Tactician's Crown. And so this day 2, you have to be glued to the action, because every placement, every point matters, every tiebreaker matters, and we know how important those are. The final day, 8 players enter. Classic checkmate format for this. If you watch any of the TPC things, you'll know that, hey, we get to 20 points overall, which can happen in a minimum 3 games. You go through, get 20 points, and after you get 20 points, you must win the game to become the regional finals champion. And now, for many of our players, they're playing for a Tactician's Crown spot. That is exactly what they are playing for. But there is a lot of pride and that comes with being the regional finals champion, especially going into international competition.
And prize money, right? Let's not pretend like there's not money at stake here. All these players, of course, the higher it is that you place on that final day, the more money you make. And I don't think that anyone is going to be happy with making final day and bustering out and limping into the Tactician's Crown, right? And it also kind of pairs with this idea of momentum, which is a real facet of TFT. We talked a little bit about this on the AMER primer, if anyone watched that there is something about just believing in yourself. When things are aligned, it's easier to play like yourself. So I would expect that, like, any of the competitors who make it into the finals and then do bust around and go 7th, 8th, they're not going to be happy about their performance, even though they're still qualifying to the Tactician's Crown. These players are real competitors. They want to win.
Well, let's talk about the players, because I think this is where it gets super interesting. Just like last week, we're going to talk about the player buckets, putting players into categories, not necessarily in tier list order, but of what we expect from them. And so with 31% of the field going to the Tactician's Crown this set, we have expectations very much around who we expect to make it out as favorites, who are elite players and contenders that will shoot for those spots, and who's a little bit of those underdogs and maybe a bit of dark horses to be able to challenge for those positions. So, Gangly, without further ado, let's jump into Wajan Iverson, because this guy took all of the cups, so he's already qualified. But he's going for something special.
We put him in this tier, right? Golden Road, because that's what he's chasing. The Golden Road, the perfect set. In set 10, when Malala won the Vegas Open, went on to have a phenomenal regular season, tied for first and then lost on tiebreakers to go second regional finals, and then won the Tactician's Crown, we thought it was a set that would never be beaten, no matter how long TFT went on. And Wajan Iverson has actually found himself in a position to break that record. Now, what breaks that record is up for debate. All we really know is that right now, Wajan Iverson is in a spot where he might walk away from set 16 as the greatest set of competitive TFT in the history of the game. I don't think that someone can get as good as Wajan is at the game without still feeling some level of determination that comes from within, right? That ambition, that self-starter in him that doesn't need to rely on the external pressure to perform. I believe truly that Wajan is going to come to the regional finals with as much prep as he's going to go to the Tactician's Crown with. And so I cannot wait to see if he's going to be able to continue on this golden road.
We were able to have him as a guest on the broadcast for one of the games, and we asked him the question. We were like, what are your expectations for yourself? Like, are you trying to win this one? Because his main goal is to take a crown for himself, but he said it's usually a similar patch, so my prep has started for the Tactician's Crown, and this tournament is very much indicative of my form. And so if his form this set is any indication of how he's going to perform, not only do I expect him to be in the final lobby, I expect him to win the final lobby. He already has won regionals 2 times in his career. He knows how to do it. He's played against these players all set. There's no reason he shouldn't, right?
I mean, that's another thing, too, is that winning this regionals would make him the sole title carrier of most regional finals won. Right now, he is tied with Robin Songs for that accolade. And so this would push him over Robin, and he would be undisputed #1 in domestic success.
It would be incredible to watch, but there are some big names that are going to fight him for that, specifically our favorites tier. And in this tier, we have Setsuko, Dissop, Chunnington, and Michael.
And, you know, a couple sets ago, you would think of this. We talk about the big 3. The North America big 3 is, generally speaking, a tier of players that has been considered above pretty much every other player, even in the Americas at large, expanding to Latam and Brazil. But here we actually find Chunnington and Michael here in this category alongside Setsuko and Dish Soap. And my personal take on this, and Jack, I'm actually curious your opinion, but this is more a reflection of recent success. Obviously, Michael, there's an asterisk there because he's been who he is for so long. But I personally feel like Michael's recent success has been greater than his past performances have ever shown.
I think specifically in this set, there is some sort of merit to this. Is the best set of all time in a lot of people's opinion, including mine. And it is a very hard set. I think there's a lot of knowledge gap that goes along with it. And so the success that people have had this set should not be discounted. And Chunnington and Michael are consistently some of the best in the world. They have the most pro points in the world outside of Wage and Iverson. And so to put them any less than favorites would be a disservice to them. But also on the flip side, you have Dissop and Setsuko. Dissop being the 2-time Tactician's Crown winner. He is the GOAT currently in the conversation because of all of his success. And I don't think there's many in the world anywhere that can beat him when he is really locked in and really enjoying what he's doing. So I have high expectations. Setsuko, on the other hand, Gangly, why don't you tell us why we have him in the favorites with the little bit of lack of success, at least to his standards, this set?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it on our personal podcast. If you guys want to hear more at length, you're always free to listen to those. Setsuko has had a good set, right? 3 top 16 finishes, a top 8. Setsuko, I think there's 2 things at play. Number one, when we're talking about the domestic success that Wage and Iverson is showing this set, that's kind of what Setsuko's claim to fame was, right? He still to this day is the player with the best AVP stretch that we've ever seen. He averaged a sub 3.5 AVP over the course of 2 straight sets, qualifying to the Tactician's Crown in the process and making a top 8 there. But the other thing to consider is the patch, right, Jack? I mean, this patch is a highly skill expressive patch that allows you to be able to cap out on level 9. And if there's someone I had to pick, you know, like one person to save us because someone's got to build a board on level 9 and cap out higher than anyone else, that's Setsuko. That's what he's good at. So I think for those 2 reasons, understanding his domestic history and the patch that we have on hand, assuming that it does click and that he's able to make the adjustments with the little bit of time allotted since this patch has been out, I would expect Setsuko to perform extremely well this regionals.
I'm very excited to watch him play and learn how he's going to cap out boards and get there, because that has been his specialty of even playing around the knife's edge of I'm gonna die and go 8th, or I'm going to win out. He is the best in the world at the win out, and so excited to watch him play. The next tier of players is the ones that we can't quite say if they don't make it to the Tactician's Crown, I think this would be disappointment. But the ones that very much we'd say these guys should be in the final lobby, and that is the elite tier of players: Pokigam, Prestavant, Cambuli, Robin Songs, Marcel P, Basso Skills, and Quintanilla.
I would split this category up a little bit. There are some players on there where them being in this list is a reflection of their entire career, right? Robin Songs being the most obvious, Prestivan as well. Cam Ulysse post-merge has been one of the strongest players in general. And even though Cam had a weak set at large relative to his skill level, he came up and had a very strong week 1 performance to re-qualify to the TPC and get his spot here. And then we have players like Marcel, Bosso, Quinta, and I think Pocky is maybe in between, right? Because Pocky is elite long-term career-wise, but has had some ups and downs. I think that these other 4 players in this list is a reflection of how they've been performing this set. I mean, Pocky going into the last Cup was in a position to potentially beat Wajan Iverson for pro points until Wajan won the entire thing. Marcel was right up there, Bosso and Quinta. All 4 of these players have had very, very strong sets. The one player I want to highlight of these 4, though, is Quintanilla. I was vocal last set on how I was not a huge believer in Quinta, especially going into international results. And Quinta has time and time again proven that wrong. He has been a very consistent force in the TPC over the last 6 events or so, has 3 top 8 in the last over the course of the last 2 TPCs, and has very quickly risen to be the strongest Brazilian representative in the TPC. So I think that if you are looking for someone who maybe their reputation hasn't quite caught up with their results, Quintanilla has to be that person for me.
Consistently doubted by us, probably, but definitely deserves the respect here. He just continues to show up and show off his skills. So excited to watch and see if they can continue that through regionals. I think another player that continues to impress is Marcel P, who time and time again puts up good tournament performances after really springing onto the scene last set and making his first Tactician's crown. He's someone that I know is hungry for a redemption arc and a second shot at the crown. And so I'm excited to see if they can make it back to the final lobby and get a slot back.
And the last thing I just want to say of the players on this list, Bosso Skills must be one of the best players in North America to have not made a Tactician's crown before, right? He's made it to regionals more than anyone else. I think it was him and Ripple Overdrive, right? Were the 2 players with the most regionals appearances without qualifying to a Tactician's crown before. And so, you know, he wants it. And this set, he has shown that he's capable of doing it. And thanks to Wajan, it is easier than ever to make it to the TAC crown. So you're just looking for a final day, and maybe even 10th can get you there.
Well, everyone else on this slide has made TAC crown before.
Correct.
Yes. Everyone on this slide besides Chunnington has made it before. So looking really for Chunnington to really continue that momentum, because I think that is some of the best parts about the regional finals, is people finally making and getting a shot at the Tactician's crown. But I think this next tier of players is where we see a lot of people that there's a good amount of variance between the stories of people in the contender tier. And this is our biggest tier going into this, because we believe that there are a lot of players who have proven in different ways that they, on a good day, can absolutely contend for those top spots.
Yeah, obviously we don't have time to break down all of these stories, but the one that I want to talk about is Ego Illusions, who has been on a path of redemption over the last few sets. Ego Illusions post-merge in set 11 was looking like he was the fastest stock in Brazil to really rise and become one of the elites, not just in Brazil, but in the Americas at large. And then the last 2 sets have not gone his way. And so earning his way back to the TPC and making it through week 1, Ego Illusions has now, in my mind, put himself back in the conversation to find out how good is this player exactly. I really want to see him do well this weekend.
I think there's a dichotomy of 2 players that I want to talk about, and they're both in the top left. Wigwug and K3 Soju. Obviously, Soju is the biggest name, not only in this tournament, but in all of TFT, and he's good. He is good, despite what his chat might say. Yeah, he is one of a few players in the whole world to consistently make the top 8 of these TPC events, and we know if he's locked in and playing seriously, he is one of the best in the world. Now, he's very experienced and has been playing this for a long time. Someone that is not very experienced, but is a beast. Very much a beast. Proved in week 1 that they're a beast. And rank 1 from week 1 is Wigwug, who showed up. We had some expectations for him. I put him as my dark horse last time. I thought that he was going to go on a run, and he very much did. Showed up, and now is a real threat to make it to that Tactician's crown.
Also was one of the players who qualified into the regional finals through multiple methods, right? So really earning his spot there.
Yeah, 100%. Let's move on to our final two categories because the countdown, it's approaching 0 rapidly. Here we go. Dark Horse category, the players that we look at saying, ooh, these guys might be up to something.
Yeah, it's like they don't have the historic prominence that really puts them in this contender category, but they've given us something, the promise of something that is to come. The player who I had as my dark horse for the last episode was Reddy, who was 9th at the Paris Open, had multiple strong finishes in Tier 2, and has earned their spot in the TPC going into the final game, that final game of week 1, where we had multiple players relegated and promoted, a real photo finish. And so that is the player for me personally that I'm going to be having my eyes on.
Conda is definitely someone I want to talk about because they have made it to the Tactician's crown before. They quit the game, and they've come back with a vengeance. And so they had an excellent week 1, and it's just hard to know their form because they quit and came back. But then we have this other last tier of players last bucket, and it's the underdog tier. These are players that made it to the TPC. We're excited to see them play, and we don't have a ton of expectation for them to run the top of the tables for this event.
And the caveat there is that, of course, they have shown us something, right?
Yeah.
They earned their spot here. All the players got their spot in week 2 one way or another. None of these got to just coast in through TPC prior. The primary difference between what this category and the Dark Horse is that we don't feel that they've shown us enough promise for us to feel like their highs are high enough to contend with the TPC. The one player who I think is, if anyone in this category did give us a little taste of what's to come, to me, it's Bruh. If anyone did not watch that final game of week 1 where Bruh had the level 9 roll down, incredible transition, full open to earn their spot. I think they needed a 3rd place finish, and they got the exact spot they needed to lock in their spot in the TPC. If that's what Bruh is bringing to this weekend, then they're not an underdog. They're significantly better than that. But at large, all 5 of these players, I would say, have a lot to do in order to earn maybe not the respect, but the expectations of some of the other players in this field.
And specifically in tournament, and it's for various different reasons. Like Kai Wing on ladder, widely respected. Josue Deleted has played for a long time, but had a bad TPC, but a good regionals. And so it's just these people are just, I don't know if they're confusing, but they're unproven in different ways. And so that makes them fun underdogs to root for as somebody that we look at as, maybe they'll make a run. We did compile all these in a tier list format just to put them all in here. Obviously, seeing that contender tier is definitely the most full, but there's a good amount. We did a good job keeping the favorites and elites, down to around 10 players that could possibly make it. It's a good look. To wrap up the show, as we do for these episodes, we have our predictions, and it's a little bit similar, Gangly. Let's talk about your predictions. I know we believe in our dark horses. Both of them made it, and now both of them are back, and we believe in them again as dark horses to make it through. But let's talk about our favorites a little bit.
Yeah, neither one of us put Wage and Iverson as our favorite. I put Dish Soap. I feel like Dish Soap, despite having a strong set, despite looking good the entire time, has kind of been pushed out of the limelight a little bit to make way for Wage and Iverson and Michael and Chunnington. And I think it's just time for us to pay respect to the GOAT, right? Dish Soap is perhaps the greatest TFT player of all time. And I think that it is just a disservice to him to not talk about him as the favorite to win the event. Yes, Wage and Iverson is chasing the golden road. I just feel like Dish Soap is due for another win, and I can feel it. And for all the reasons I said earlier, Reddy is having an incredible set, has proven himself not only in Tier 2, but on the international stage in Paris. I'm glad that they made it to the TPC, and I'm excited to see how much further they can push this run.
And probably the spicier pick of this would definitely be Chunnington is my favorite, someone that has not made the Tactician's crown before. But when you go final lobby in all 3 TPCs, you're only really losing to Wage and Iverson. I think he's got a chance, definitely a favorite to make it out and be one of the 10 players representing the Americas at the Tactician's crown. And so I think there's a good chance that every single one of our predictions comes true. I'm down. I'm down for it to happen.
We can handshake it. I'm happy. Let's do it.
Deal. Agreed. Here's the graphic that we always end our show on, the competitive roadmap, because this is the second to last time that we'll look at this for this set. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey from the Paris Open all the way to here, halfway through the regional finals. It brings a tear to my eye.
It's a good set. Good set. These open sets are always great. The greatest set of all time is coming to an end, and I know that this is going to be an absolute banger of a weekend. The Lore and Legends regional finals has already been great through week 1, and I know there will be more Legends made through week 2 and the Tactician's Crown coming up. So from Gangly, from Sealy, thank you for watching the roll down here on the pre-show. We are so excited for the regional finals and for Tactician's Crown. So it's about to start. Hang in there. It's time for the regional finals.
Always rises. Cannons.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the TFT channel for the grand finals of the Americas Regional Finals for Lore and Legends. My name is Nekra and I've been so honored to be here alongside all of my colleagues. Today at the start of the day I'm joined by Dobbs and Asa. Welcome back to the two of you, and what are you looking forward to for today?
Yes, it's been a great 2 weekends. It was amazing to be here on regional finals, and today is the day we're gonna have the winner, the player that's going to join some greatest players in America with the legacy being the regional champion. So I'm very excited for today.
Of course, all 8 players who have made it today, thanks to Wei and Iverson taking all the slots in the cup and pushing it to regionals, all of the 8 players have already qualified to Worlds, the Tactician's Crown, so they can play with a little bit of relaxation. That's the main thing they're going for in this regional finals. Of course, there's still a lot at stake. There's prize money, and as Dobbs mentioned, the bragging rights of being able to win an America Regionals Finals.
Well, guess what? The secondary effect we get to thank Wei and Iverson for is that today is going to be checkmate. Thanks to all of our competitors already qualifying to the Tactician's Crown, we get a change in our format where all 8 players will play checkmate. You have to accumulate 20 points, and after that, you've got to win a first in order to take the regional finals championship. And so we're really excited to be able to show you that checkmate format usually ends up meaning we get to see some really spicy games with a lot of high variance for all of those players that are trying to get those first places after reading that check threshold. Let's talk about the prize pool, though, because that's really what's at stake for today. It's going to be $14,000 for first place and a smattering of other zeros and thousands for the rest of our competitors in this lobby.
Yes, for sure. I feel that on the top of the crown that you're gonna receive about like having the opportunity to be the regional final champion, that's really cool. It's still a lot of money on the line, so players are going to aim for the first, but they can still make some good money trying to get some placements if they're like behind.
Yeah, every single placement counts, but the big gap is definitely between that second and first, which makes sense. They really want to incentivize players to go for that first place, which is honestly what the players want to begin with. So that's what they'll be looking out for in this checkmate format.
So exciting, because that's going to mean every single game is going to be on a razor's edge for today. Before we get into that action, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday, because yesterday was also electrifying. We were able to see so many players doing their best. Look at us, actually, just to say hello really quick. But yeah, this was the elimination stage, and there were a lot of players yesterday that were not able to make it to today.
Yes, I mean, from yesterday, I want to highlight the Reggie's journey. It was such an amazing thing to watch, because he started with an 8, and then right after that, he clutched it out from 2 games, playing that Aurelion Sol that paid off, playing for that high variance compositions, and then he tried to accomplish a great run, and he was able to reach the Tactician Crown.
Yeah, it's such a heartbreaker for the players who were not able to make it today. Players who are tried so hard the entire set and then just a few points off. But with any heartbreakers, there's also the players that did make it today that we do have to celebrate. All these players worked so hard the entire set, so really happy for these 8 players who made it to the Tactician's Crown, and looking forward to see how they're performing today.
Oh, there were some really close fights yesterday too. I love that we got a chance to see Marcel P absolutely popping off, knowing that he made the Tactician's Crown. We also got that close fight between that Leona and then of course the Malzahar ending up helping out there. But there will be even more exciting games as we look forward to the action today. But after our 12 games throughout the last 2 days, let's take a look at the standings and show you the accumulated points and also how everything kind of shook out, because this is where you get to visualize that, right, Dobbs? We had Kambuli, Setsuko, and Reddy. They all made huge comebacks when you take a look at how few points they had after those first 6 games.
Yes, it's so difficult when you're in this position because sometimes, as Reddy, I use it as an example, he started low on points and still got an 8. So you have to risk it all right after that. But he had the chance to actually bounce back. And I respect that a lot from him because this is actually his first regional final. So he showed a lot of personality in here.
Yeah, we are glad to be able to interview him yesterday, and it was a pleasure seeing him talk, since of course he's one of the lesser known players out here. If you look at the other top players in the top 8, so many of them are kind of household names. There's so much consistency in these players. Actually, Marcel P, who got to draft his own lobby by performing in the top 4 throughout the entire set in the pro circuit, he picked himself and 5 out of 8, so 6 out of 8 total of his original lobby has made it to the final lobby. So it's really impressive to see how much consistency and how much hard work has paid off for these players. I mean, people say TFT is all luck sometimes, but these players are showing that it's not.
I was so worried about Marcel P since after he drafted that lobby, he did go 8th in that first game. And so I was a little concerned that the draft strategy had not played out for him. But, you know, he definitely spoke to the skill level of those competitors. And of course, we also get to see JRC and Reddy also join that mix from that lobby. Now, when we take a look at those points, now we forget about them because today is checkmate. All the points have reset. It's a fresh slate for everybody competing, and then we will be able to kind of go forward from ground 0. But let's actually celebrate these players a little bit more, because while we do see those 8 competitors taking on this final lobby today in the grand finals for the title of regional champion, they joined the likes of Darthnub and Wajan Iverson going to the Tactician's Crown, since Darthnub and Wajan Iverson both won pro circuit tournaments this set, and that gives you that direct invitation. But this is an incredible lineup that we have that's going to be representing us for the Americas at the Tactician's Crown.
Yes, this is actually the first time we do not have any players from Brazil, neither Latam representing Americas. And I'm pretty sure this is the first time we have a Chinese player in here as well. JRC is actually Chinese. So a very good lineup of players, very mixed with some powerhouses like Weishan, Kambuli, Robinson, and Setsuko, but as well a lot of newcomers. So this is a very interesting roster of players.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had out of these 10 players, 6 of them have been to that Tactician's Crown before. So again, showing their consistency and level of play. But the 4 new players who are joining them a lot of them have been kind of on the cusp of reaching that level of competition. For example, JRC's always been known as a strong competitor. And then it's always exciting to see what the newcomers like Reddy, who have shown that they can hang at the highest levels of play as well.
Yeah, let's talk about those players that are going to be new at the Tactician's Crown, because you already mentioned JRC and Reddy, but I also do want to mention Kai Wing. I feel like Kai Wing is one of those players, I know that you were saying, Asa, that you had seen kind of at the top of the ranked ladder for quite some time, and now to be able to see Kai Wing come into the regional finals, actually make their very first regional final lobby and make it to the Tactician's Crown, I'm excited to see Kai Wing perform today.
Yes, I will just follow up on my Retis storyline. I feel that this guy just is just making that couch to crown run. It's such an amazing run by now, and he actually was ninth in the Paris Open as well. So he played this regionals for the first time, and he's actually going to play the Tactician Crown for the first time as well. So a very good set that he's actually playing. Very good TFT.
I want to talk a bit more about Broseph, who this is his third regionals appearance. His first was 2 sets ago in set 14 Cyber City, and he went ninth, just barely missing the final lobby. But he had such a good attitude about it because he said, hey, you know what, this is my first regionals. I did great, and that's awesome. And I just loved his attitude about that because he also, after every game, he looks back and everyone can point to an unlucky spot, but he was always looking at decisions he could have made better. And that kind of attitude has really paid off, and he's been improving every set. He's made his World's Tactician's Crown for the first time, and it's just really well deserved.
For all 4 of these players, it would be the first regional finals win. And so I think that's really exciting to see them all be able to shoot for a higher goal, which would be a first major tournament win. And I cannot wait to see if they can hold strong to our competitors that are also going back to a Tactician's Crown. And with that, I think, comes a wealth of experience, not just from being able to have had that success on home soil in the Americas tournaments, but of course, you've been able to prove yourself on that global stage where the competition gets even tougher.
Yes, of course. And if you were talking about the newcomers, here comes the player with the most experience across this tournament. 2-time regional finals winner and 4 times in the Tactician Crown. He's going to play his 5th time right now. Robin Song's one of the favorites to play today. So let's see if we can be able to be the first player to get the 3 regional finals in Americas.
To show a bit of caster bias, I'm really sharing for Marcel P. Marcel first hired me for coaching a Set 10 Remix Rumble, and this was because he was trying to qualify for the Tactician's Trials, not even Cup. And ever since then, he's improved his results every single set. Then he made Trials, he made Cup, and then he made Regionals, I believe 4 sets ago. And since then, he's been back every single set and made the Tactician's Crown last set. So yeah, every single set he's improved. And he's just done so well this set, as mentioned earlier. He finished in the top 4, which let him draft his own lobby. And he was so confident, he's like, I just want to draft all the strong players, so they're not going to do anything unpredictable and like pivot into me and screw me over. So I'm just so happy to see Marcel P having that confidence. And he also studies a lot with Broseph. They're both super hard workers. I was hanging out with Marcel in Paris, and he was saying that his biggest edge over the competition is how motivated he is to do well in this game. He wakes up, gets better at TFT, goes to bed, wakes up, gets better at TFT, and I'm just so happy to see him here today.
That's definitely a theme that has been shared through a lot of the competitors we have talked throughout this weekend, is the hard work and dedication that they put in order to achieve a level of greatness like this. I think Setsuko is also another one of those players. This is going to be the 3rd time he's going to a Tactician's Crown, last time being in Cyber City, and then the first time in Monsters Attack. And I feel like it really was that Monsters Attack era where Setsuko had risen to fame. He won 2 cups during Runeterra Reforged, as well as one of the cups for Monsters Attack. And so a regional win here is kind of the last thing that he's really missing in order to cement himself, I think, as one of the greatest players in the Americas of all time. And then, of course, you want that Tac Crown win. But the fact that he gets another shot at it, I think Setsuko is really set up here. I just hope to see him do well today.
Yes, another player that's going to play his 3rd regional Tactician Crown is actually Kambuli, and he did a quite decent comeback. He was the player that started the day 2 from yesterday, actually with the fewest points. So he had made a huge comeback, qualified the Tactician Crown, and he actually played the week 1 as well. So it was a redemptional arc in the set for him because he was like in trouble and then he made it through. But playing 3 Tactician Crown in a row, this is something that he should be proud of.
These are the players that play, but why will they be playing? Let's look back at the statistics of the compositions that we saw for our first 2 days of competition this weekend. And I think there will be lot of standouts just from looking at this list.
Yeah, I
Yes,
think the vertical Demacia at the top is the most consistent comp that we've been seeing throughout the entire weekend. And not only just it's already the highest count, but actually a lot of the other comps, such as the Anti-Legendary Flex, actually start out as players playing Demacia and then they're doing well, and they manage to transition their boards into that Annie. So, in fact, Demacia is honestly performing even better than the stats show. And throughout all our competitors, almost every single one of them has been playing very flexibly, but I would like to point out Kai Wayne has actually played this Demacia line in almost every single one of his games on week 2. So look out for that, and we'll have to see how contested it is in this final lobby.
Yes, I still want to highlight about the 3 cost lines. We have LeBlanc, we have Targon, Malzahar, and as well as Jinx. They've been so popular on week 1 and week 2 as well, but today it's a little bit different. Players are going to play for that first, and to win the regional finals, you have to score a first after you get into the check. So it's very unlikely for the last games to appear some of these comps unless the player has some like great spot for it.
We do see that some of these actually have quite a high win percentage. You know, Noxus reroll, despite the fact that every time we saw it on the broadcast, somehow ended up going bot 4, has a 12% win rate alongside the Jinx reroll if you can get all of those conditions online. Those are still being outcapped by the Rise and the Anti-Legendary Flex, but as you can see on the next page, there's also quite a high win rate here for the Ari reroll, which would also be another one of those 3 costs. But I'm curious to know your thoughts on the rest of the compositions that are on this list and how often our players might go towards this throughout the day.
We're definitely in an AP meta where on the first page we saw a lot of AP comps, but you're not always offered AP items or augments, so having those AD options available through Bilgewater, Warwick, or AD Kaisa, or Yone are all still comps that you can win games with, as we saw at the very end of our day yesterday. Kambuli played that AD Kaisa to take it first in our final game.
Yeah, it's always gonna depend on the lobby itself, depending on the augments and the encounter. If it's a low resource type of game, so these comps can actually shine like Kaisa, like Warwick. But when things actually go crazy with triple prismatic, we've seen that the legendaries are actually dominating.
Okay, so the encounters that we're looking out for are Zoe for loot subscription. Let's see what kind of artifacts and things we can roll out of there. We got Seraphine for the triple prismatic lobbies. And I guess I also like the Tom Kench one, because sometimes that extra gold can also get you to a spot where you get to go fast 9 and get all these legendary comps on board. So with all that being said, we've talked about the players, we've talked about the comps. Let's circle back, and I'm going to put you two on the spot. Who do you think is going to win today, and in how many games?
Well,
I'm going to say Setsuko is going to win today. I think this guy, earlier you mentioned he needs the regional finals win to cement himself as one of the greatest players. I think he's already done that. He's been so close in so many competitions, as well as consistently performing. I'm going to say Setsuko's going to take it in 5 games.
Okay, I'm just gonna pick Kambuli. I think he playing that Kaisa on the last game, clutching a first with that's gonna be the champion's lucky game. I like that game so much. I feel he is going to win in 6 games.
All right, well, I believe in the beginner's luck. I think Reddy is going to take this regional finals in 6 games. I feel like there is something to be said about the fact that you come into your first regional finals, you make the final lobby, you're going to the Tactician's crown, and on top of that, just the mentality and the mindset that we got to hear from him yesterday. There might be something to be said about the weight off the shoulders and get to sit back a little bit and enjoy the journey and the ride that you're on. Thank you so much, Dobbs and Asa, for helping me set the stage for today. And now I want to hear from Pupe-san and CLE's thoughts. Who do you think is going to win today, and in how many games?
Desk, first game of the Grand Finals of the America. We have to start with Necras asking predictions. What are yours, Silly?
No bias here. Marcel in 5. Easy.
Direct. Okay. I like Robin in 5. Also,
Okay.
I see you happy. It's like we have happy CLE here. Can you share why are you so happy with these final 8 tacticians?
The sun is out, the birds are chirping, and it's all because Citadel's on top. Top 3, all Citadel Gaming, 3 for 3 in the regional finals, now going on to the Tactician's crown. I mean, can't get much better than that.
Yeah, 100%. Part of that boom kitchen also that we thought the cookie, the brownie cookers, if you will. And I mean, it's so great that we have so many players, that the mix that Des was saying, right? Young Guns versus the elite or the legacy player, as we want to talk. And of course, playing for that 14,000 for the first place, $50,000 total for the tournament, and we'll have checkmate. So, I mean, the regular, how many games have been in the past? Like 5, 6, or 6, 7, maybe?
I recant. That statement was crazy. Anyway, yeah, usually we have 5 or 6 games, and not the number after that for sure. We have gone that far a few times. I'll do everything I can not to say 6, 7.
You said it, man.
Oh man. Anyway, I'm expecting it to be a little bit of a faster day just because of the mastery that all of these players have shown over this patch. They've played lots of games, and many of them from even week 1, and 2 of them from even play-ins. And so they've played a lot of games, not only in tournament, but also on this patch. And so they're all ready to roll.
Yeah, I mean, and also they have like a little less stress, right? They already qualified to the Tactician crown. They can show their full potential. Of course, wanted to go for a first place, but not being on the risk, right? Knowing that they already on TPC for next set, already going to Tactician crown. So I really expect like a gentleman game. No one constants themselves maybe on the first few games, and then obviously go for that cap out boards, maybe full legendary and risk it all to try to get the first, and of course be the champion of the Americas.
There's definitely some sort of gentleman's agreement today, right? It's like, hey, we're all happy. We've made it to the Tactician's crown. This is fantastic. One of us is going to be the regional finals champion, and so we'll hang out. We'll reach the 20-point check mark, but once we get there, it's game on.
Yeah, 100%. Regarding comps, we saw a lot of variation. I like to mention what Asa was telling. We have a player in Kaiwen that is mostly going for that vertical demacia. We have reroll coming up for some of these players also as a possibility. Robin is playing that fast 8 meta that he always accustomed us to, the flowchart, but also indexing a little on reroll, but not going to that fast 9. So, I mean, players now, normally you have to study maybe what everyone is playing, but now you know exactly what they played in the last few games and in the last week. So that adaptation to maybe not touch the other player's point will be interesting. And of course, whose meta read is more important, because they are really playing on different spots right now.
And throughout the day, we're going to talk a bunch about, what players have played over the past weekend and what we expect them going forward. But I think the general view is that all of these players have played quite flex. That this patch is players are declaring the best of all time in the best set of all time. They're all having fun, but obviously these players are having success. So maybe they're a little biased, but it is really, really fun to watch. Lots of ways to cap out boards.
And with Kaiwen taking some hydration, we start the game with Draven. So reckoning important surviving players would get an additional influx of gold. Of course, you have to be alive to get that. So it will start slow, but slowly could build into a crazy Exodia boards in the end. So very important to get a comp that is not only good to actually, perform on that stage 4 and try not to bleed, but actually has the possibility to go 9, to go 10, and include other premium units.
I feel like this one, and I believe it's the Baron encounter where you get all the gold in top 2. I often forget and then get surprised by, now I just have 40 gold just being given to me. I'm like, am I leveling? Am I rolling? What am I doing here? So I'm sure these players are much more prepared and have a game plan for that. But I think this encounter is basically just checkmate in a game of TFT. It's like, hey, once we get down and we start to knock some players out, it's all about winning out and getting that first place with the extra gold.
We see the players there, a lot of Ilawi and a lot of Anivia, just for reference, and Jarvans as a possibility. We're starting off with Kaiwen, a player that has no major tournament wins so far. 12 in Remix Rumble, had 1 TC appearance, so the possibility of him to really have a chance here to make it all the way and have the possibility. This is the underdog story. Ready, we've talked so much besides him about him, and having some maybe not interesting options here. Thinking about the Ilaoi too, obviously to have some tempo, but not something to really win, at least in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I think there's a good opportunity to possibly play around Bilgewater. We will upgrade this unit, but he's also holding these Kog'Maws on bench, and he has played a few games of this Targon Malzahar reroll that has been, a favorite of some of our players here this weekend. We'll sell those now, so looks like he's going more towards possibly the Ionia route, which is another great either reroll or tempo option here in this patch.
What is your reroll favorite comp right now?
Ooh.
No data, like from the soul.
From the soul, it's definitely Targon Malzahar, but there's just many conditions. In spite of Necra, I really think this Darius unit's kind of OP, so that's always fun.
JRC with Stars Are Born and already finding an Oriana 2-star. That's very interesting to start. Ready also with Cluttermine, trying to tempo out the Viego here. We haven't seen many Shadow Owls. It's possible to get a top 4 with the comp. Let's see what he plans here or trying to look for. Very interesting that he's holding 5 Ilawis here. I don't think he will do anything with that, but I don't know. Interesting because he has a chance to get a free 1-cost 3-star.
Yeah, it came from the Cluttered Mind to give him the extra 1 cost. Fill out his bench, but, you can keep the option open, hold on to it for a little bit, possibly. We'll see. Across this lobby, looking at the right side of our screen, we're seeing the different options come through. Most interesting ones to me are definitely Robin songs with the 2 lesser duplicators coming through, meaning he could have duplicated a 3-cost, already made it 2-star, and be pushing tempo that way. But also Brosif on Spreading Roots being one of the most popular augments chosen this whole tournament. He has a lot he could possibly work with if it is a good way to start, and looks like it.
Yeah, there it is. We have Demacia Disruptor, Demacia Premium in any possibility. And Disruptor, you can try to play maybe a Seraphine, something to make sense out of it. But for sure, already a premium emblem here on Demacia, the most popular vertical that we have so far. And so many outs to play the later stages of the game and just try to find something additional. Maybe we can see the Demacia Mel. That is not something that we normally see. Could be a possibility also for Browser.
Demacia is just such a good vertical to be able to play in and around. You can go vertical, you can splash it in. Specifically, the emblem is great because you can put it on a 2-star to help unlock Galio earlier on into the game, which is extremely powerful to not only have a unit that is on your bench, doesn't take up a slot on your board, but also has a lot of CC and tankiness applied to it. So for Brosif here, I bet he's really excited to see both of these options. Some great flex can be done around possibly even 5 Demacia as well as splashing Disruptor. Pretty easy.
Makes total sense. Here, just to clarify the rest of the elements, Setsuko also going for economy. And finally here, the possibilities for Kambuli to try to tempo out here with the Aphelios, a composition that has win lobbies, many few, maybe I think 2 games in the 2 weeks that we made, but is capable of doing top 5, doing top 4. Remember, it's checkmate format, but for now you have to play your spot. If your spot says Aphelios, you can play it, or you can just use it as an item holder and then try to look out. We see that he hasn't slammed any items, so still possibilities open here.
Highwing on the other side, completely open, nothing on the board. We'll be getting an Infinity Force later on into the game at 3-5, so just making a bunch of gold here. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to play around. I know that the Ionia is Transcendence, and so 3-star Ionians have a lot more power. It's great on Yone, but I'm a little concerned for the direction here, especially when you're playing around some of these melee carries. Maybe even Warwick. That probably is the safest option for him.
Yeah, some possibilities here. We've seen a little of the unlockables so far. So Setsuko already with the bar, he loves it just to get the additional reroll possibilities. Same for Robin. Having also a Draven, we know he likes to go the reroll line. He's playing 30% of the games reroll, 30% of the games or more the fast 8. So good possibilities here for Robin to also go deep into the Draven reroll. Of course, that would be Darius reroll.
Marcel P taking calculated loss, looking to play around Ionia. It does look as well. Having 2 Yasuos already means we can get to our Yone quickly once we can get to level 7 and hit that 2-star. Kambuli looking to continue that streak he's now put together here. But the
interesting part is no one is on a crazy loss streak, only win streaks towards the top.
Yeah. Cambuli with the delayed win streak, losing the first one, and JRC with the possibility of going all the way, and of course, being in the best spot to get that additional gold and a better position. Here is the board. Yeah, I mean, Stars Are Born, you need the win streak. If you don't get win streak at least until 3-2, the augment it starts to hurt a little. And this is perfect. Robin, not with a decent board so far, trying just to get economy and use the duplicators in a better spot in the end. So, I mean, great here for JRC.
He'll be greeting those for sure. Wanting to actually hit the 3 stars is probably the most necessary part of specifically Darius in your front line. And so he'll be super greedy, playing until he gets to level 7, rolling down there and sacrificing a lot of HP. But I think in this lobby where there's a few people that want to sack, especially early on, it's not going to be too punishing.
LeBlanc now for Cambuli, not having anything slam. Maybe he will try to pivot now. Has the possibility of dual gauntlet. Try to go for the LeBlanc as a holder, but for now, not wanting to commit. Still open up, and there it is. Okay, he goes here. I really think he will go dual gauntlet here on the LeBlanc, especially... He doesn't have the win streak anymore, but of course you want to preserve HP as much as possible and think about something else. Turns out the Aphelios for now, and maybe a little weaker here, but of course with the possibility of doing 20 gold.
Yep, exactly as you predicted. Slamming this here, trying to continue the streak. Ready on the other side. Playing around Deathblade early is interesting. It's not something that we see very often because just AD is not as strong, possibly towards Warwick as well, but maybe even towards Bilgewater is maybe even more likely here. We saw Bilgewater Flex have a little time in the sun, just shining and figuring it out, but it's not one that we've seen win many lobbies recently.
He has it on the Viego, so probably will stay on the Kalista and have a possibility there. Kalista normally can use a lot of swords there, so could be also an option here for him if he decides to stay on the Shadow Owl's vertical. Kaiwen here, full loose streak, trying to assemble a board, trying to find something to make sense out of it. Has one bow. He can go for the Jinx Warwick that we know uses a lot of bows. So let's see what he drops here. At least one more bow here, Jack, and good possibilities to already commit to the Jinx reroll.
And there you go. There it is right now. Okay. And we'll also unlock Darius here to either contest our friends or possibly keep it open as a line. But with Jinx being less contested, that is definitely the better route to go. We were just on the pre-show talking to Asa about how bad it is to be contested. And so I imagine for each of these players that are going to want to stay as far away from each other as possible.
Okay, having a Darius here, so open to both possibilities here. Can go Darius reroll. Probably Robin is playing that line, so they will have to do that, maybe that gentleman agreement that we were talking about to see who has the better spot. And of course, possibilities. Yes.
For a calculated loss board, this board doesn't look like it's going to lose very much. It is quite strong already for Marcel here. He is on a 4-loss streak, but does have so many upgrades already on this board. Facing Kaiwing on the other side, it is looking like he will start to win, but no items slammed. Does leave the door open a little bit if this Jinx can ramp up.
Yeah, going there with the Winsus and Krakens. So full, probably will try to roll and have a little more power. He needs the Jinx 2-star to start really to ramp up. Of course, in a great position. Marcel still just trying to hold and roll later. 4 rolls still to come. And for now, easy. JRC is the one running the lobby here. Still with a win streak.
Sure is. And that's a strategy we've seen from him throughout the whole weekend. Being able to stick at 100 HP and just really push tempo that way. We have another gold augment selection coming through for each of our players. So on the right side of the screen, we'll be able to see that come through for each of our players. Kaiwing taking care package. And Marcel thinking hard about this. Indecision is one of my new favorite augments because it just lets you try again a few rounds later and gives you a few gold.
Okay, thinking about it, Lotus will be the choice here. Not having normally a great item for late game, so he's also delaying the power that his comp will have here. Good decision here for Marcel. A difficult spot right now, 70 HP. Will have to hold as much as possible and then turn the trigger up into him. This is the board that is winning right now. I mean, already having the Stars Are Born, now getting the Spatula, or the Spatula, getting the Freljord. I mean, great spot here. Frontline, we can use something better than the Rumble, but it's 2-star, so far, so good.
JRC taking a very interesting augment choice, getting the spatula, being able to slam this composition here early. He's really pushing tempo. He knew that it would activate 3 failure for him, and it would give a lot of board strength across his team, and he will continue to put the pressure on. Satsuko on the other side is now put Ixtal in. He does not have any quests yet, but I imagine he will start to get those Sun Shards as soon as he can. Brosif also keeping that HP high alongside Kambuli, and there after that, there's a big gap towards the bottom where it is almost 20 HP between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Kaiwen here just trying to preserve HP, maintain economy. Has 2 Darius here, not good items for Darius. This is just transition, obviously. Thinking about it, that's why he's moving the Darius. A little tick there, just trying to hold it for it. He's trying to go level 7, roll deep, try to find Warwick, try to find the Jinx to stabilize, and then think about it. Okay, am I in a good spot to reroll this Jinx? Can I give 3 items to my Warwick, and he's my main carry? And of course, making that decision. Robin, fully committed here to the Darius, lacking only a clock here to make the adaptive helm. So for now, clean and great position. I mean, he's strong right now. That's what he needs. And then, obviously, he will need a lot of gold to make them 3-star.
2 things I notice here. 1, Robin is lacking a Scion to unlock LeBlanc. So we're going to carry the Bard for now. And 2, Kai Wang is playing a similar strategy to Marcel, but is having much more trouble keeping that streak alive, whether that's the win streak or the lose streak. So the difference in gold will be pretty massive between the two. So for Marcel here, he will probably be going to 7. He already has 3 items onto his Yasuo, as we can see on the bottom of our screen. So Yone will be on the way, and then we're rolling for Ari. See if we can get that 3-star.
I'm worried about Kambuli here. He has the LeBlanc 2. Robin has the Darius 2, so probably they will contest themselves. Also duplicators here for Kambuli. This is the same comp for both of them. There could be an option there to try to play something different, but actually not so good. We saw Kambuli playing a Darius plus Ashe and Trindamir reroll something weird, actually getting a first. But I think in this moment it's very difficult, and probably they will contest, and that means a lower expectation in average placement for both. Going up again. Here the rest. I see. Ciel is muted. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You got the Radiant Zephyr. That was the Radiant Zephyr.
Satsuko's position. He's really hoping for a loss here to get 3 in a row, and that will be the case versus a very strong board on the other side from Kambulu, who's really going to be going level 9 as soon as possible to play that Dish Soap Augment. That birthday reunion is a great way to play this game, especially when you can play from ahead.
100%. Brosef trying to hold up even further here, going to that Demacia line, trying to unlock Galio as soon as possible. As you mentioned, getting the emblem on the 2-star. Already having a Garen, very good, because we know players are also looking for that Garen to unlock Sylas later. So as soon as possible that we can achieve that front line, be safe, not depend on getting also the Swain or anything, just the Garen is good enough. And for now, holding deep, holding strong. Setsuko managed to get 170, already 2 of the quest being assembled, and we'll have some possibilities. Now he's buying 40 XP, so very close. Went to level 7, I think he already accomplished it.
Marcel P, we did see spend a bunch of his gold, already level and roll a little bit here. He's on level 7, going to be unlocking Yone. Hit a 2-star Ari, so he is done losing. He said, I want to get out of here with 40 HP. That gives you a lot of wiggle room to work with. And this is the battle of players that are on a win streak right now. Brosif on the other side has had put a very strong board together, but JRC really, really wants this 10 streak. That puts him in such a solid position to top 4 this lobby, regardless of what happens on stage 4.
Yeah, even top 3. I mean, having so much tempo now can go for combat in the 3rd one. Stabilize with Lissandra, that shouldn't be contested in this lobby, at least maybe in the Masia line, that someone wants the Lissandra to get a little additional influx of damage. And this could be a win here for Brosek. Very huge for the rest of the lobby. Getting JRC a little lower, not being able to get that much economy. Of course, he already in a great position, but now he will have to fight it out. He doesn't have anything confirmed.
Satsuko getting 220 Sun Shards in one stage is pretty good. The problem is, we started a little bit late. and our HP is already at 36, so we're rolling. We're going to be contesting the Noxus line, it does look like, with what he's holding on his bench. He re-rolled 6 times, going to get some more of these resources in, and maybe even just cash out here and move along.
Yeah. Playing Slayers. This is normally he's either playing Fast 9 into Annie, into Shurima, or playing this Slayer line into the Velvet, also in good positions. He even got a first in the week playing this comp. So very, very used to playing it, very used to knowing in what moment he has to roll and stabilize. So for now, great position, decides to cash out, as you mentioned, Jack, and now in a good position to wait for 4-2 and go deep into the roll down.
And it looks like he might even just stay in this Slayer line. This is one that we saw really popular in the previous patch, where we're playing around Ambessa and Belveth as duo carries. We're not looking like possibly we're going to go play around Mel, but do this trio carry idea instead. So it is a solid game plan. It is not maybe the most popular and effective one right now, but I'm curious to see how it will end up.
Yeah, 100%. Against the Jone, right now, Jone access to backline, not being able to take down the Velvet is huge here. So should be a clean slate here for Marcel. Setsuko dropping low now, 23 HP, will have to roll deep. And of course, try to stabilize with that Velvet 2 and Ambessa.
Kaiwing also stabilized around Jinx 2, and I believe he does have Warwick unlocked as well. Ready, playing Shadow Isles like you called out earlier, now unlocking Thresh is a huge upgrade. They already rolled on level 8. And so our final augment choice coming through will be another gold one. We do a golden gala just for free here. No encounter.
Very important to see here if anyone goes for... normally we see combat here. Not many players wanting to go to a Fast 9. Everyone very strong right now, CLE. So, I mean, you have to be strong here. We see Lotus coming in from JOC. Double economy, if you will, or 1.5, and then trying to go for full combat. And this is the moment. Everyone is low. You can be very low here. Marcel deep roll into the Jone 2. Very important also.
Yeah, it took 3 threes, so I'm wondering if he was able to get any of the ones that he wanted. Obviously, rolling the dice a little bit with those. Ready also taking a duo queue, able to see if he can get any of the needed 5 costs for that board. And Orange specifically would change the course of the game for him. Camberley on the other side, though, is playing a little bit greedier than the rest of the lobby because his aim is different. It's not to stabilize on stage 4. He is aiming for stage 5 and level 9 and seeing how he can cap there.
Trying to, yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Having that possibility, both of them here level 7. As you mentioned, probably one of them going tempo. There's the Darius 3-star. Ready here, also taking the L, and Jone trying to just stabilize. Brown 2, very huge, one of my favorite tanks. I mean, only Garen, I think, is better than this Brown. But these are, for me, the 2 beefy dudes I love to have in my front line.
Yeah, and now having an Azir alongside that makes this board be able to have a really interesting cap. Because the way Shadow Isles works now, it's sometimes even better to just drop Callista and play around some other things, like maybe even a Renekton 2, or... I mean, anything else in this board. If you can get to the Xerath, it's also fantastic because 5 Warden plus Shurima sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I like it. I like it for sure. Not you don't have the Vanquisher. You're not playing around the Fiddlestick. So yeah, if he managed to take, the Ginso can go to the Azir. He can try to play. So, I mean, he has to wait a lot. He has to unlock first, try to find a 2-star. So it will depend on that spot. But yeah, good call out with possibilities here also for Ready. On the other hand, Brosev keeps himself strong. Doesn't have pairs of Garen or Lux and roll to 0. So difficult spot. Great win here for Brosev, but he will not start winning from now on, and he's very far away from improving his board.
Brosev's actually taking a page out of Camberley's book of playing around Demacia Kaisa. It is a composition that I wasn't really expecting to see much of this weekend, but the flexibility that comes through from having a good AD carry 4 cost in Kaisa while being able to play a tanky trait like Demacia, it seems to synergize pretty well.
For Setsuko, we see on the bottom, and something similar is happening here, Jack. He doesn't have Velvet 2, he doesn't have Ambessa 2, doesn't have the Rift Herald 2-star, and he's 0 gold. So huge downside here, maybe a bottom 5% roll down in terms of variance. So difficult spot once again here for Setsuko.
Okay, we do have
Ambessa
2. which
Okay.
is great. We will swap off one of our items as well, and I think that is the one he wanted. He did have a 2 out of 3 chance to get that. So Setsuko getting 5 Noxus in as well will provide some sustainability to this board. Trying to figure out which variation he likes best, but Belveth is now paired, and alongside all these other pairs, it's a little scary here being 10 HP. He could fall out before stage 5.
Goes strong side here on the right. Very important to try not to get the main tank first, but he does. So he's going up against the Garen. Very important to try to throw him down as soon as possible to get the stacks and the ramp up from the Velvet and the Ambessa. This is too much time to get the Garen. Garen still holding up even within 1 star, so it could be a chance. Ambessa in the backline doesn't find the locks, but it's a win here for Brosev, and Setsuko is out in 8th place.
Reminder, the points, they do matter. It's going to take a while for Setsuko to get to check starting off with an 8th place, but it is not the end of the road here for him. There's so much TFT left to play, especially in checkmate format. And, you know, a bad start, it's fine. We go next. It's something that all of these competitors are used to at this point. They all have competed a lot outside of maybe, you know, Reddy, who we're seeing on our screen now.
Yeah, we're mentioning the possibility of maybe a Renekton here. Of course, he took the loss, so Nasus was the one coming forward. Now he has 2 main tanks here together with the Brown, and good possibilities also. Gets a Ghost, so a little breather. Interesting here that the Ghost has been stronger than ever. Normally, the augments or something, maybe the power has been a little lower because there's so much power in the unit itself. These Ghosts are sometimes pretty strong, and you can easily lose against them.
Okay, Hupe, I'm going to say something.
Say,
I think Reddy could hit 4 Shurima this game.
Okay.
No, because you'd have to lose twice, and he doesn't have...
Yeah, he will need to win loss for Seraph. It's almost impossible.
But I want to see it. I want it.
Did you say? Yeah, I mean, beginning of the set was much
possible.
easier, but now it's so difficult. Hopefully, there should be a small set between regionals and Tactician Crown. There is a world where they maybe buff a little the possibility of getting 4 Shurima, and we have a chance. But of course, meta is already so good that I don't think we will see a major shift into changes on the patch. Maybe some small details. For me, maybe Seraphine. I would like to see Seraphine a little stronger. Not much. Maybe 5 mana, something like that. But in the rest, I think this is a great meta, both for regionals and for Tactician Crown.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see. I believe we'll probably hear tomorrow of what the changes are for the next patch, which will be Tactician's Crown patch. But for each of these players that have played so much on this patch, it's going to be hard to you know, figure it out if they change too much. Marcel P hitting 3-star Ari will mean that this board is incredibly powerful. We now also have a very well itemized Yone in the front line. We also saw Kaiwing fairly stable, now hitting the Warwick 2 as well. So these boards are starting to reach exactly where they would like to be here on stage 5.
Also, Kaiwing was not going to play the Sylas, was not going to play the Masia. He was holding Garens when he saw that the rest of the player hit. Okay, now I sell. So mid-maxing also a little, right? To get to the choice to actually don't allow them to get a pick spot. Kaiwing here, strong, not going for the reroll, just pushing tempo right now, level 8. Huge Tundra here with the Warwick, and so far, looking good.
I love this adaptation. Being able to play around the Infinity Force is great. Camberley did go 9 to play around his birthday reunion. I believe we got Zillion 2 from our orb, which we've seen yesterday specifically be a huge terror. Absolutely making some of these boards terrifying. And now we're seeing a 4 Invoker Bruiser board. This is one of my personal favorite boards. It's not very easy and consistent because you do really need that Zillion 2 to make this viable in the late game, and that's exactly what we have here. So I'm interested to see how it will hold up against many of these more meta comps.
Going up against Brosev there on the top. Access to backline there with the locks. So far, no hits here for the Kalista. Kalista down here a chunk, but Garen and Nasus are holding strong. Nasus trying to absorb as much HP as he can from the Garen, but it's just too much. Access to the backline and locks take it. Brady is out.
He sure is. That's a tough loss. Big loss there. That Lux sniping the backline made it incredibly difficult. Marcel P, though, is down dangerously low, and we're not able to get to level 8, which is very tough because getting that power spike around 7 Ionia, especially when you're playing around Transcendence, would be a huge lift to this board. Camberley, though, is probably the person to watch alongside Brosif to see if there is someone who can win this. We do have Wukong 2 now on board for Marcel, which is a meaningful upgrade.
Yeah, and difficult here for Marcel because, yeah, Wukong 2 bot doesn't have a frontline 3-star, only the Yasuo that doesn't have items, trying to find the Kennen one-off. So will depend a lot on damage here. Lacking a little frontline, let's see if it's enough with the power of Yone and Ari 3-star.
Chasing the Singe round, the Yone cast being very much wasted all on one unit. The good news is the Warwick is already down, but the Jinx in the backline ramping up incredibly fast as the CC comes through to much of the board. It looks like Marcel will get a win here versus his teammate on the other side. Kaiwing now dropping down to a very similar situation. Brosif taking a loss to Robin as well. So Robin's very stable. Kaiwing, Marcel, and Camberley are all in danger.
Very interesting that Robin keeps winning and only has the Darius 3-star. This is a comp that we normally have seen that is difficult. It's very tough for her if you don't have everything 3-star. But of course, good combat augments in the second and third. And for now, holding up.
Well, it looks like he just said, I'm only going for Darius, and then I'm going to level, because he is level 8. He's playing Shyvana on his board as well, so he doesn't even care about hitting those. He's just going to tempo around it, holding the Dravens just in case, but we're going to play around our tempo here. Camberley now looking to possibly swap out some of his units here. We did sell LeBlanc. We have Voli 2 and a Silas and Shop.
Yeah, already has the pair. Good items for Silas if he managed to get a 2-star. So probably we'll go for that angle. Bad items here for the volley. A little mixed damage, but it's not what we want to see ideally for him.
Invoker Silas. I mean, that looks terrifying. 4 Invoker here. We did get Arcanist splashed in as well. For Kaiwing on the other side, it's going to be a matter of how long this Warwick can stay alive.
Okay, the Bolivar directly going to that Silas, to that directly the Warwick. It has already been affected by the bomb of the Cillian, so 5 more seconds until the Warwick's out. Very, very low. Bolivar, so close to getting the Jinx, the Bolivar. But the Cillian pop-off and the execution comes into place, and it's enough to clean the board.
Kaiwing will fall out here. Camberley staying alive, as well as Marcel P taking another win. Marcel is hopefully going to be going... Oh, he's rolling down to 0 here. Still not finding what he's looking for. He did put 7 Ionia in as a way to buff these 3 stars. Did have a final tank item. So this board is very strong. The problem is that Nico sitting on our bench would give us so many good traits to work with. But we really want this Kennen 3.
100%. It's a little shy, the Kennen right now. So Marcel P, Robin, and Camberley, one-off elimination here, at least for this first game. So Robin and Marcel, one of them will fall here.
We got to watch the Yone to see if it can wrap it on the backline and hit the primary carries. We will take the Darius and do a big chunk of damage, and the Ahri can take it down. So with the Darius, the rest of the board will also fall. Robin's Song's going to be dropping out before his teammate here. Marcel taking a big win, giving him more time to work with, and Camberley, I believe, as well, also taking a loss. So it is a top 4 for Robin and a top 3 for Marcel, and lots more gold to work with.
100% goal for everyone due to the Draven encounter that we had in the beginning. For Robin, this is amazing, Jack. I mean, playing only 3-star Draven, getting a 4th place, playing tempo as you mentioned, level 8, getting a Shyvana in. I mean, you take this every time you take the 4th place in a difficult spot. Probably a little concern about the contestant, as we mentioned, because of the Aument. Camberley just made the fast 9, but of course not having the possibility of having the LeBlanc. Good position at least for both. And for now, Marcel, Browser, and JRC in a great spot to some points. Remember, is checkmate format, so they have to get to 20 points and then win a first to actually be crowned the TFT regional champion of the Americas.
Marcel P, level 8 and hitting 3-star Kennen. JRC rolling down on level 9, trying to unlock Silas here. can't quite find. There it is. Now we can get Silas on the board. I think, Coupe, from the beginning of this game, we may have been able to predict this top 2. JRC with that giant win streak and Brosif with his excellent spreading routes, really setting them up in a great position. And so now it's probably a matter of who can cap higher and if Marcel can contest them.
Okay, Kennen appear, not shy anymore, so at least the front line is on place right now. Utility for the Kennen, we see him boss shredding and rambling here, reducing armor. Is it enough here? Obviously, it's mixed damage, and now we go to the main board here. Marcel P against JRC. Marcel P wins, taking a huge chunk, and this is the chance. I mean, JRC already did what he had to, trying to cap out the board, but Marcel seems stronger.
And Marcel doesn't have much to do outside of unlock set here to replace. But the problem is, you don't really want to sack positioning for a round because 1 round is all it takes to knock you out of this game. And so he will most definitely be just hanging out with the Xin Zhao on the board.
Okay, JRC once again. He's looking strong. Obviously, wanting to find the Cillian 2-star. Has 6 of Lissandra. That could be the win out spot. And obviously trying to find the Silas 2-star. That is also a win out for him.
Volibear 2 is also a menace, especially when you can get some good items on it. This Rageblade will do a bit of work. Lissandra 3 would be a fascinating out here. Brosif, I heard some pings come through, and I'm sure people are aware, but he's got a lot of HP to work with and still a good amount of gold. JRC will have a clear out, but he is the clear loser so far in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, and for Brosef, the board is just so good. Normally in Demacia, it's very difficult to unlock the Silas because you need the Garen 2 always. So he needed to find the change to actually support, and now he has the Silas 2. So favorite to win the lobby is Brosef. Marcel also with a 5 win streak, and JRC finds exactly what he needed right now with the Cillian 2-star.
Curious if we're going to move any items around. With 7 Freljord, I imagine that it is just too much power to give to that Lissandra. Marcel P centering his Yone here a little bit further away from his utility Kennen, and I think this is a way to try and get away from the Silas cast, and it will be exactly what happens there, but it depends on the direction of our Yone cast, not going towards the priority targets.
Access to backline there with the Lux ult from the Silas is just too much power. Only the Yone against the world. 1v6 from the Yone taking everything away, but Silas is just too strong. JRC takes out Marcel P with a good spot. 3rd place in the first game.
Yeah, Brosif's board is just so incredibly strong. We're seeing all the upgrades come through. The 2-star Silas is exactly what these boards need, especially in this patch, to cap out and be as strong as possible. And so it is going to be hard to find any way to beat this board.
Yeah, also Brosif's positioning, right? He knows that there's a Cillian on the other hand, so he's not giving away the Silas for free. He's getting insignificant tanks to get at least the first one. So I mean, the first 12 seconds, the Silas is totally free, and that's enough time for him. So good due diligence from Brosef. Almost impossible for JOC to do a swap. Maybe we will have to try, right? Maybe change the Bolivar in the last moment to the left, or try to do some shenanigans. Access to a backline can be the defining factor here.
Looks like he's still greeting his 50 gold here, hoping that he can take a light loss here on late stage 6 to level next turn, possibly in roll. He doesn't have much gold to do anything with there. Decides not to roll on 9 for Silas 2 or any of these other upgrades, but instead just maybe go next here as Brosif is rolling this board from JRC. A fantastic showing from the player in this lobby that hasn't, yesterday did very, very well, but going into this lobby had the lowest points. We will get to 10 and start rolling here. 2 HP and a dream for JRC.
Nothing here. Little goal. Will he sell? He knows he's losing. This is an angle to sell, even for the practice, because I don't see a world where he can win. Obviously, we shouldn't be deterministic at any moment, but I mean, it's just too strong. He decides not. He decides there is a small chance, and even if he sells, there's nothing that you can find to actually... If you sell your board and find a Silas 2, you're weaker, so it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. It's going to be very, very difficult to beat this board, probably even regardless of whether or not he can find another upgrade. He does have a little bit of a better TG on this Volibear, but it's gone already here from the Lux Salt from either the Silas or the Lux on the opposite side. So Brosif here determining win. Great start for checkmate format, because you know what? It's all about how you start, but more importantly, it's going to be about how you finish today.
100%. For JOC, perfect, right? Tempo since the stars, with the Stars Are Born, we were saying that was a 4th place. Getting a 2nd is huge. That's one less augment that you have in the late game. And for Brosev, also tempo, inflexing a lot more on that Demacia emblem, and in the end, capping out it beautiful with the Silas too.
I mean, it was great gameplay. We saw reroll, we saw people playing tempo, we saw high cap boards, we saw all of it. And you know what? We're going to see more of it, because this is the best of the best from the Americas here in the grand finals. It is going to be a great day. We're going to have an analyst desk right on the other side of this break to break it all down.
After just the first game, there is a lot to break down, and that's why I'm here with Dobbs and Asa to talk through that game and then get us ready for the next one. And so as we were watching it, were some of the things that started to stick out to you? Asa, I know you were kind of talking about the overall power level of the lobby.
Yeah, the overall power was pretty low cap lobby. It was a triple gold augment. Most of the boards were not that strong. Even at the very end, JRC taking 2nd place still was like an Anivia and an Ashe on the board. So high tempo was really the name of the game here.
Yes, for sure. Speaking of which, we had Setsuko actually not having the possibility to bounce back when you play Slayers. Yeah, this is a comp that you wanna have like a great stage 4 and then try to maximize tempo, but he was unable to do that, and he ended up going an 8. And also a play that look at a window that played very good tempo was Robin. Getting that Darius 3 very early, and then he got a 4th was very good. And even that he actually got a Darius 3 before getting a LeBlanc 2-star, that's actually insane.
It was very strange, but I feel like that was something that a lot of our competitors playing the Noxus reroll were lacking. Whenever they did actually go bot 4 with this comp, they would not have the Darius 3, but they would have the other pieces, which just meant that they were lacking that front line in order to stabilize and be able to have time for those backline carries to do something. And so great prioritization there from Robin Songs. Of course, we ended up seeing that Ari reroll as well from Marcel P, and so he was able to get a third place with that. But these final moments were very exciting to watch these two boards duke it out between Broseph and JRC.
Yeah, Broseph taking our first place here, playing that Demacia comp. That was the strongest comp, performing comp all weekend. And he had the spraying roots giving him the Demacia emblem right at the start of the game. So it probably made other players unwilling to contest that. And Broseph also got pretty lucky. He got the Garen on stage 3, and he was able to convert that into a win.
Yeah, it's very important to convert the wins. Remember, we are playing the checkmate format. When the player reaches the top 20 points, he can actually win after winning a game. So Broseph started ahead with this first game.
There are a couple of players that do need to bounce back, though. As you called out, our players in the bottom 4 were Setsuko, Reddy, Kaiwing, and Kambuli. And maybe this next game will bring us something even more fun. Since we had the Reckoner's Arena, there was a little bit of extra gold that was coming in, but I felt that that really helped out our players that were going towards these Fast 9 boards, since that gold ended up coming in so late. But let's see what this next one has in store for us. So we're going to send it back over to Hupeson and Sealy.
We are back with game 2. Players directly here on the field.
Did you see it? Did you see it, Hupe?
Is that a
Seraphine?
Seraphine?
It's here. Chaos has arrived.
Party. This is what we're expecting. Prismatic Party. This is ideal for players like Setsuko, like Kamburi, that love to go Fast 9. Of course, there's Prismatic Ticket. There's good possibilities to go reroll. So for sure, we will have Chaos, as you mentioned.
Looks like we got a good amount of gold to start as well, so maybe we'll even be able to make 10, or possibly just have a lot of extra resources this game on top of being charismatic, because why not have more chaos?
Yeah, for sure. Bilgewater there for Kambuli, Kaiwen getting some X-style possibilities here together with the Nico and Kiana. We'll try to find their best, and for now, a tough start. Kaiwen, Ladder Demon. For some people, didn't respect Kaiwen coming into this tournament. He shot the haters, including who should I include here? Gangly was one of them. No,
You can just say Gangly. It's fine.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He apologized
And
publicly though, so.
I mean, he for sure a player that knows how to compete in ladder. He has been so amazing, and now turning results also into tournaments. So great to see him, and going into Tactician Crown, a chance for him to demonstrate that he can be on par with the best.
Highwing having spines here and has the option for 2-star Cho'Gath. I mean, it's very strong here on stage 2, but I'm very curious on whether or not they're actually going to go that route. We've seen a lot of this flex play around Void be quite good, especially if you can go into that Targon Malzahar reroll. We're going to make it, so we will have a very strong frontliner to get us started. JRC did make 10 gold alongside Marcel P on the right side of the screen. Prismatics, here we go.
Oh, starter kit. Good possibilities here. Now going for the course crown. Trade tree has been premium. There it is.
Boom.
What are we getting here? Okay, Sound, Yordle, and Bilgewater. Thoughts and feelings on this one?
Yordle is great. Camberley just reforged all 3 of them that he just got. And now he's... Oh, boy. Okay. I'm very curious. These guys will figure it out, and they'll show us the direction. But Broseph doesn't have the choice. I'm very curious to see what he got from Hard Commit, because whatever was offered, he is stuck with. Disruptor is good, I think.
There's a Disruptor line that he knows. I know it's possible. Can go even... not sure. I know Disruptive Flex. He made like a tier list when the set started, like the new patch, and he was like, okay, Disruptive Flex is a thing. So with the knowledge that he has, I feel that if he's not happy, at least he will have a plan.
Yeah. I think
Mid session
across
will be the
lobby-
most difficult, right? You can go male in the end, but actually,
yeah.
how do you get there will be the difficult part.
And Azir is a great unlock later in the game. Obviously, he's not great from aura farming, but he is great at 1-star because the power is not actually in Azir, but in the units that he can unlock. So for Setsuko, he will have it guaranteed with his augments early on into the game at 3-6. We don't have anything on the board, so nothing interesting happening until later on. But I think there is a good mix of high risk, high reward augments being chosen. Marcel P is going for lots and lots of gold, where people are going for some more standard things. And, you know, the guy who plays the most standard probably is Robin's songs. He's just playing with some extra items, playing around the buried treasures, getting as many items on his board as possible. But for Broseph here, we're going to have a nice, easy 2 streak while making a 10 gold here. He's gonna be a little happy with that.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, a lot of items make sense in the Ionia land. We have Prosperos. Let's see if that's one possibility. Here, no, we're seeing Kambuli here up against Setsuko, maybe. No, that's Robin on the top. So Robin with Bilgewater. Bilgewater additional items, I don't hate it. We have some possibilities, especially in the middle section of the game, where we are just maybe using some of them. But of course, that later stage will be the most important. We've seen Shyvana as a great possibility. Ornn can be good here also. We have the Tankette. So we have a lot of things that can accomplish. Of course, we need the items for Bilgewater too, but a lot of cap-out possibilities here for Robin.
And he's got good items. IE is a huge part of this composition, being played on Misfortune specifically. But all of these units can carry that in the mid game. We do also have a GP on bench, so just one Nautilus away from 5 Bilgewater to really start getting our Serpents stacked and getting the Tom Kench as soon as possible. Bilgewater Flex, though, is a hard line to execute and maybe not the most straightforward. So it feels a little bit out of Robin's playstyle, but I'm sure if he's played this a few times and practiced the flowchart of this comp, he'll be ready to go.
100%. On the other hand, Reddy has the Mogul Smell here, so just trying to ramp as much gold as possible, getting that chance to, in the later stages of the game, be stronger. And of course, for now, doing the due diligence, doing what he has to do. Broseph takes a loss here also, and Windstreaker, we have Kaiwen. Kambuli loses also, so probably Kaiwen the only one so far, and Kambuli.
Looking at the bottom of our screen, we can see a better picture of all the things happening. And probably the most notable thing, JRC and Marcel P both really want to lose. JRC gets stronger with Comeback Story as his first augment as he loses HP, getting more stats on his units, where Marcel P just wants to be rich. He wants to get those interest thresholds all the way up to even 100 gold here for Hedge Fund. Going to be re-rolling something. Generally, that is the plan when you have this augment, because you can stabilize on stage 3 and use that gold more effectively rather than pushing the levels.
Setsuko also close to Ixtal. We know he's our Ixtal enjoyer from the finals, so looking for that possibility. Robin here still losing, trying to find tempo maybe from now on. And we see Setsuko here, finally. Ixtal will start here the quest and try to avoid a player that knows exactly where to look, what is the threshold, what is he looking for, when to stop and cash out if he wants the additional duplicators or if he's going for full tempo and cap out. And normally he doesn't stay in this line. He loves the Emilio. Normally he's discarried to then go level 9 and transfer directly to legendaries, especially knowing that the Azir is coming his way.
A lot of the play at high level in TFT is all about squeezing resources out of anything possible, whether it's making econ thresholds, saving your HP, making a win streak or lose streak, but also it can be done through traits like Bilgewater, traits like Ixtal, to get just a little bit more of an advantage over the other players in this lobby. And for Setsuko specifically, his game plan is clear. He knows he's going to be getting an Azir. He knows where he needs to head. He just needs to get there with as much as possible to really make this board cap as high as he possibly can.
Yeah, he up leveled there. The quest was 12 HP. So now looking for possibilities. Neko, he doesn't have the pair, so it won't be good. He started losing now, so lose 4 is the best if we want to get like 150. I don't know if he wants to commit to that. Mostly finding good possibility. I think he has to. Has to go for the lose streak here, I think.
It's going to be hard when you have people like JRC and
Yeah.
Marcel in the lobby. So he will be winning here. He has items on the board. He has upgraded units. And so JRC will continue their loss streak. And I believe Marcel will also. I don't even know if he has anything on the board as he has already lost. But Camberley is the one we're going to want to keep our eye on specifically later on into this fight to see if he can continue his streak facing Broseph on the other side. Looking quite good. So we will have multiple people on a streak here making extra.
Yeah, so he does perfect with the trade tree, having some use here of the emblems, especially the bruiser, double bruiser plus Freljord. These are close to perfect. Going with the possibility of normally you got the 2 bruiser, you go 4 because it's a little buff and it's natural. Now he can even go maybe 6 bruiser into the Freljord line with the super Bolivar. Looks clean to me. And just for clarification, Setsuko did got the lose 4 combats, but he won. So he will be a little delay in the Ixtal quest.
Man, I'm kind of jealous. This spot is a really fun one to play. I think especially around... We saw him play... Wait, isn't it almost the exact same line? Bruiser with Invoker last game. And so not only is this very similar, he's obviously comfy on it from last game. And so just run it back, but this time from a little bit of a better spot.
Okay, the rich person from the lobby 100 goal, of course, getting so much interest here thanks to the augment. So for Marcel P, the idea is what's the plan? He hasn't slammed anything, has the components more going towards AD. It's an AP heavy meta, especially when you go late game, so it will be interesting what his decision is. Like the game is telling him to go Slayers, maybe tempo, but that's not what you want to go normally. Void for now, taking into place. Let's see what Destiny brings for him.
Oh, I think we might be playing some Targon Malzahar here. The only problem is we have no Rod yet. Yeah. But I think that's probably why we're holding on to these Kog'Maws specifically and playing them here on the board. We don't mind continuing to lose because we know that this next augment can really shape exactly what we're going to be playing towards. And with 100 gold to work with, Marcel has plenty of room to pivot into whatever's needed.
Kaiwin stable here with the Aphelios 2 taking an L. The Mundo, I mean, one of the best tanks. You're playing now on your ranks, go for the Mundo. Was buff, and it's being prioritized even above some forecast when you don't have a tank in the early game. Broseph here, we have the shoes. He lost Brown for lives, so making a blink out of him knows all the possibilities, but no. Go probably Tiniest Titans if you just want to start losing here and try to look for something else. Luxury subscription could be cool also.
Yeah, I've heard that this is a bit better on this patch, luxury subscription specifically, because there's some of these 5 costs that really do warp your game plan, and that will be the choice here. We're going to get a Senolution out of here, which is a great holder for Disruptor Spat, but a little bit harder to work into the trait web.
Okay. Yeah, exactly as you mentioned. We have the AoE, so Disruptor will be applied a little better. Camberley keeps winning. Only with the Oriana 2 has the possibility to transfer the items to the line. The size is a little stronger here. Beautiful traits on the left, going up against Marcel P, who's still trying to tempo out double Kog'Maw. It doesn't seem like it's enough, so Camberley easy win streak here and will continue ramping out gold.
I am very unsure on where Marcel is ending up. It looks like he probably is playing around Kai'Sa? Somehow, those are good AD Kai'Sa items, but he's continuing to lose. Obviously, he gets a little bit more of the HP from Tiniest Titan. He's level 7 already, so he'll be unlocking Kai'Sa, which we already did. Playing Kai'Sa now, playing around for Void. So maybe we're just tempoing into level 8 and playing around Demacia Kai'Sa Flex.
Could be Demacia Kai'Sa Flex. We haven't seen the Baron. We saw it in APAC. Not in the Americas, so that's also a possibility with the amount of gold he can get. But of course, the tempo and the pressure of the lobby will not easily allow you to go level 10. It will depend on maybe a third economic augment here. Try to stabilize quickly with the Kai'Sa, and might be a chance. I have a dream, CLE. I have a dream that it's possible to see the Baron here.
It definitely could be. I think if we can stabilize here on stage 3, maybe win 3 or 4 of these fights in a row while gaining more HP, he will continue to get more rich because the head fund. She's still at 90 gold on bench. And so it is very, very possible if he can stabilize quickly, maybe even high roll a 2-star Kai'Sa or 2-star Rift Herald early.
Yep. Okay, Kambuli maintains the win streak. We see premium units here. Obviously, the Deluxe for that Demacia line, pretty huge. And we have also Bilgewater lines that could take here the Misfortune for Robinsons.
I mean, would be really good for him. It looks like it's still there. So, and he zooms over there because the tiniest Titan. Yeah. So, it is a great spot for Robin. He has 5 Bilgewater in. He can level to 7 and get in 7 Bilgewater as soon as he like it. It is a wonderful setup for him. He'll be able to get to that Tom Kench sooner than others for sure would expect in this lobby. For JRC here, it is time to stabilize 36 HP. We have the Prismatic Ticket, which is one of the best options for reroll in the current meta. And so rolling down here and finding nothing. Okay, there we go. Finally some upgrades.
Yeah, something. But yeah, I was getting a little concerned there. Rolling deep and obviously going lower than we should. We have the Prismatic Ticket, but we will need the gold to actually get value out of it. So JRC in a difficult spot here, at least stabilizing, and now trying to unlock as quick as possible the Warwick. On the other side, Marcel P has the Kai'Sa pair. Very important to see what his third augment will be, and very close to being stable right now.
Man, there's so many options for Marcel specifically. He's not able to then get a win streak going, but JRC is very happy to save as much HP as possible. Where for Marcel, we're still above 100 gold. He will be rolling on 8. So maybe we're just going to re-roll on level 8, for some forecasts. That's a good plan too.
Setsuko already with the locks here, knows he's going to have the Azir. There it is, already unlocked. So now the possibilities for him. Turns out the Dijkstal, small cash out for him, just getting some gold and some good possibilities. And now having a Zoe 2-star could give him some options. I don't think he will reroll. Finds a Mundo, pretty huge also. But no, okay, there it is. Has the Ari, decides to probably sell here the locks. Yes, there it is. And now just playing good tempo. Strongest board, and just try to go for placement probably from now on.
Yeah, and he's got Coronation to give him some extra stats and also an extra place on the board. I feel like when you're playing Shurima specifically, you unlock these units and then it's like, wait, how do I fit these on the board? I don't really want to give up some of these options or units that I already had, but you do because it makes your board stronger. For Setsuko here, we are going to stabilize, beating Reddy's board on the other side, continuing on our journey to figure out where we'll end up with this Azir. But Brosif, dropping down 4 losses in a row, Marcel is going to be the one to watch because soon enough it will be level 8 and it will be roll down time.
Yeah. Also important to recognize that Setsuko didn't solve the Ixtal. He has it on the bench. There's a possibility that he's trying to delay some of the quests. We'll check later in case he puts it in again. Brosef here with the Disruptor, just trying to play tempo, trying to go for a good line here. Probably the Azir could be a good spot. Trying to play Defender Azir, get the free Disruptor as a possibility. Of course, it's contested as we saw with Setsuko. For now, okay, but trying to stabilize. We'll need to do a deep roll. Probably on 4-2.
We'll be getting a free unit from the hard commit there at least. Marcel, already level 8, still 100 gold, 33 HP. Deciding what to do.
It's tough. Is he strong enough to maintain his 33 HP here?
Well, the next augment is
okay.
A huge part of this, right? Like if he gets something like Growth Mindset, he can go straight to 10.
Yeah.
So he's just rolling the dice here. He knows where he's at currently in the standings. He's got 6 points already, so already solidly putting himself in the middle of the pack. So when you're playing Checkmate, you need to get to 20 points as soon as possible. Might as well shoot for the moon.
And what happens when you have 2 Bruiser emblems? We saw it there in the top. Kambuli has already unlocked the Bolivar. So the God of the Thunder is here with us, the Semi-God. And Kambuli in a great position to maintain the win streak. Warwick already assembled here for Kaiwen. Not pair, but of course in great position also.
it's important that Marcel P is still going to be at 2 lives, though. 22 HP is enough to work with and has a good game plan. And here we go, our final prismatic augment of the game. Nothing crazy here for Marcel.
Yeah, he was
What are we
looking for
looking
something. Yeah, exactly, something crazy to go level 10. And this looks like combat, so he will need to find something just to roll now and try to pray for a top 5 or something maybe a little better.
I mean, he has to
16.
choose this and roll right now, right? We need to stabilize and figure it out. We 16 rolls. We are taking Commerce course, so we are going full econ.
Okay.
Wait a second. Is he still going 10?
That's the out. He will need to wait, what? Okay, he can go 9 any moment. Can he go 10, 4, 5 here? That's the only option. He cannot stack more than 2. His plan is to stack 2, after Carousel, go directly 10, and then try to play around Baron 1, I think.
I don't know what the other option is. Obviously, he's playing for level 10. He's pre-leveling the rest of the gold that is above 100. He's hoping to kill as many units as possible. Brosif is slamming all of his items, trying to take him down, because we know that if this board can get online, it's extremely scary. Here's the problem. He'll have 14 HP because of Tiniest Titans, and that is not enough. We're going 9 right now. We found the Belveth, which is great. We could go level 10. We don't have the gold to do so. So he's going right now.
Okay, Baron 1.
Oh my
Is it enough to
goodness.
be stable? Not the best items for the Baron, but at least the possibility to make him cast twice, maybe with the Shojin.
I think the good news is with 13 HP, you can still lose this round. And every round you have now to be able to spend gold on upgraded units on level 10 is insane. You're level 10 4-3. That is an insane thing to say in a TFT game. Yep. And the tempo he now has put on this lobby to knock him out right now is extremely high. The bad part is he is facing the Win Streaker, 100 HP Kambuli on the other side. The Volibear is wrapping around. It is so hard to take down units on the board. Wow. I believe this was enough to keep him alive. It is.
Okay, nice. Getting against the strongest right now, that is Kambuli. Brosef taking the L here against the Jinx 3-star from JRC, so all the comps are starting to come in place. Marcel with the most potential of them all, having the Baron, but of course everything still 1-star. He could win this lobby, or he can get a bad placement right now, a bad face-off, and go 8th.
Yeah, we got to see Marcel's roll down because he has so many free rerolls. And then we need to check on Setsuko for sure, who is playing around his ear. He does have a Zareth unlocked, but 8 HP means that he doesn't have much to work with. But here's the thing, Hoope. If he was able to now string those losses together, it looks like he had 3 in a row, which you need 4 to unlock the Nasus. So he can't quite get to 4 Shurima, which is unfortunate. So he needs to win right now.
Yeah, very regretful here, having the possibility. No Baron, finds this, decides not to get it. Okay, Kaisa, that's not the possibility, and this is the reason why. Not getting the Kaisa just to make sure he's able to roll. He knows the weak condition, and I mean, this is fine to him, because you could have said, okay, no, I can go somewhere else. I need the Kaisa to try to win. No, he knows he needs the Baron too. Taking the right decision here, great for Marcel P.
I mean, he knows how to play this game. I'm pretty sure that is exact risk-taking. And now they're facing each other right now. Baron 2, and it's Setsuko on the other side. One of these players is going 8th place.
Okay, the setup should be able to have access to the backline, but should not be able to turn down the Baron. Baron soaking up all of the damage, access to backline here. Setsuko will be out 8th place 2 times in a row for Setsi, putting him in a very, very difficult position to at least win the game, but of course already advancing to Tactician Crown. Kambuli finally takes a loss here.
If I'm Setsuko, I'm kind of crashing out. Like, of course this guy spikes right when I face him. Of course that's how this goes. He did unlock Nasus though, as he died. Just would say that. Okay. So he's just trying to keep the 4 Shurima dream alive, I think. Yeah, next game.
Okay, Marcel here, Robin, sorry, just trying to hold on, but already has the Tahm Kench, trying to feed him to get to that win condition. A strong front line, doesn't have the Brown 2-star that is so important, so decides just to play good synergies for now.
We have lost a few fights in a row, 4 to be exact, and so he is not at a position where he's comfortable. Gunslinger on the other side for Kai Wang is going to make this Warwick one of the strongest units in the entire game, being able to reduce armor as he attacks. But Robin has so many items between buried treasures. The sweet treats being the last augment choice is fantastic when you get all of these items from also Bilgewater. Will win a fight now, and so he's in a great spot. The problem is who is towards the bottom of our leaderboard that is in the danger of Marcel P taking them out.
Yeah, for Robin, it's a difficult spot here because I don't think he's going for the Nautilus 3-star. He's thinking about it, but he doesn't have additional frontline. He wants to go 9, but also he needs to roll for the Brown 2-star. JRC here looking strong. 26 HP already with the Jinx 3. Decent frontline, trying to find the Wukong 2-star. Has the 5 sound. Of course, that secondary tank or main tank for some, that is the Mundo, especially with you have the 5 sound. It's just too much HP, effective HP. Find the Kindred also for additional damage.
Okay, 5-1. This is crunch time, exactly when you need to cap out your board. JRC, that's a good start, able to upgrade one of his tanks in the front line, but not much else to do. Brosif is going to be the one that I want to keep my eye on. He's going to be level 8, having 31 gold, but not doing too much right now. Maybe just reforging a bunch of items and figuring out his best board. We do have Annie 2 Disruptor. What is that?
This is total Exodia. Now that I think, of course, we were talking about Lucian Senna with AoE damage. Who has the best AoE damage? Annie. Full board Disruptor capability. This means that the damage will increase a lot, and the Seraphine is much stronger also right now.
I need to know the stats in this thing. Annie, 3 items at 2-star with double blue buff and Disruptor spat. I mean, that has to be disgusting, right?
Reduce the amount of games. You have to put like 10 games to actually get some stats out of this. Beautiful. I mean, look at this.
Man.
Looks 2-star almost completely abolished here. 1 out from Seraphine should be able to hold, but no. Looks in the end capping out, so now it's the Garen alone against the Tivers, and Tivers should be able to take it away. So huge win also once again here for Brosef. Good angle here with the Disruptor. Not something I've seen nowhere actually during the set.
Yeah, I just ran the Data Explorer. I see 0 games played with this item combination on a 2-star Annie. So
okay.
we're going to find out what the AVP of this is throughout this game.
Did you put the exact item or only 3 items? You can put maybe Annie 2 Disruptor, only that.
Annie 2 with only Disruptor? Okay, I'll try that.
Okay, once again, right? Yeah.
3 AVP.
Okay, decent. Pretty decent right now. Okay, access to buy. This is a tough spot here for Browser because Annie normally wants to take low HP targets, but this Jinx is just so strong. 3-star has a lot of HP, so it's actually a difficult spot here. But of course, good position. The Lissandra merging the front line, so front to back will be the name of the game here for Brosef, and just too strong. Has a lot of damage in AoE. The Lissandra is helping. The front line is good. So in a great position here to take it all away. Robin taking the L, trying to still find the Brown.
JRC now within 1 life, and there are 2 players in this lobby you do not want to face, and that would be Brosif and Marcel. If those 2 fight each other, it's going to be very interesting because Marcel is still at 1 life. He is healing up slowly from Tiniest Titan, but Robin trying to roll down a little bit more here, stabilizing his board, but for JRC, there's not much more he can do to upgrade outside of finding a Mundo 3, and he is quite far away.
We see once again Marcel P, Super Baron, taking huge risks to get here. That was the plan from the start. And now going up against Lux in the back with the pequeño pero mortífero, like small but deadly. Deadly but, what is the name in English?
Tiny but deadly.
Tiny but deadly. There it is.
Yes,
and yeah, very, very strong here. Huge damage from the Jinx. That's where your eyes have to be together with the Warwick accessing the backline, front line, completely demolished here. And the possibility here to just try to... I mean, JRC, pretty strong, low in HP, and Marcel... I mean, the one is in the bottom, they don't want to lose here, Jack. Kaiwen is the only one maybe in a bad spot.
the HP is getting closer and closer. Ready and Kaiwing both taking big losses there, and so that means they are even in danger of falling out on a bad loss. And versus a board like Brosif, it could be that much of a loss. 16 HP is definitely something that can be swung in one fight. Looking at the bottom of our screen here and seeing the remainder of our players in this game, it's looking like Cambouli is still trying to find his footing around 2 stars on his board, which is really surprising because he had so much gold, so much HP to work with, and now just is slowly bleeding out.
Yeah, I mean, a Brown that Brose have to run Brown 2, Robin is looking for the Brown, so everyone looking for that unit that is so important. Normally it's the Garen that is being very contested, so now no one finding the front line. Cambouli finds another Lissandra 2-star here just to stabilize, and Kaiwen just playing tempo here with Sound, not having the Jeans 3, looking for some way to get good use out of the emblem, and of course, as you mentioned, the Gunslinger Warwi is the one doing the heavy lifting here.
Brosif finding another upgrade, 2-star Lucian Senna. JRC will be facing Cambouli's board on the other side. We have a bunch of upgrades coming through, as well as Silas unlocked now for him. It will be a Lissandra 2 carry, which is not maybe one of the premier AP carries, but when you have a front line like this, any unit will do quite well. It is going to be really hard to take it down, but the Warwick with that TG is going to try their best while the Jinx ramps up. Does so much attack speed, so many attacks flying through, but if they don't do enough damage, it will not fall down. Stuck on the Bramble Vest now. If Lissandra can get one more cast off, it will be enough, but not quite getting it done. JRC staying in the game and Ready dropping down to 1 HP.
One Life and a Dream here, Ready with the miracle run. Already on Tactician Crown, trying to get a chance. Only 2 points with 7 plays in the first game. We see his board here, humble board. Tariq 2 on the front, has the Garen, pretty good. For now, the Lux, this is a board that we seem outperformed in so many times, but people are just so strong. This is a board that, if it wasn't a full prismatic lobby, will be one of the best in this spot of the game. But of course, everyone's just in another level right now.
Yeah, it's just not the cap that you need when there's so much going on. Kaiwing versus Ready here. Both these players are in danger of falling out. Kaiwing's Warwick will be the one to keep the eye on. For as long as that is attacking, the armor will be reducing for any of Ready's tanks that get attacked. That Galio falling down very quickly. The rest of the board is also following suit, but can this Lux snipe out the Jinx in the back line?
Nope.
Not quite. Ready will be going down in 7th once again. Robin Songs, though, still in his fights and will also be losing and falling out.
Yeah, for Robin, a difficult spot here. On the jail of level 8 here with the Beachwater, trying to just get additional position. He knew he could not get to level 9. He decided to sell the Tam Kench and just, try to outplay someone else. Getting a 6, also summing points. Difficult spot for Setsuko. 8th, 2 times in a row. Also for Ready, 7th, 2 times in a row. These are the players that will have to step it up in the next game and will probably take more risk to try to take additional points and have a possibility to get into check.
And this is one of the situations where we start to see some players get into check really early because of some players doing a little bit consistently towards the bottom of the standings. And so also 2 Zillions in shop. That could be a possible pivot here for Cambouli if he does decide to do that. And this Ornn is going to be absolutely huge. But we look at people specifically like Marcel and Brosif, which I believe Marcel beat Brosif last round. And so that shows how that matchup will go. At least for now, as Marcel continues to upgrade more units, it's going to be very, very difficult for either of them to not make check in this third game if they can perform well for another time in a row.
100%. That Silas Freljord from Cambouli on the bottom side of the tower will do so much damage there together with Freljord. Now Brosef once again trying to do the damage. Both Freljord players here facing up against each other. Annie more of an AoE soaking damage, slowly merging and diminishing the power of the rest, and Lissandra holding deep and doing some chunky damage. Still alive the Silas. There's the Lux ult, not enough to hit the Lissandra. Lissandra very low, but it's not enough. Brosef goes down, but it's not dead. JRC is dead. Kaiwen takes a 4th, also a good placement for him.
Yeah, I think Kaiwen will be happy with the 4th from that being contested by JRC, and that's just what happens. You can't really get much higher than that when you are fighting 4 units, and Kaiwing playing around his emblems the best he could there, getting the 4th place. But for Brosif here, this would be a little bit of a disappointing third, but when you're facing someone like Marcel P, who has just hit everything he needed at the exact time he needed, coming back from near death to HP, it is maybe even going to be a kill from the Ghost here.
Yeah, we mentioned it. The Ghost is not easy to accomplish, so this is the real fight right now. Cambuli versus Marcel. So very, very difficult here to try to accomplish something. Delisandra trying to hold on. Silas still alive. Good damage from Lucian Senna. Frontline is starting to pivot out, but it's just too strong from there. Okay, Cambuli down, and Brosev also down, losing against the Baron.
It's not close, right? Look at all these upgrades. 2-star Volibear, 2-star Shyvana, 2-star Baron, 2-star Fiddle, 2-star Lucian Senna. I mean, what else do you want on this board?
I mean, the Choga is 1-star, so...
No, that's fair. I mean, we also have the 2-star Skarner and the 2-star Tarek to give team-wide buffs. So this Baron is super tanky and has so much of a great supporting cast. I don't think there's anything Cambuli can do.
19 life here, HP for Cambuli. Let's see a little how the game goes here, but yeah, I'm sure. Maybe Silas too, to have a dream, maybe try to turn out the rest of the game, do a 1v8 against the Baron. But as you mentioned, so many threats here. Silas already down, trying to follow up. Silas is down, so no more damage here for Cambuli. Lissandra trying to do all the damage, but the Baron is still so healthy. Access to the backline here for the Bolivar, doing good damage. But it's not enough.
This is very close. Lissandra does take it down, and it's now Lucian Senna versus the world. I think one of the things here that's going to possibly make a difference, and we have one more fight to go, no combat augments for the side of Marcel P. It is all econ, where Cambuli at least has Giant and Mighty and some extra items to work around.
100%. That could be making the difference here. Adaptive help here for Cambuli. Trying to ramp a little more the damage. And it will be Sterax for Marcel P. Good items for the Baron.
Okay, we don't get another artifact printed, so I was curious if that could make another difference. But we will roll down for any more upgrades, finding another Silas, but won't be able to purchase it. We do move the items off.
No Silas 2, no Volley 2, and the fight was so close. That could have made the difference. We see the reason why here. Marcel P with Volley 2-star and holding 2 Bolivars to make sure to not give Cambuli a win condition.
Positioning here. Gonna keep the Baron in the middle. He's trying to get that Skarner to hit the primary carries. It is on the wrong side there. The Volibear and the Lissandra will not get stunned up early on into this fight. Shyvana will cast to reduce a lot of the damage from the abilities. We'll keep an eye on the Baron's health bar, though, because the Volibear is searching its way onto there, but falls down quickly. And so it's looking like this Lissandra, unless it can have a miracle pulled off here, Marcel P will be winning game number 2 of the regional finals.
Baron! Void making a presence here. Full Baron, full economy. Marcel P is happy and well-deserved for him. So good, Jack. The possibility of recognizing the spot, a spot that looks so dire, so difficult to navigate. We're thinking about maybe Kaisa Flex. That was not the spot he was looking for. Full economy into Baron and making it work.
I mean, just playing that risky of a strategy here in the regional finals is exactly what you need to be a regional finals champion and a Tactician's Crown champion. And so playing around just 2 HP, that's all you need if you're Marcel P. So fantastic showing by him. That's only game number 2. We have so many more games to come in our analyst desk to break down that one before we head into game number 3 on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
After the second game, things are definitely heating up for the grand finals of the Americas Regional Finals for Lore and Legends, and I'm back with Dobbs and Asa to break down that action before we get into the next one. So when we take a look at the game, I think honestly the first thing that stands out to me is we saw a good old classic Baron, but alongside things that I kind of didn't expect to see it with.
Yes, I mean, if someone started watching the game into the after the middle game and the end, where Marcel P was crushing every single player, you didn't see how close it actually was, because there was a fight on stage 4. He barely survived. It was like just a narrow fight, and he was able to win it with a Baron, a Shojin, and the Last Whisper. It was, and that after that fight, he just upgraded his board and started ramping even more, and he was able to close up the game.
Yeah, that since Setsuko 8th, you saw in the highlights just there, only the Rift Herald surviving in that fight. And not only that, the fight before against Campbell Lee, he had just enough HP to survive with 2 HP, and then he'll back up with a Tiniest Titan by the end of the game.
But unfortunately for Reddy, this was going to be another 7th place back-to-back. So Setsuko and Reddy taking some pretty hard games to start out this tournament grand finals. But we did have quite a good mixture of comps that ended up kind of getting put towards the middle. Robinsongs ended up playing the Bilgewater. Didn't quite work out the way that he would have wanted to. And then of course with the Jinx reroll from JRC, that was directly contesting the Warwick that we saw from Kaiwang.
Yes, and especially Brozev, he just played a comp that we didn't see throughout the whole weekend. He had like a hard commit and got a Senna 2 very easily, but he just upgraded and then he played that alongside Freyard, and he got a very good finish in the third.
Yeah, so we can see the standings here, Reddy and Setsuko going 8-8 and 7-7. They're not out. It's absolutely possible for them to win the tournament, but it's going to be a really tough road. Marcel and Brosev at the top with 14 points. Remember, the 20 points is a threshold to make checkmate. So if Marcel or Brosev, they're just looking for a 3rd place in this next game to put them in that checkmate threshold.
It's going to be an explosive one. We're going to take a short break to let our players catch their breath, and when we come back, we will have that game number 3.
Somewhere in the convergence, a magical library holds a history of iconic moments that have shaped Runeterra. Moments you will bring back to life in the newest TFT set, Lore and Legends. This is TFT's biggest set, with 100 champions total, but you'll only start with 60. You can build plenty of comps from that initial pool of champions, or you can complete quests each game that will unlock new champions and comps. These quests reimagine epic Runeterran legends. For example, you might want to unlock the hot-tempered barbarian, Tryndamere, but you'll need his bloodsworn, Ash, with 2 items before he can fight by her side. Not every quest is that simple, though. With 40 total unlockable champions, you'll have many paths to victory. Maybe you have a 2-star Lux, Garen, and Jarvan IV, but get the sudden, intense urge to betray Demacia. No judgment here. Sell them all, and you'll unlock everyone's favorite manacled mage, Silas. Want to know if you've discovered every unlockable? That's what the Lore Finder is for. Each time you discover...
We are back with Game 3 of America's Grand Finals for Lore and Legends. Together with Duff and Asa, we'll cover the next 2 games. Guys, expectations after a full prismatic lobby with a Baron?
Well, I would say that we are in the moment in the series that the games can ramp up and just finish, because we have 2 players with 14 points, so they can be on the checkmate on the next one and play just 4 games. That's it. But we still have players that are at the very bottom, and they start trying to ramp up and win right now, so things can get very interesting. So this game 3 is going to be very important to the lobby.
I think for the first couple games, we saw pretty standard TFT where most people are just playing the way you would on ladder. You're trying to get the best average placement. But now going to game 3, this is when we're going to see people play really different to how they would normally play, especially for Sesko and Reddy. They're pretty much only going for those first 8 strategies. Getting them like a 4th place here is not going to do anything for them. And also for Broseph and Marcel P, who need a 3rd place to get into checkmate. Those are the only players who have the opportunity. Other players might be trying to deny them.
Lobby in play, Setsuko going for the vertical sideway. Normally something there for trying to be in a better position. Players are okay. Hydration here for Broseph. Players are totally locked. Pressure is out. They are already qualified to Tactician Crown. Any highlights here on camera Dobbs?
Well, I would say Retty's energy. He seems to be calm, even though he is at the bottom of the standings. He said yesterday, just gonna have fun and play some TFT at the final. So hopefully he can actually bounce back on the series.
Yeah,
starting off with no encounter. Yeah, no encounter here. So safe, like calm. It's like the calm before the storm that we'll have in this next game, Mesa.
Yeah, we saw in our first game as a really low cap game. Not a lot of really strong boards. While that second game, Prismatic Party, a lot of crazy boards needing 2-star legendaries to make it up there. No encounter tends to have a lower power level, but you never know. It still could be Prismatic.
Yes, you never know. And also, it can be a very low-paced game with like a silver and a gold, and then just a Prismatic Orb drops from nowhere. So the games are very unpredictable sometimes.
Starting with Marcel P, a player together with Gregory Pons together with Broseph. You guys were mentioning on the analyst decks 3 points or 6 points to advance or to be on that check, to put the rest of the lobby in check. So important for any of the players. Both of them could go 3rd and 1st, for example, and they would put the rest of the lobby in check. So very important to see what is the strategy coming up into the game to try to accomplish something with a more risky line.
Yeah, going for a 3rd place is kind of interesting. I think when you need to get a 3rd, you would pretty much play similarly to how you would normally play. Maybe a tiny bit less risky because you don't care about that 1st and 2nd placements. But for the most part, you're probably not going to change your strategy too much when you're aiming for a 3rd place.
Yes, I would say that you probably start the game playing like some regular TFT, and during the mid-late game, you start looking to the other people board, and you can think, okay, I don't need to be have like some risky takes after that, or maybe the other side if you want to risk it all and get to the 3rd if you're behind. So I feel at the early game, at least, it's a very standard TFT.
Yeah, also low resource. So normally, yeah, what do you saw, Isa?
Lunch money. This is known as one of the worst silver augments. But Setsuko has gone 8-8, as we said earlier. He needs to play it first. Honestly, I think this guy's just playing for fun.
Tough. And already looking for that Ixta line. Has the Emilio and trying to look for possibilities. We saw here Marcel P also with a duplicator and some additional options. Is ramification here for ready.
Yeah, something that comes in the top of my head is yesterday Setsuko played college shot. I mean, played the one that gives you an streak, and then he just did it. The game clicked. So maybe he's trying to reinvent that with the lunch money.
That's true. He did place very well in the call shot game, which is also known as one of the worst silver augments. But I mean, he's gonna start working towards a little bit of that lunch money. I mean, this augment is still not giving him gold, even though he got a 3-unit win.
Few spots here. Okay, for Setsi, as you mentioned, just having fun. The rest of the players with a lot of the line. Brosev getting a Rumble 2-star here. And just trying to ramp out. I mean, the game will start slow. Normally better to play maybe reroll. You know players will not be able to advance that much. Here's the ramification. Noxus emblem already unlocking the LeBlanc. So could go into the vertical or could just play 3 Noxus in an easier way.
Yes, is that emblem actually very good? I mean, I know if you are able to get another one, it's gonna be opening the 10 Noxus, which is pretty good on for Retic. He can, because he can actually aim to get a easy first. But besides that, I feel if you're playing reroll, is that actually very good? Asia, do you have any thoughts on it?
I think it's not that good for the reroll because a lot of the reroll comps are kind of designed around all the pieces fitting perfectly into place. But I think it is quite good if you do play around perhaps Mel. There's quite a lot of value you can get throughout the entire game of having this Noxus emblem. We can see even as early as now, he's able to fit in 3 Noxus as well as Bruiser, and then on level 4, be able to fit in 3 Noxus, Bruiser, and Invoker, which you normally wouldn't be able to do. So getting a lot of power throughout the entire game is very important.
Yeah, 100% agree. We see many of the players in this Noxus line delay in the moment when they put Noxus in. So yeah, it's more comfortable for sure. Reti having fun, like you mentioned, Dobbs, in the start. For now, only Setsuko and Kaiwen with the possibility of win streak. And of course, a low goal for them. Obviously, the Augment's doing some shenanigans here.
Yeah, since Sasuke is already level at 2-5, so it's very important to know that he's going to do a lot of damage to the players, and that actually can increase a little bit the amount of gold that he can get from lunch money.
Yeah, we can see Robin here trying to play his weakest board, trapping his backliner. He really wants the first pick on Carousel, just sacrificing a little bit more HP just to make sure he gets that first pick. You can still be the wrong side on the 50-50, but that's just how TFT goes.
100%. Let's see the options here. So 3 costs, we see Malzahar, Leona, and Gamplan, and we see a little of the board. Kaiwen going for Shadow Owls already with the Viego 2, together with Jorik here. We saw also Brosev with Winsu Slam, trying to go for maybe, for now, playing Freljord. Will be interesting what it comes into. And the rest of the players just playing good tempo.
Yes, I mean, Brosev having like Freljord, and he will get more 2 AP components, so he might be angling towards some Rise or some AP flex with Freljord. This is a comp that we've seen the last game, at least, players going to the even 7 Freljord. So maybe this is a line that he is going to aim for.
Yeah, I love seeing the Ginsu here because, as you mentioned, his component is going to give him 2 more rods. So he'll probably play towards some AP using those rods. While Ginsu is traditionally an AD item, there's not really a comp where you want Deathcap and Ginsu. But he's just getting the tempo, saving the HP with the item now, even though it might not be the perfect item on his endgame board. Love to see it.
100%. We can use it on Nasir, we can use it on Annie as a possibility, but of course, it's not normally what we go for. Kaiwen here, looking good, going for, I believe it was the Bilgewater plus Viego line. We'll check now in a second. But also in a difficult spot here, losing the win streak. So Setsuko should be the only one for now maintaining it if he managed to get this win.
Such a close fight between Robin and Kabuli. Here we see Kabuli's board. I
Yeah,
mean,
Kambuli was the
not the-
Bilgewater, okay.
not the way that you actually want to play Bilgewater. I feel like this is a composition that struggles a little bit when playing from behind. Usually in the set, you use it to get 2 serpents with a kill, and now it's just like 1, and they rework it a little bit, so TK is a little bit easier to unlock. But still, you still want to win some rounds to be a very good opener. But here he's trying to lose the 5th in a row.
Yeah, I can't believe went against Robin. They're actually both pretty weak, so really close, and Kambuli just playing the weakest board possible, putting his Twisted Fate in the front in order to secure that 5-loss streak. If you win this round, you get 1 gold for winning. If you lose, you get 2 for streak, but you also get streak on neutral, so you get a total of 4 gold, and you preserve that 5-loss streak, which can be worth a little bit more. So just losing this round intentionally is going to give him that econ boost.
Yes,
So
plus
Tuco's
he can still lose on 3-1, and it's very likely because his board is very bad. So he's gonna be at 3 gold on top of that to continue the streak. So sometimes you just have to sack 1 more round, and looking into the interest thresholds, and also playing towards your streak.
Makes sense. Also, the possibility of getting an augment that makes sense with more gold or having to have more options here. Has a good shop here in the Bilgewater, but of course he doesn't want to use so far the snakes. Let's see if he wants to tempo from now on, or maybe wait 1 more, as you mentioned, Ops.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to want to upgrade 1 of his units, but there's no reason to buy it now because you might just find that unit in your next shop or get it from an orb. So you might as well wait, no reason to rush it. But getting the 2 stars online to stabilize on stage 3, because once you go 5-loss on stage 2, it's pretty important to start winning some rounds in stage 3. You really do not want to 10-loss and then you're down to 2 lives, and your game can just be over the instant you run into someone high rolling, even if you're the 2nd strongest player in the lobby.
Yes, this is a comp that you need to ramp up very, very hard, and also get like a lot of serpents, getting the TK, also as well as some Bilgewater items. So in order to do that, you have to have a little bit of HP ahead, because during the later stages in the game, some compositions can actually outcap you. But if you have like decent HP, a lot of gold, you can invest on the TK, and he pays a lot if you do.
Also, luck helps. Slice of Life just gave in a Draven just for fun. Perfect to put in his composition, trying to get additional gold here. So good tempo from Kambuli from now on. Look like he's losing, but of course has good options to maintain a win streak later into the game.
Well, it's a really close fight, honestly. Sessikos leveling to 6, and he needed that for that fight.
Yeah, we're gonna have a gold augmenting here, differently from the 2-1 that you got the silver. A couple very good augments in here. The Crash Test Dummy is very, very solid choice across every single comp in the game. Just a very solid combat.
Mess Hall for Robin, probably going for Jinx. Grab back for Kambuli, already finding the Grapes too, probably natural if he didn't buy. And Setsuko, as you mentioned, going for that Crash Test Dummy that helps so much in every stage of the game, really.
Yeah, he has a lunch money, so he really wants as much tempo as right now. Remember, winning rounds converts into gold with lunch money, and hey, it's paying off for him.
Yes, once again.
Full 100 streak. Although I will have to say, our observers have confirmed he is still, despite being 100 HP, he still only made 10 gold from lunch money, and it's come in throughout the course of the game, compared to something like 1, 2, 3s, which just gives you 10 gold in the form of units immediately.
Yes,
But
and
of course,
also,
and you giving him giving him gold.
yeah, but like giving you the units gives you either direction and a board. So usually it's way better to open the game. But when you need the magic, sitting in 2 points, you do not play. Like you have to play for these kind of high risk lines. So that is what he's trying to do.
Now he loses, so difficult opportunity. JRC decides to go on the reroll line already with the Leona. Doesn't have the Malzahar, but already with the Zoe. Good items. Also with the Pan. Having some possibilities there to go deep into some vertical. What can we do with the Pan here on this comp?
I think
If
he's
it's safe,
most likely going to do the Juggernaut Leona, which he actually has it right now, but you might as well wait until the carousel. Maybe if he gets another pan, he might want to make a Tactician's Crown, who knows?
yeah, he can play also Invoker on the backline as well. I feel it's decent.
Nice. On the front here, the failure from Brosev, keeping strong. And of course, now, I mean, players don't have anything too strong right now. We see also Kambuli trying to ramp up the units. Not many 2-star right now. But of course, beginning of stage 4 would be the moment where everyone will start rolling, or maybe someone pushing a little more. We don't have much economy. Remember, no encounter in this game. So the interest is a lot less in general.
Yeah, it's a pretty low econ game. It's very, very important to pay attention to whether you're in a high econ or low econ lobby. So this is a standard 3-component opener, 6 gold, which is the lowest possible. You'll get that in most of your games. And then the 2/7 neutral creeps, often known as Krugs, although in this set, I believe they're a little bit different. Didn't give them everyone that much econ either, and everyone in the lobby gets the same amount. So everyone is everyone pretty poor. You can see Reddy is the only person who went to level 7 so far with the additional econ from the gold augment.
Yeah, so for at least for now, if you don't have any source of economy in your augments, maybe you look on the third option. It's going to be a great opportunity to get these resources.
For JOC, great opportunity here, finds the Leona 2. So in a great spot, now only needs a little more damage. Ready, as we mentioned, the only player with the other player with a 3-cost 2-star with the LeBlanc. So he should be able to maintain this win streak for now. And of course, with good options to keep pressuring the lobby and play whatever he wants. Probably going to that level 9 and trying to fight it out around the Mel. Remember, he has the Noxus emblem, so can play around that vertical.
J or C slamming the stone plate, using up the cloak for the Juggernaut emblem. I wonder, he is keeping Invoker open. One thing that's really interesting is he does have the Aphelios on the bench, so I do wonder if he's going to consider going into an Aurelion Soul here.
Oh my god, is he pushing Aurelion Soul with 11 points? I mean, do you need it? I mean, is it just better to score good points in here with Malzahar and Zoe? I feel like I'd say.
I don't know, man.
I would play safer and just go to Malzahar.
Yeah, we'll have to see what JRC wants to do, but I mean, he does have that as Aphelios on bench, and he doesn't have any Malzahars at all, which is a pretty big factor because each Malzahar you have costs about 20 gold, so even having one copy is a pretty big advantage. Of course, the entire gold augment, for example, gain 21 gold. Even having like 1 or 2 copies by now is a huge difference, so not having any, I think we might see the Aurelion Soul.
For Marcel, full opportunity here to tempo out. Obviously going for the lose streak now, and will try to pressure a lot on 4-1, full economy, and having these 3 duplicators to get into the game. Trying to find, obviously, that natural Yasuo 2-star on level 7, and then going deep to find especially the Ari, but also the Kennen as a good frontline.
Yes, and he still have the augment that gives him extra loot, so he might get some extra gold items, or maybe some more dupes. So it's important to know that next round he's gonna be aiming to roll a lot in order to stabilize his board.
I'm really nervous for Marcel on his HP, but hey, last game he was there 2 HP on stage 4-3 and ended up pulling out at first. So let's see if he can repeat a miracle again. Going for the huge loss streak, which gives that econ boost, and you can convert that into a stronger board and start win streaking and just carry on the win streak.
Going
Oh my
very
god,
deep
we missed
here.
it. We missed Yasuo.
Wow.
He wanted to unlock Yone and roll it almost until 0. It didn't get the Yasuo.
Yeah, we saw a similar game here from Robin. He managed to get a 4th after this, but yeah, huge opportunity here and missed. He will need to keep rolling, getting closer, of course, to the 3-star.
No, he has it. He actually has
nice.
it, but it didn't unlock a Yone because it was not on the board last round.
Okay.
So you have to actually play around, and Yasuo has to have 3 items as well. So just getting Yone next round.
He does have some potential. I mean, he's only 2 Aries off of having that RE3. and then he'll be able to push levels, get that Yone 2. And I mean, we've seen RE3 Yone 2 quite a lot this tournament, and if he gets it online, it will be very strong. Ionia's Transcendence, so the 3-star Ionias will do more damage.
Well, I wonder why did he actually roll a sword instead of a rod? He had 2 rods and didn't roll it. What he was looking for on the items? Because I feel that rods, if he got like a 3rd rod, it'd be very weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I agree with you. I think I would have reforged a rod instead of a sword there. I missed that. But I guess maybe he's looking for frontline items. But either way, sword and rod are about the same. Sword has 1 out with Sterex. Rod has 1 out with Crown Guard.
Yes.
Cambuli goes for Ascension here. Very interesting. So we'll have to index a little more on the front line to be able to get value until there. Rolling deep here. Finds a gun plan. That's not what he wants. Trying to find Misfortune. Finds a Fist 2 here. Should be able to buy it just for tempo, but that's not what he was looking for. Marcel going deep.
Marcel got the 3/3s.
One
That
Ari
gives him a lot of gold. And 1 Ari off. Oh, Cannon 3 as well.
Nice.
Wow, huge spike for Marcel. I mean, he needs it. He has basically 1 life, but now can he win out? I mean, the board is monstrous for anyone who fights him now.
Yeah, I'm just scared because he doesn't have any items on cannon, and he has 2 offensive items on bench. So it's a little bit, it's very weird to play around.
Only possibility is a Crown Guard, but yeah, very difficult. Not wanting to reforge the sword. Maybe trying to find the 3rd item here for the Yone and move the Morello elsewhere. For now, strong. But yeah, he surely needs the Yone 2 and doesn't have the gold to go level 8. And as you mentioned before, Asa, very difficult to find it here with the change of odds, especially on level 7 for cost.
Yeah, Marcel absolutely destroying Broseph, who rolled all the way to 0 and is second in the lobby. So it's not even like Broseph is that weak, but Marcel just spikes so hard hitting that Cannon, the Yone, and the Cannon 3, RE3, and Yone 1 all in the same turn. So he should be sitting good for the rest of this stage at least.
Yes, and it's going to be very important to him to actually have good items on the cannon. It's a very strong unit when you can actually 3-star it. And this is the Ionia that scales up with stars. So this cannon is gonna be very important to his board. So he might look for good items in the next carousel for the cannon.
Kaiwen here, Shadow Owl still with Kalista 1, has the pair. Decent front line already with the Thresh. And the Taric is the one, sorry, the Yorick is the one holding the line strong. But on the other hand, Cambuli looking deep, but the damage from the Thresh was just too much.
Such a close fight with just this 1-star 0 item Fizz barely clutching out. We've seen Shadow Owls a few times during the weekend. Setsuko had a decent game with it in our final game yesterday, but overall, Shadow Owl I feel like has not been doing very well. We saw, I believe, Reddy take a 7th with it in our first game today.
Yeah, so I feel like this is a comp that it relies a lot on stage 4, but it doesn't have the tools. I mean, it's a little bit weird because in order to ramp up, you have to go 9, but there are other comps that have much more success on level 9 than Shadow Isles.
Broseph going for the Demacia line that he prefers so much. JRC close to the 3-star LeBlanc, Zoe and Leona, but not finding it still. A lot of gold needed here to stabilize. And Broseph just trying to tempo out here. Demacia, AD Demacia, together with Bane and Kaisa so far. This is the Kaisa flex, maybe, that we were talking about the Asa, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The Demacia, Broseph got this line we saw earlier when he got Demacia off spreading roots. And it seems he's like pretty uncontested on the Demacia. I think maybe Setsuko also going for some of those units. But yeah, this line has just been the top performing line throughout the entire weekend.
Well, in the other side, we have JUC in here, 2 loss streak, very far away from Mozahar. He has 5, counting the one in the shop. He doesn't. He didn't use the pen. He's still on the bench. So it's like he took the second dogmat, gave him a pen, but he didn't have the window to use, or maybe he didn't want to. So he's basically down a gold augment until now.
Yeah, this is a very important win because he will not need to roll in the next round. He doesn't have goal anyway, so he will have a breather for 2 rounds and then on 5-1 trying to achieve the 3-star. Kaiwen rolling again, not finding the Kalista, so no improvement right now for his board.
Yeah, Kaiwen's really struggling. Even selling off pieces of his board. He knows that every single fight is so important, but I don't even know. Now he's playing down 1 unit, doesn't have some of the key trades like the Orm for the 5 Warden that he had earlier. But, I mean, if this Kalista 2 makes a difference, he'll be worth it, and if not, he's dead either way.
Yeah, he just tried to save some placements by selling the units to buy a Kalista, but I feel like either way he is in a very bad spot.
The face-off is good against Setsuko. Setsuko only 1 stars, especially in the backline. So if Kaiwen cannot win against this, he will be even worse in the next couple of rounds. So looking good for now for Kaiwen, but once again, the board of Kaiwen is very difficult to be improved even more. And it was a challenging task against Setsuko that can improve his board a lot more with a little gold.
Yeah, it's also tough for Kaiwen because the player he's competing against with the other 12 HP is Marcel P, who we saw had an extremely strong board. He did just beat Setsuko there, so maybe he can outplay Setsuko, but it's really looking grim for either of these players. Doesn't seem like either one of them. Wow, Ready level 9, 75 gold, uses that really strong Noxus start that we saw to get to level 9, and Ready has so much gold to roll. I'm surprised he's not rolling now. Is he trying to... Oh, he wants to unlock units first, of course.
Yeah,
Ready will be able
77
to
gold.
fight extremely hard after this round.
Yes, 77 gold on 9, and it has a lot more that he can sell units. Unlocking Rise. Really, he's going to roll very deep right now.
Ready really looking for those 2-star legendaries that will probably put him in a good spot to get first place in this lobby.
So Rise, there's a Swain.
Wow.
Ooh, I need 2 also. Rise has been paired, but no Mel 2.
Very good roll down though. He did a lot of rolls. He rolled it. He started with 80 gold, managed to put all the units on the board on time. Very good play.
Yeah, hitting the Annie is nice. It gives you your front line and your back line, although he had so many things to do in this turn, didn't quite finish moving the items, but the roll speed was good and also good for picking up the Annies that don't typically go into this Noxus board. He would prefer to hit the Mel 2 or the Rise 2, but good pickups on the Annie as a backup.
Yeah, good potential, but not having enough frontline. The Annie didn't even get the chance to cast. So potential there for Ready. Let's see if he managed to avoid. For Setsuko, finding the 2-star, except for the Garen. Garen is only paired, but has the Taric 2 right now to at least find this possibility.
And Kaiwen actually confirmed that top 8. He was in such a bad spot. He wasn't able to upgrade his board on level 8. I'm not quite sure if he had any great economy augments. And when you miss those economy augments in a game that is low resources, it's very difficult to perform.
Yeah, Setsuko was such a good start in this game, but then going on an 8-loss streak, was unable to hit his board. We saw didn't have Lux 2 for a long time. Has it now, just sells off the guarantee in order to make the Taric pair. He's thinking, hey, every single round matters. If I win this round and then Marcel P dies, then that's +1 placement.
Even Setsuko right now going to single digit. We see his board. Mess Hall together with the Jin. Mess Hall was a little nerf, I believe. Still pretty good. Premium in this unit that has so many auto attacks, but it's just not enough. Warwick lacking 1 item. Sejuani holding strong in the front line. And Robin with 1 opportunity to keep summing points. Doesn't have a chance to do checking this, but has 8 points. So he needs to get closer and then have a chance to win it again. A player that has won twice regional finals. And of course, one of the favorites for the tournament.
Yes, I mean, very weak board. for Robin comparing to the other side. Mel 2, Annie 2, a lot of good items. And his Jinx is outside of Rayard, so due to the positioning, you don't want to clump out against Mel, but at the end, it doesn't seem that will matter unless Jinx makes a huge fight in here. But this is the end of the game for Robin. He will finish in 7th place.
And it looks like Sesko actually is. Oh, it's so close. He does hang on. So Sesko looking very, very close to a barely survived with 1 HP, but does manage to scrape back up to a 6th.
Robin is the one we're losing here, playing the Jinx. Not possible for him, so getting some points, but not getting the threshold to be able to do a check in the next round. So at least 2 more games if Robin wants to win. And players with a chance to do check to the rest of the lobby here are still Marcel P and Broseph with 14 points. So if any of them get 3rd place or better, it could be the end of the tournament in the next game.
I think Broseph definitely has a pretty good shot with his HP. Marcel is on a 7 streak with a really strong board, but with only 1 life, it's really scary for him. He could take a loss, potentially against the Reddy's upgraded legendary board that we just saw. It's really going to come down to if the Ahri is strong enough and maybe just matchmaking. Maybe he doesn't even need to fight Reddy.
Wow, look at Reddy, another great upgrade. Shyvana 2, it doesn't have items, but still a great unit to upgrade.
So good adaptation with the items, passing the Mel items to the Annie just to make sure she casted, and then utility going into the Mel. Even though probably the boy stuff is better on the Annie, you get more value instantly here with the Mel. So good due diligence for him. Going up against the reroll line or JRC, only the Zoe 3-star, not the Malzahar. So damage is not on spot. Going up against access to the backline here from the Leona is just enough. So taking a huge chunk of HP read ready, and Setsuko is out in 6th place. This is 3 points of Setsuko, 11, so he will need also at least 2 more games if he wants to win. Not a good position for him.
Wow, Setsuko is gonna have to win every single game by the end of the day, because I feel like by the time that he start reaching a good amount of points, everybody is gonna be in check. So his start was very rough. But it's still possible. I mean, when you're playing checkmate format, you just depend on yourself, of course, on Mortog sometimes, but like if you're able to clutch the games and close it out, you can still make it.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous for Broseph, who his spot was looking pretty good with his HP, but taking a pretty big loss now on the 3 loss. I mean, again, Broseph and Marcel are just looking for a 3rd, but they're just outside so far.
Very difficult against the Leona. Leona soaks flat damage, so auto attackers normally have a difficult opportunity, but Garen's just holding strong so much, ramping out here with the Krakens, and good win here for Broseph, a sigh of relief, knowing that he has a chance to get a 3rd and puts himself on check.
Yes, I mean,
with a 9 win as well, both of them are still in contention. JRC or Cambuli 1 life, so if either of them are eliminated, that would put Broseph and Marcel P in check.
Yeah, highlights to Camboli just upgraded Tankench, and the more you live with this comp, the more the Tankench can get even stronger if you manage to feed him. So it's a very key unit on this board. So he still need a couple upgrades to be very strong. He's still playing Senna 1 and Shyvana 1 as well. It has pairs. So this next round is gonna be very, very important.
Yeah, Cambuli plays 1 round away from elimination, losing the previous round. So, I mean, we've been talking about Marcel P and Broseph, but every single player here is trying to accumulate as many points as they can in order to get into check. So, very, very important round for Cambuli here.
Shyvana pair was not fine here. Was not fine. Also, a Lucian Senna. Moving units here. Better items. Full tank on the main tank that is the Brown, and goes up against the Malzahar 3 that was just taken here by JOC. It's even stronger now.
Oh my god, the Tankench is real, the Leona. Yeah, can Tankench disrupt this fight? If he got the Leona.
Good assumption.
He just rocked the augment. He takes the Leona once again.
Oh, Leona once again?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god,
that was like very close. And the top
Rosev
three,
went out
the
as
top
well.
four is just decided. Rosev scammed the top four in here. That fight was very close for JOC, and he ended up getting a fifth right after that close loss.
Yeah,
That
for
puts
Brothers,
Brosev at 19 points, so he
Yeah.
won't be in check. But even if he goes 8th, he'll be in guaranteed check the next game. Marcel P is the only player that will be in check next game.
Yeah, so for Marcel, a great position for him. A player that has been back-to-back to Tactician crown, been playing amazing. And I mean, for sure, one of the greatest right now in NA. Going up against Reddy here. So Camboli trying to hold with the ramping up of the Tam Kench. But Reddy looks huge right now. Finds the Rise 2, already had the Mel. Finds an Ashir for additional frontline. Looks like it should be enough. The Ascension comes in and so much damage right now for Robin. Lucian Senna down, Misfortune down, but the Tam Kench
1 unit loss.
takes the dinner and wins the round.
I gotta be
It
a little
was-
critical of Reddy's boards playing the Renekton 1 for the Shurima trait. No items Renekton 1 is not going to really provide any value. And the Shurima is a selfish trait, so it only makes the Azir stronger. I'd much rather see something like a Taric to give magic resist to the entire board.
Okay,
a Renekton
at
2
least
now.
at least it's a Renekton 2, but he had the Yorick. He had the Taric.
I mean, maybe the access to backline, right? You have a little access with the Annie, with the Mel. I totally agree. Selfish, it shouldn't be the best here. But if the Renekton manages to get to the backline, it will help a lot with executing the units.
He just
Reddy
got a
also
Radiant.
just catch up the Mel.
Yeah, but the Radiant was one of the worst he could ever ask. He's playing Annie, we've got like Radiant, Sunfire Cape.
The Radiant Sunfire
Johnny?
Cape does do a little bit better burn. Is it enough? It also just gives a lot of tank stats as well, and it's just a
Wow.
difference for Reddy to make the fight against Marcel P. Although Marcel is still very happy, he's made it to checkmate perfectly, and Reddy needs as many points as possible, going 7-7 in the first 2 games.
Yes, Kabali looking pretty good on stances right now as well, because he's on 11 points, and maybe he can still win the game, but it will depend a lot on positioning, which unit can actually TK deny on the fight, if he is able to kill it or maybe just throw away. So these fights can actually be anyone's game.
Last
Absolutely
fight
no
here
idea
for
who's
game
gonna win
3.
here.
Game 3, Camboli with the full Bilgewater assemble. Huge Tam Kench in the front. Going up against Reddy, who has the Noxus board Rise together with Annie and Mel.
Yeah, Kimberly splitting up his damage carries, one in each corner. Probably hedging his bets a little bit. He feels like he's stronger, and as long as he doesn't get both of them CC'd at once, maybe he feels like he can win this fight. It's looking close.
Ascensions comes in, so huge damage coming in from the Misfortune, but it looks like it's just not enough. Reddy has so much damage, the Rise, the Annie, so happy, well deserved, and Reddy now getting closer, but Marcel P is the one who puts the game in check, so the rest of the lobby will have to be very aware of what happens to him in the next round. Dobbs, impressions from the game so far?
Yeah, look at the energy that Ratty was showing on the last fight, and he was able to clutch it out this game. And I remember that yesterday he just started with an 8, and then after he clutched a win with a very solid game, he just started winning and getting good placements. So maybe today he can find that momentum as well.
We'll go to a short break, and the analyst desk will go deep into this game that was also very interesting. We have one player in check, but more games to come. Remember, it will be checkmate format, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Somewhere in the Convergence, a magical library holds a history of iconic moments that have shaped Runeterra. Moments you will bring back to life in the newest TFT set, Lore and Legends. This is TFT's biggest set, with 100 champions total, but you'll only start with 60. You can build plenty of comps from that initial pool of champions, or you can complete quests each game that will unlock new champions and comps. These quests reimagine epic Runeterran legends. For example, you might want to unlock the hot-tempered barbarian, Tryndamere, but you'll need his Bloodsworn, Ashe, with 2 items before he can fight by her side. Not every quest is that simple, though. With 40 total unlockable champions, you'll have many paths to victory. Maybe you have a 2-star Lux, Garen, and Jarvan IV, but get the sudden, intense urge to betray Demacia. No judgment here. Sell them all, and you'll unlock everyone's favorite manacled mage, Silas. Want to know if you've discovered every unlockable? That's what the Lore Finder is for. Each time you discover an unlockable champion in-game for the first time, you can open the Lore Finder and see your whole collection. From there, you can learn more about each of the 40 unlockables and where you are on the rewards path. Because discovering unlockables brings you closer to freebies like emotes, little legends, and an exclusive portal if you manage to get top 4 with all 40. Whether you want to rekindle past rivalries or honor old alliances, there are so many legends to explore and secrets to unlock in TFT Lore and Legends. Good luck and have fun.
Okay, we have 3 games down. We could potentially have 5 more to go. But there is only one player that could end it all in 4, and that is Marcel P. I mean, CLE, we've been watching this guy for 2 games in a row now. The clutch factor for him is insane.
I mean, 1 HP is all this guy needs, clearly. Playing around Baron, playing around this Ionia reroll that is one of the best comps we've seen all weekend, but specifically in this Ionia is absolutely dominant. He doesn't mind if he's at the bottom of the scoreboard early on in the game because he knows he's going to move his way up to the top.
But it was looking pretty bleak. He was very broke, very few copies of the Kennen or the Ahri, and definitely needed to get bailed out by that 3 threes. But ended up finding exactly what he needed in order to slingshot himself into that top 3 to get to that 20-point check. For everybody else, it's going to be a very interesting upcoming game. We got a chance to see a couple of very weird comps getting locked in. I still don't really get the Kaisa Demacia board that Broseph seems to love, but it was just shy of that one place he needed to also be in check.
It's definitely one of the biggest discoveries on this current patch is just being able to play around 4 costs when you don't have the gold to go 9 or just the HP to do it. Being able to play around some sort of 4 cost line is usually the out, and for Broseph, able to get him a 4th but not the 3rd he needed to get in check. So he is only 1 point away from possibly being able to take the regional finals, which does mean he'll have to wait until game 5 to win. And so who knows? Maybe he's just on Grief Marcel duty.
But for Reddy, this was a much needed first place in order to keep him in contention. After 2 7ths back to back to start out the day, Reddy has now started to increase his standing, actually getting 12 points. So there are a couple of keys here. Setsuko cannot reach check in the next 2 games unless he's able to get a 1st and 2nd place. But for everybody else, from Reddy, JRC, Kambuli, and Broseph, they can actually reach that check threshold in the next one. Reddy just has to get that 1st place, and you can do the rest of that simple math to figure out how each of those 5 players reaches that 20 points.
I think we're shaping up for a crazy game 5, and if we get to game 6, that's really where things start to take off, because
so many players can get into check then. And if we go to a game 7, you better believe that almost everyone will be on check, and it will be winner takes all there. But I know our players are excited. Specifically, Marcel, how is he going to win this lobby?
Marcel wins. This would be a huge regional finals first for him. Let's find out what's happening as we get it back over to Hupe-san, Dubs, and Asa to talk us through.
Thank you, Desk. We started off with Cillian. So, Prismatic will be the name of the game here. And of course, the hype for the players to try to assemble something interesting. Together with Dubs and Asa, starting once again, only Mr. Marcel P is the one with the possibility of, with a first place, finishing first place, and of course, winning the tournament.
Yes, I wonder how he is going to develop his game plan, because usually, depending on the line you pick, players can actually grief you. But it's important to note that there are so many lines that you can actually play on set 16 due to the fact that we have 100 champions. So I'm really curious to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, we don't only have Marcel P, but also Reddy needs to play for exactly a first at 12 points to get to that 20-point threshold to be in check. And Setsuko pretty much also needs to play for exactly a first. So we have 3 different players between Setsuko, Reddy, and Marcel who are looking for, again, basically exactly a first place. So we'll have to see what lines they choose. I'm assuming they would lean towards some of those Fast 9 legendary lines, as those are the most likely to go first. But yeah, really interested to see what they end up going for.
Yeah. Normally, those are the options. What we have confirmation from Observer that Ionia is Pass of Spirit. So much damage. Is one of the best, if not the best, right now to play. So we'll probably see 1 or 2 people going for that line for now. Robin, the only one having that Jin, and the Yasuo with possibilities of going deep. We know Robin will prefer that line for sure, but maybe someone else will get in.
Yeah, so very curious to see the augment the Master P is going to aim here. They're going to tell us a lot by the strategy he's putting on the game. And he has some AD items. Can still be AP if he gets some tiers.
Yeah, coming into the augments, we have a gold augment, so nothing too crazy just yet, but remember that last augment is prismatic. His only items that he can make from his components are AD, so he re-rolls the Archangel Staff. He doesn't really want to have AD items with the AP. Economy is always good. That gives you the most flexibility, and you do need economy to go into that Fast 9 that we were talking about earlier.
We have 3 spreading routes. That's actually a lot.
For Reddy, we see Longshot and Void having this. I mean, makes sense, at least for the start of the game. We'll have to go into that Kaisa line.
Sure.
And then more possibilities here on the right. No one slamming so far. JRC already committed with the Void Staff to play AP. And we'll see some of the rest of player. I saw a Clutter Mine. There it is. Okay, Noxus plus Juggernaut for Setsuko. Not bad at all. Very, very good. And Robin difficult here. Getting the Ionia, but also getting the Ixtal maybe for the early game.
Well, I would say Kambuli. Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, Legions of Threes. I mean, with Zon, I mean, this is a pretty clear Jinx and Dr. Mundo to me. Well, he also has a bow, which is great for that comp as well. It's the most desirable component.
Yes, this is a very good position to be in. And he doesn't need a lot of points in order to be on check in the next game, but he also wants to keep a Marcel P outside of that top 1 finish. So Jinx is a comp that most likely you can end up on the middle of the table, but sometimes you can win out, especially if you have some emblems.
We saw the unlockables there, so only Oriana and Poppy so far. So no LeBlanc, no one with good tempo. Kaiwen here finds the Yasuo 2 that's sometimes a little shy. So obviously with that possibility of getting level 7 quickly and indexing a little more on the Yone.
Yeah, Kaiwen's got the Birthday Reunion, so he does want to go level 7 for the Thieves Gloves. Well, Birthday Reunion also gives you a 2-star legendary at level 9, so most likely we'll play towards that. Has the 4 Yasuos already. Maybe if he hits a bunch more, could consider going for the Yasuo 3, but most likely just going to try to cash in the Birthday Reunion.
Yeah, yes, I feel like this is an augment that sometimes you want to aim towards another economy augment in the mid game to ramp up your game and get the legendary unit even sooner. And this is something that can actually change the whole game, depending on which legendary unit he can actually get it from the augment.
Yeah, for now,
Absolutely. If he gets the prismatic like growth mindset on 4-2, then he can just get a 2-star legendary with it, which is just an incredible power spike. So definitely what Kaiwing is looking for.
So cool. So huge ramping up possibilities. We see a lot of the rest. If you see the small crown on the left of Marcel P and you just got to the stream, that means he's in check. The rest of the lobby is in check. If he managed to get a first place right now, he will win and be crowned Tactician, America's regional final champion. And of course, the honor. We're all talking about this, $14,000 for the first place. And of course, Dobbs, the honor, right? The possibility to go, already has a team, but I mean, being recognized for the effort that you made throughout the set.
Yes, for sure. I mean, we still remember those who won previous regional finals. We always talk about that. And this is something that also gives you some extra credit for yourself heading to the Tactician crowd. You know, when you reach that level, being the regional final winner, you just know that you are actually on a good spot to play Worlds. That actually can give me extra confidence to play Tactician crowd as well.
Absolutely. Having the confidence in these tournaments is very important because, I mean, TFT, it is a turn-based game, so a lot of it does come down to knowledge, but a lot of it does come down to your execution. And only 30 seconds per round. We've already seen several times today where players did not finish completing their turn in the time span. So just having that extra confidence, being able to make those decisions quickly is very important.
Probably level 5, maintaining win streak together with Cambuli. Has a Twisted Fate 2-star, so probably going into the Bilgewater line. Two players fighting for that win streak. So far, Kaiwen looking free and very comfortable here with the Ionia line still.
Yeah, Kaiwing going with the Bloodthirster and the Rageblade on the Yasuo. Might try to split these items up later in the game, but for the early game, very, very strong. Yasuo is one of the units that does dash in, so it's very frequently targeted early, so the Bloodthirster will give some extra survivability to his main damage source.
Yes, he's probably telling us that he used that Yone in order to get into that level 9, because having a BT with Kingsus is some items that Yone uses very well.
Makes sense. Yeah, for Robin, this is great. Taking out Cambuli here, just getting good tempo and using that Twisted Fate together with the Ionia line just for tempo. Good adaptation, and this could mean the possibility for him to get a win streak here. So just using Honia Bilgewater for him and trying to get as much value as possible from the emblems.
Yeah, Robin with the Ionia, most likely playing towards the Yone that we mentioned. He does have the Ishtal, which he probably isn't going to use. Hopefully can find a Reforger later in the game, as that could give you a ton of value. The Ishtal is pretty much doing nothing right now. But I mean, hey, that's what happens when you take an augment like Spreading Roots. Sometimes you get 2 good emblems, sometimes you only get 1.
Yes, and you get 1 and pray for the Reforger every single PvE round.
Okay, so it's a win streak here for Robin. Perfectly executed, 10 points for him. Of course, needs 2 good placement to be in check. And of course, try to avoid that Marcel P gets a first. That's the first. So first, you need to get points as much as possible. Second mission, secondary mission, if you will. Of course, avoid Marcel P from getting the first. What do you think about Griffin, the one who is in the first place here, Asa? Do you think that's the priority, or you should prioritize your own game as much as possible always?
I think it's a big priority for players like Broseph and Cambly. Depending on Marcel P's spot, sometimes you can just tell they're in a really bad spot. But Broseph, who is guaranteed in check next game, no matter what, Cambly just needs a 7th. So sacrificing a little bit of econ, let's say you hold 10 gold of their units, you're losing 1 gold every single round. But if that makes a difference, that can be worth it. For other players like Reddy and Setsuko who really need a first of their own, I think they'll probably mostly just focus on their own game.
Yes, I feel pretty much the same way. It feels like you have to be looking into Marcel P's setups. His spot like every single time in the game. It's important to keep an eye on him. But sometimes it's just impossible to grieve if he gets like crazy augments, especially the ones that you can get like prismatic type of synergies, but I don't think that's very likely to him because he didn't have like Yordos on the board, either Ionia. So let's see what the next augment is.
Joseph here, Stars Are Born already with a Jarvan 3-star free from the game, going playing around the Aphelios here. So very interesting. No Ixtal, just playing around the Aphelios. The bar is just giving the additional rolls, but probably will sell the bar and just play around the Aphelios. Very interesting once again. I mean, he doesn't have anything to lose. As you mentioned, Aisha, 1 point away from the cutoff.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he made this decision. I mean, Marcel P was open with a loss streak, so by playing reroll, he can accelerate the tempo of the lobby and really pressure the low HP players. So maybe looking to really pressure Marcel P here.
Interesting way to see the way they play the Aphelios, trying to push tempo. I like that. I never thought of it, I guess. But here
Yeah,
I
I would think that normally you would want to play like a line where you can get to a higher level and then you can deny Marcel P's units directly because, of course, Broseph rolling on level 6 won't be able to buy them. But he's pushing the lobby tempo, which really punishes the low HP players.
We go a little lower here with Silver, but we know that the last augment will be Prismatic, and that's the moment where everyone will get so strong. So a little Eye of the Storm right now. Stage 3 will get a little tempo. Of course, it will be strong. You need to preserve HP, but for sure, Stage 4 will be the name of the game. For now, Kaiwen maintaining the 10 rerolls and with a chance of unlocking Yone whenever he wants. He doesn't want to destroy his economy right now, so probably just waiting to a good threshold on 3-5 and get the Yone there.
I want to call out Marcel P getting dummified. This is an augment that scales up so much, and it's a quite good silver. If you don't care much about your board, you can sell it to get a. I mean, you can trade it in order to get a huge dummy. And this might be the game that you actually want to pick it because you want to risk it all to win the game. And he had such a bad board. He was playing for lose streak in the early game, so good choice.
I'm interested to see where Marcel P is going to go with this. He wasn't playing that many expensive units, so he's not going to lose too much gold, but taking the Dumbify here really sets him back from being able to go for that Fast 9 strategy. So really interesting to see what he'll go for with the dummy.
2 swords, no item slam, so options open. The game is telling him Noxus for a while, also has the buy. So very interesting to see exactly what he's going for. Going up against JRC here. JRC using Ixtal, 70 shards for now. We'll check what is his quest. But of course, another possibility for him to get more points here.
Yes, at least Marcel P not slamming the items. It seems that he didn't commit to any comps yet. He's trying maybe to see his prismatic. That would be very risky because he would need to wait a lot. But maybe the carousel, he can actually commit into something. Let's focus on him.
Yeah, Marcel P easily winning this fight. So very good to not slam items if you don't need to. No reason. We see the Ishtal player on the other side not killing a single unit against Marcel P. So it just keeps your flexibility open. You might as well. And we also got confirmation from our observers that Marcel P had a full bench when he took Dumbify. The dummy has 12,000 HP, so Marcel P actually planning to invest into this dummy.
Oh, guys, there is a spatula in there. Setsuko might get it. He got it. Setsuko has Noxus, so if he is able to reach that level 10, and he's already have an Bessa, so that might be a 10 Noxus angle in here. And if you're smart enough, you actually want to Setsuko to get that spatula, because if he does, he is gonna score the win. And for the most players in the lobby, it doesn't matter to win this lobby besides Marcel P. If they score points, it's just good enough. So I think that Marcel P actually had to take that spatula, because now if Setsuko makes into that level 9, I mean level 10, it's just over.
Yeah, Setsuko holding the Poppy on the bench because you can actually do it on level 9 if you manage to unlock Galio. You can put the Noxus. Yes. The Galio won't jump in, but it'll count for the 10 Noxus trade.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, also getting the possibility of economy augments in the third one, it will be prismatic.
Especially prismatic, yes. Impact. They have a lot of good prismatic that gives you tons of gold. And plus he has Draven too, looking very good. His board's actually very solid right now, 5-ring streak. I mean, if he gets a sword, he just have the 2 emblems from Luxus.
Kaiwen finally unlocks Yone here. So good possibility. Already had it in the last round. Someone else also gets it. Broseph with the Nautilus 2. So now the change of item, Yone will be the main carry. And of course, trying to find the Ari. Holding the rolls for stage 4. And as I say this, he starts rolling just to try to stabilize, trying to find the Ari too.
Yeah, he has a few pairs, so he just... Winning this round is pretty important. If he loses, he gets 0 gold. If he wins, he gets the 1 for winning, as well as 1 for streak on neutrals, and 1 for streak now. So it's a 3 gold difference immediately for this round, as well as 7 HP. So just investing a little bit of those free rolls here, hoping it'll make a difference. But of course, going up against the Ishtal on the other board, he did not need to use these rolls on 7. But that's okay. I'm sure Kaiwen will be happy to streak into neutrals here.
Yeah, and on top of that, you're still gonna have your upgrade for your next next stage that you allow you to save a lot of HP as well. So I would always roll that. So free roll, sometimes you have to use it aggressively.
Yeah. For JOC, Ixtal was 4 rounds with full bench. So in 4-2, he will be able to cash out. Of course, he needs to get as much value as possible and try to tempo good. Already committed to the AP line. Has a Garen, either to go for the Demacian line or to try to sell it and go for the Sylas as soon as possible.
Yeah, holding the Sona and Jarvan too, so should be able to unlock Galio pretty easily. Sitting on this much gold should be pretty easy for JRC to do. We'll have to see how much gold everyone is going to get from these neutrals, as well as the prismatic. For those of the people who are looking for the prismatic econ, this is such a huge swing in the game if they manage to hit it or not. It'll be exciting for some people and not for others.
Correction on the quest, it was 80 gold. He managed to achieve it, and now he gets to buy 24 SP. An easy one to then tempo out on level 8.
Yeah, it's important to see if Setsuko actually got the sword, because if he didn't, he's gonna need to find it later on in order to get the second emblem in Noxus.
Yeah, JRC going up against Robin Song now, who does have the Yone paired already. So Robin looking in a decent spot to pick up some points. Has pretty good items on this Yone. If he hits the Yone 2 next round, should be in a pretty good spot for the stage 4. He did find the Reforger for the Ishtal emblem, but unfortunately also just didn't get anything useful. Got a Bilgewater emblem, which also will be completely unused by Robin.
And Broseph keeps winning with the Aphelios. As you mentioned, Asa, good tempo here. On the other side, Setsuko with the Noxus. Giving a good win and also a good goal here with the Draven. So good position for him to once again get a chance. Very important round, Prismatics. Soyu, Setsuko with the possibility of going level 10, and Marcel P with a chance of getting something to actually go. Goes for gold. So fast level 8 and now trying to find carries for his comp.
I feel like Marcel is maybe thinking he needs a 3-star 4 cost to win this game. Looking at Setsuko's spot, Setsuko's spot just looks so favored to get that 10 Noxus. So you really need a high single target damage to kill the Otacon before it eats the entire board. I'm curious if Marcel feels that he needs to take gold in order to get to that 3-star 4 cost.
I mean, Setsuko needs to get that Galio on level 9 in a sword. So he has a Garen. Maybe he in this bench is holding more units because he's a little bit far away from the level 10.
Okay, so we have a few Call to Chaos player. We'll see what they got when we go to his board. We have the information. For now, the fight between Marcel P and Browser on the front. Aphelios 3 online, going for that bar 3-star, and also holding the Loris and the Nautilus to have some additional damage. Garen rolling, getting good opportunities here. Also, that Garen could be sold in the later stages of the game to get to the Sylas, but of course, low-level game. Finding this Garen early is just so huge.
Marcel P's Kaisa dashed the wrong way. He should have won this fight, but it died while the dummy still had like maybe 7,000 HP. So bad dash for the Kaisa on Marcel P, but it's looking grim for him. He's down to 34 HP.
Brosev also called to chaos was 58 goals, so the opportunity for him to keep rolling and of course maintain economy and interest here, Dubs.
Yes, for sure. I mean, it's actually good for the mission that he wants to accomplish in this game, score a couple of points, and then try to maximize his chance of like hitting Marcel P, avoiding him Marcel to win. So I would say, at the end of the day, that this how went. It just accomplished what Brosev wanted for this game.
Ready here, got the golem directly from Call to Chaos also. So trying to fight it out. Going up against Kambuli, who's holding strong with the Jinx. Playing tempo. Kai'Sa that has been so strong so far. We see the little golem there attacking from the backside and doing good damage.
Yeah, Reddy also contesting Marcel P's Kai'Sa. Marcel with a good front line really needs that Kai'Sa too, but Reddy has already found 3 of them. And now coming into Carousel, we'll see if Setsuko, second pick, can get that sword or if someone will deny it from him.
Yes, I mean, if the players are aware, they do not want to deny the sword from Setsuko. He just grab it. So that might be an angle for the 10 Noxus.
Wow. So you have to wait. So Asa, you have to wait for the Galio to get in and then you activate it. So it's like maybe 6 seconds until the HP drops a little. Maybe 10.
No, the trait just works from the bench, but the Galio will not jump in because the Demacia trait's not active.
Okay.
I think Setsuko should be pretty aware of unlocking the Galio here. Marcel does hit the Kai'Sa too, but I think with this amount of HP, he's the lowest HP in the lobby, only 12 gold on level 8. I don't think Marcel is going to have much of a chance of being able to win this game at all.
I mean, the only chance that he has, maybe it's like pushing to 10 and playing the Baron once again. But like Setsuko, it's going to be able to beat him always.
Yeah, especially because Reddy is holding his Kaisas, holding his 3-star 4-cost outs, and the Baron just doesn't do single target damage. It's not going to be able to beat 10 Noxus.
Yes. I mean, for at least personally, I think your call that he would go to 4 cost at 3 stars would be the best. But considering he is like contested, that might be a shot. But he's very likely to die. He's very close to it.
Looks doomed. So yeah, the tournament will go to a 5th game for sure. At least with what we've seen. Okay, it's Setsuko here, 7 Noxus, level 8, 50 gold. Having a good chance to go level 9. No chance or not. We're not seeing him going for that Demacia line on the bench. Having the locks, having the Poppy. So there's a chance here. So he knows the tech for sure. And maybe when he gets 2-star, he will try to go level 9, do the unlock in the same turn, and then go for that 10 Noxus that is just so strong.
Yeah, he still has to roll, and with the amount of gold he needs is about the amount of gold he has to go level 9. So he still does need to roll for the Galio unlock. So there is a chance he won't make it, but it's looking really good for Setsuko right now.
He's still missing a swing as well.
We did see some other players holding swains on their bench.
I mean, they have to sell it.
Yeah. It's the Mel also ready. No items for the Mel. Draven still doing the damage, trying to get some gold. At least 2 gold got from this round. And Brosev keeps pressuring, making sure Marcel P is out, the only player in check. So for sure, we'll have another game. And of course, a chance for any of the other players to be crowned as the winner of the tournament.
There is a Swain. Setsuko just sells off the fiddlesticks. Just for bench space, sells off the fiddle and the volley. These are not Demacia or Noxus units. I don't need either of them. Of course, once you get that 10 Noxus, it doesn't really matter what else you play.
Yeah, it seems like he's not actually unlocking Galio this round. Maybe in the next one, he's trying to roll it a little bit more. So a little bit difficult to manage his bank space. Oh, he got a Jin's out too from the board, probably.
Brosev sitting here, 86 HP, 6 win streak. This Aphelios comp was kind of known as a low cap comp. You kind of play for a 4th or a 5th a lot of times, but I mean, Brosev's spot is pretty dominant. He's just been able to leverage his advantage, and now hitting the 3-star Loris for a huge spike and the 3-star Nautilus in the same turn.
Golden comp here for Brosev, just for the viewers. and having a good shot here. Full tempo, win streak. I mean, a comp that is making plays. If he managed to find some additional items and itemize everyone, looking pretty good. It will fall off a little on the late game, but I mean, so many 3-star that actually could be just enough if no one managed to make an Exodia award late game.
Yeah, so I like the way he played this game, and Brozapis seems to be a player that he always have like a game plan to aim for during the games. He has done so many different lines across the regionals. So this one is another game that he picked a line and executed very well.
The bar.
Such a close fight here, bro. The Zephalios goes down early, but despite that, the 0-item bar 3 was able to clutch it out.
Nothing else to find here. Now try to roll for level 8. Goes now. Turns into a little more gardens. Has the possibility of a seer. Doesn't do much. Obviously, you want to get better durability.
Oh, here comes the Galio.
Galio.
So
Oh my god. 10 Noxus online.
10 Noxus.
Beautiful.
The 10 Noxus summons the Otacon, which eats the entire board, I believe, about 20 seconds into the fight. So you can actually beat it if you have enough single target damage, but that usually requires a 3-star 4 cost. So Setsuko, despite only having 12 HP, I would say is a huge favorite to win this lobby.
So good. Time is ticking. Atacam comes in, making the damage start absorbing, draining the rest of the units. And now comes the flush. Yeah, it's too much HP.
Not even close.
I mean, this is actually a very good animation. I like this. But on the flip side, you actually do just so low damage to your opponents because Atakan also he solos your whole team. So you're basically doing just the stage damage to them. And I actually lost the game because there was a player with 10 Bridgewater. I would win every single round, but doing just stage damage to a player, if they are playing like a prismatic tier, they can actually ramp up a lot, and you actually cannot. So, very interesting prismatic synergy.
Makes
Everyone
sense
else
for sure.
playing for points. Ready went 7-7 and then picked up a first. Needed a first in this game to get to check, but it looks like he might be getting eliminated here. The Yone walked straight to the back line, although it looked like he was going to lose anyway, so Ready will be going out here in 7th again. So 7-7-1-7 for Ready.
Yeah, I mean, the call to chaos into the golem, the range golem was not what he was looking for. So yeah, taking the 7th step. Tuco also out. So low points.
Wow.
For Tuco. 3 points will get 12 now.
Who did actually kill him? You were, oh man, I'm never going to hype any prismatic tier synergy again. I did that with Yonya, and Precipent died, and here I thought Setsuko would win the game, and he just died 1 round after.
Yeah, that's really surprising. I did not think any of these boards had the single target to kill the Otacon, but someone did.
To be, I don't know, the Jinx maybe together with the Warwick with a lot of damage. Of course, the rest of the board here, interesting possibilities. Kambuli already confirmed to be unchecked. JRC needing 4th or better, so just need to send Kaiwen 5th, and he's able also to advance. And that will be the players with the possibility of being unchecked now.
Yeah, Robin and Kai Wang can't make it, but they're still trying to get as many points as possible so they can be in check the game after next. As you mentioned, JRC really looking for that 4th place.
Yeah, that's for sure. It feels like right after this game, things are going to be even more interesting. A lot of players on that checkmate, so it's very hard you to actually grief every single player. And so they're gonna start to try their best to close the game with a first. And it's very unlikely that the tournament doesn't end in 6 games. Usually it's around that.
Yeah, this is a tough fight here for JOC. Needed the win, and now taking a loss against Kambuli. So it will be a difficult position for him. No, sorry, it was another fight. So JRC takes the win, and Kaiwen is the one losing. Perfect spot for JRC to be able to advance and get the 4th that he needs.
Kambuli actually killed Setsuko. Confirmation here from production.
JRC here. Looking at a good spot to outplay Kai Wang. He's got 2 lives while Kai Wang only has 1. And he's on a 3-win streak with a pretty strong board, 2-star Garen, 2-star Lux. Kai Wang, as we saw, lost the previous round. So looking really good for JRC to join Brosev, Marcel P, and Kambuli, who are all 3 already in check.
It gets a go, so free pass as a possibility here for JRC. Jone full online, and now we're seeing Kaiwen, the player that if he loses, opens the table to have 3 more players in check. Brosev, on the other hand, looking strong and trying to hold the line.
Was Aphelios on the front line?
Yeah, Brosev is sacking for Kai Wang because he doesn't want JRC to be in check. So really good heads-up tournament play by Brosev. He wants Kai Wang to win.
Oh, okay. It seems reasonable to do that.
It is. Totally. I mean, one of the options that you have exactly on the checkmate format, if you have anything that gives you more possibilities to win yourself the game and the whole tournament is allowed. So that's the tactic that he decides to go for.
Yeah, I love that play from Brosev. Really good awareness of the lobby dynamics. Trying to deny JRC from being in check next game. We'll see. Maybe Kai Wang's next opponent might be able to do the same. Brosev is able to do so because he's already in check himself and he has so much HP. But Kambuli is also in a similar position. 40 HP, already guaranteed himself in check. So if Kambuli is going up against JRC, he could also sacrifice a round as well.
Just to clarify, the fight against Setsuko with the Noxus, it was Kambuli with the Jinx 3-star together with the Warwick. They just focus the Atagan once in appeared. Atagan was not able to cast, and that was the end of the game there for Setsuko.
It is crazy that you think that 3-cost line can actually beat 10 Noxus.
We're seeing Robin go up against the Ghost fight here. Should be pretty easy for him. JRC and Kai Wang both on 1 life. Really critical fight for either of them.
Taking good damage, access to backline for the Jone. Should be an easy win here for Robinson. Meanwhile, JRC and Kaiwen trying to look for an important win and the possibility of going or advancing and getting the check. Kaiwen wins, and JRC also takes the win, so no one eliminated in this round.
Well, the lobby actually pretty close, and we have like 2 players with 1 life, and Robinson's very close to it as well with 19. Still need 2 rounds to die, and Kambuli trying to take out his item, so he might have the same play as Brosev was doing.
Ooh.
Yeah, Brosev
Sexy
Cam.
stuff too.
Yeah, Brosev and Cam pretty much guaranteed through, so they're pretty relaxed. Going up against Robin.
Face off here, Brosev trying to fight it out, has the possibility of getting charms. Move the 2 Archangels together with the Seraph. No cast from the Seraph. Directly, Johnny access to backline, and Seraph was not able to cast. So tough possibility here for Brosev. Kaiwen and JRC still fighting for their life and could be eliminated in this spot.
Wow, so much damage Brosev took. JOC is dead actually. I think it's enough to him to get the top 4.
Kaiwen also?
And actually,
Down to the
despite
tiebreaker.
Despite all the efforts that Brosev did, JRC is still in check in the next game.
Yeah, JRC needed exactly a 4th, and he made it there. So we'll have 4 players in check between JRC, Marcel P, Kambuli, and Brosev. Robin, the only player left here playing for something. Kambuli and Brosev. I guess they are still playing for prize money. They still do want as many points as possible. But of course, they mostly care about that first place finish. Robin has 10 points. So after this game, if he manages a 2nd here, he'll have 17, which will put him in good shape to be in check the game after next.
So great management here for Robin, playing the Bilgewater, getting units, using it for gold, selling the units from the Bilgewater shop, transitioning into the 7 Ionia, and now just playing the Lucian Senaf to cap the board. Clean play. And now Brosev is the one eliminated in third place, as we said, already advancing. And Robin trying to get a first at as much points as possible to be sure in the next game to achieve the check as easy as possible.
Yeah, very interesting, the boards. Three cost line actually dominating this lobby. Another reroll from Brosev. So it matches what we were talking on the mid game. Asa just highlighted the fact that this lobby might be very tempo oriented, and three comps playing rerolls actually succeeding in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen reroll perform pretty poorly throughout the entire weekend, but the players still believe in it, and maybe it's just the games we saw on broadcast, and it's been doing pretty well today.
Possible final fight if Robin takes the win. Cambly has been losing, and Robin is on the win streak, so very likely that is the final fight. Positioning angle here, strong side for Robin on the right.
Start walking. He started walking.
Oh. Boom, 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 boom. The Robin walk.
Win streak. Thinks he's gonna win this one too.
And he has just so much damage. Jinx trying to ramp out the Winsus. The Warwick's on the back, trying to hit the Johnny. Johnny just falls away. Robinson, no, he has it, but no, the Jinx.
Oh my god, so close.
Win for Robinson once again. Gets to 18 points, and Cambly now in check together with Brosev, JRC, and Marcel P. 4 players in check for the next round. Dobbs, impression of these games?
Yeah, so the last fight, the last fight was so close. Ari dashed and repositioned it, and then right after that, she was able to kill those carries on the other side, and Robin secured the win. But of course, we have to highlight 10 Noxus actually not being able to take down Jinx and going in the 6th place.
Quick comment here, Asa?
Yeah, we saw the rerolls go 1, 2, and 3 in this lobby, something we haven't seen all weekend, so very exciting to see reroll finally getting a chance to shine.
100%. We'll see more about this game in the analyst deck, so don't go away. Short break, and we'll see also the standings.
All right, everybody, we have 4 games down, and we still could have 4 more games to go, but we're definitely past that halfway point. Celia and I are back to break down the action of that last game and set us up for the next one. And so when we watch this, I mean, I think the biggest story here is that a prismatic trait failed again. I can't believe it.
I mean, I can't blame the observers on that one because it's not supposed to lose, like ever.
Yeah.
Like, I think normally you can just like walk away from your PC, but for Setsuko here, that was not the case. The Otacon was not able to cast, which would cause the whole board to get sucked in, and that's how you win those fights with 10 Noxus. And it just didn't happen. It died before that came to fruition, and so he enjoyed his 6th place.
Yeah, it's really too bad that we actually saw that lose out. Marcel P also going out in 8th means that we did not get a winner of our America's Regional Finals for this game. You can see how cool that animation looks for the 10 Noxus. But on the flip side, we actually did have a couple of other competitors now with these good placements actually reach that check threshold themselves, as JRC, Cambuli, and Brosif with their placements in this game also getting them to that 20 points.
Yeah, you saw like the almost desperation behind what Marcel was doing of, hey, my only option is to play something ungriefable that can win a game, and that's get to level 10 and play Baron again. And it just wasn't in the cards this game. We didn't have the opener that we needed for that to happen, and so 8th place is what we got. But Marcel, 8th place, but Robin right on top.
The Robin walk as well. It looked like that fight might have been a little bit close, but Robin Songs believed every step of the way. Let's take a look at where those point totals are. As you can see here, Robin Songs, Ready, and Kaiwing could all also hit 20 points, but there's a pretty high likelihood with half of our lobby in check that we are going to have a winner of the America's Regional Finals at the end of this 5th game.
This is where strategy gets really interesting, because do you grief and try to stop some of the checkmate players, or are you playing for yourself and your own way to win the game? It's a strategy is hard here.
It is tough to pick the right way to do things, but it's going to just have to be their way or the highway. Let's see if there is an America's Regional Finals champion at the end of this game. And for that, we're going to go to a short break to keep you in suspense, and then we'll come back with that 5th game.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Americas Regional Finals. We're in Game 5, and half of our lobby is in check. It could all end here. Actually, 50% chance it ends here. I don't know if those odds are correct. Dobbs, what do you think?
I mean, in TFT, 50%, it's always the number. So you're totally correct.
It was a 50%
Yeah,
chance it was going to win. And last game, either Marcel P won or he didn't. So
True.
Perfectly.
True. Now, 4 players have that opportunity this game, and so it is going to be high pressure all around. And you guys have both competed at the highest level. I have not. So I'm curious about your guys' thoughts around how do you play when you are in check versus not in check? Are you trying to stop the players or no?
I mean, it always depends on the lobby. I feel like you have to be aware of everyone's spot. I would say that about last game, you could be like chill because Setsuko was about to win, but he ended up not winning. But I think you should play your best. But if you think a player that is in check is actually having a great spot to win, if you can actually sacrifice some of your game, you actually aim for it. But if you have a good spot, you just try to win it.
yeah, I think even without Cisco, like looking at Marcel P's spot on stage, I mean, he died on stage 4, but if he were in a better spot, you see he's playing Kaisa. It could be worth unlocking Kaisa yourself in order to deny him. But for the most part, I would say players like Reddy and Kai Wayne. Reddy needs 6 points, so he needs a third. Kai Wayne needs a second. These players really got to focus on their own game. But for someone like Robin, who only needs a 7th to get into check, he can really devote a lot of his attention to making sure that if he's not going to win, hopefully Broseph Campbell, Marcel P, or JRC are not going to as well.
It would definitely benefit him the most because he needs another game, and only a few points means that, hey, if we grief and we go down a little bit together 7-8, that's okay. I just need the 7th. We can figure that out once we get there. But the problem is, unlike last lobby, there is not just one player. There is 4s. We see them across our top row. Broseph, Campbell, Marcel P, and JRC. And I think we see why we're waiting for this to start because Marcel P is not in his chair.
Yes, exactly. But I feel like when you start having multiple players in check, sometimes it's quite difficult to grief a player, especially if a lot of them actually start getting good spots. So it feels like you start your game like trying to win it, and then later on you can reevaluate things round after round.
Yeah, I mean, this next game is going to be pretty stressful. 4 players in check. You can see Marcel P pushing back his hair. He is feeling stressed. On the flip side, Reddy, every single time we've seen Reddy on camera, he's been smiling. So just having a good time out here.
Hey, that's what he said yesterday in the post-game interview. He's just here to have some fun and let it rip. I think the good news about this lobby in particular, unlike AMER this morning, is, there's not really Tactician's crown slots on the line. Everybody here is already qualified, and so it is a little bit of a victory lap. But of course, we want to have the title of a regionals winner here in the Americas. So all of these players are still fighting for plenty of things alongside the prize pool.
Yes, you're totally right. I feel like it's very different to watch a finals that at least the tactician grounds are already solved. So the games is very different across how the players can actually manage to aim their games. So even the players that are down in the standings, they still can make it through the top finish. So it is very, very unpredictable at the end of the day.
Yeah, we see Setsuko here just losing with the 10 Noxus, way in behind with only 8 points. But he can still win the whole tournament with just a 1-1 and a 1. I guess the first 2 he could just have a second place finish as long as not one of the players in checkmates wins.
He's the guy that could send us to Game 7 and could even send us to a Game 8, depending on how he performs in the next few days. So he could play some crazy strategies that would push this way into the later hours of the night as well. So, sometimes we like TFT so much, we want to keep playing.
Yes, for sure. At least for Setsuko, knowing that he is already on Tactician Crown, of course, being low on the standings, it doesn't matter that much. But of course, he wants to win. That would be very important for his legacy in TFT. So, but at least that doesn't pressure that much because he's already on Tactician Crown.
And here we go, Baron Nashor to start off our game number 5 here between the two players at the end. If they're in checkmate, it could be the regional finals decided by a bunch of gold being injected into this game. Asa, do you think that's going to be like pure cinema to decide who wins this game?
Honestly, I have to say, out of all the encounters, I actually think this encounter is a little bit of a miss. It's normally not really that exciting. People already have their boards set up, and normally the extra 70 gold is just used to level up and play like an extra Fiddlesticks 1 or something. But who knows? Maybe someone will hit something exciting off of it.
Yes, for sure. I mean, at least if you are on checkmate and you actually can try to aim for a 4-cost 3-star. We've seen in that patch before players aiming for it. So 70 gold might be something really important in order to reach that.
The Ionia this game is Path to Prosperous, giving 1 gold every 4 takedowns, so not one of the better ones when it comes to, specifically reroll Ari, but can be used for tempo as well as keeping your econ high is just another lever to get to that high cap.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Prosperous, not really the preferred line for some of the reroll Ari that we've seen, but really good just to use for tempo and going up, playing around 7 Ionia, and then potentially pivoting out later in the game.
Yes, I feel like this specific gold Ionias can actually ramp up your economy quite well. And if you can manage to use that well enough in the early game, a good player with like 2 gold or 3 extra gold can increase the thresholds of the economy. And that's actually very important if you know how to manage that.
LeBlanc unlocked, one of the best things to get here early will be gold augments to get us started. Asa, what are some of the ones you're looking for to really help you win the game if you're getting a gold augment here on 2-1?
We have a pretty normal opener. So 3 components, 6 gold. This is the most common opener, but it's also the lowest gold you can have. So whenever you have this opener, I think trying to get extra economy in order to be able to get to those level 9 2-star legendaries is very important. Brosive, looking at 3 kind of hybrid options. These are all kind of hybrid economy plus something else options. Goes for the speedy double kill, which gives 40 gold if he's going to be able to play for that checkmate. He does want to be one of the last 6 players alive to get the cash out, and you'll get some early game strength as well.
Yeah, I like the choice from Broseph because he already unlocked the LeBlanc, so having an extra item on the early game will help him push levels and punish the lobby. This is a very good unit. A trait synergy of LeBlanc is very, very good in the early game as well. So it matches the thing that you want to do, cashing out for the gold. But I want to highlight Marcel P as well, getting the Viego hero augment in here.
Yeah, Marcel P already had 3 Viegos and then got offered the Viego hero augment, which gives a 2-star Viego. So now he's only 3 off. Every single copy of Viego costs about 15 gold, so the fact that he already had 3 of them is, compared to taking it with no Viegos, he's basically like 45 gold ahead. Of course, normally when you take this, you do want some Viegos, so we'll have to see how this Viego 3 does. It's not the first thing that comes to mind when I think of a comp you want to go first place with, but any comp can do it.
I think around Thresh 2, this comp can get really scary, but I think the bigger thing is the uncontested 4 cost. I think could really be the out to possibly win the game with Callista. 3-star it, and it's going to be a great game for you. And for Marcel here, not only do we have 6 copies of Viego, we're also already on a 2 streak. So playing from a completely different strategy from the rest of the games he's played today, playing from ahead in tempo could be the name of the game.
Yes, for sure. And Callista is actually a unit that it's difficult to unlock, but it's a little bit easier right now comparing in other patches, but still quite difficult because the other players have to unlock like every single unit on the Shadow Eyes before Callista, and it actually can delay players to actually try to brief Marcel P.
Oh yeah, I think Callista, if Marcel decides to go for Callista 3, is completely ungriefable. You have to unlock the Yorick first, and then play 2 Shadow out on your board, and then unlock the Gwen, and then unlock the Callista. So it's not very likely. But we'll have to see if Marcel P goes for that win condition. It's a little hard to do. Again, this is the lowest possible economy opener, and of course Marcel doesn't have a econ as his first augment.
Well, I really like the unlock of Bard here because it will print Viegos, right? Being a one cost that you really want. He's not only going for rerolls, but if he were to win rounds, often printing the unit that you could want. Will obviously take a loss here. His board isn't super strong. Playing around Bard does not inspire much confidence in the power. But as we head to this first carousel and take a look at the bottom of our screen, we'll be able to see some of the interesting options that our players are going for, specifically Ready. Taking Treasure Hunt here. I don't know if I've clicked this augment since last set.
Yeah, they actually buffed this augment a little bit. It's just 16 gold worth rows in order to get each of the treasures, but a quite difficult augment to actually play out. And it means that he's gonna play 3 cost lines. So hopefully he can actually win it, because for other players, if they win, the game ends here.
Treasure Hunt has not been that good throughout the set because it's really good with 3 cost rerolls. You have to do your rolls on each stage. So a lot of times if you're playing like a 1 cost or a 2 cost reroll, you're doing a lot of rolls. For example, Marcel might get his Viego 3, but then he doesn't really want to roll at all until level 8. But with 3 cost reroll, you're pretty much using all your rolls on every stage. And as Dodge just mentioned, they made it easier to cash out, and they also buff the cash outs you get from Treasure Hunt. So especially paired with the Prosperous Ionia that Ready has, that can supplement the econ you need to cash out, because part of the issue with the augment is you need econ to roll, but then you're taking Treasure Hunt, which is not giving you econ on its own.
Brosif going for it all with the win streak here. We'll get 4 in a row with an excellent composition, being level 5 already, having really good trait web and 3 damage items on a carry. Means that you're going to be killing lots of units and mostly winning fights. We do have 2 players on a 4 win and 2 on a 4 loss, so we'll need to keep an eye on and see which of our players win and lose these fights to keep their gold as high as possible.
Bard just dropped a Viego, very good for Marcel P. And the fact that you unlock Bard, you also give him the window to get the Loris. And he didn't get any Viegos rolling, but this is something that sometimes when players aim to roll for Bard, sometimes they buy Viegos. So that's a really play that's really smart.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're rolling for Bard, you're rolling on level 4, so great odds. And to just roll for Viego earlier, like you want to roll on level 4 anyway. Didn't find any Viegos with his roll downs, but did get the 1 from the Bard, which is very nice.
Ready, choosing not to use maybe his stage 2 rolls, but instead going just to stage 3 to use those. Camberley and Robin Songs both continue their loss streaks towards the bottom of the table, where at the top, Setsuko and Brosif do so as well. So Camberley, Robin, all the way down there, but Camberley's really healthy for the amount of losses he's taken.
Yes, I mean, something very interesting about the board that he built is that he's actually killing a lot of units and still losing. So perfect playing here. Usually when you're playing calculated loss, we've seen players like selling the board to get the thresholds, income thresholds earlier. But when you save a lot of HP, it's very worthy as well, because it's kind of trade-off. You lose a little bit of a gold, but instead you save HP.
Yeah, I would find when I'm one of the other players in the lobby, someone like in Kai Wayne's spot, for example, I find this matchmaking really frustrating because 2 people are full win streaking and 2 people are full loss streaking, dodging each other. That means the rest of the lobby, if you're not one of those players, actually has a big econ advantage from that full streak. So we'll see if Setsuko and Brosif can continue to dodge each other and benefit from that full win streak.
The good news is only half of those guys are the ones in check. So the people in the better spots, at least econ-wise, are Camberley and Brosif. We do have Viego 3 found already here for Marcel P. Still being at 20 gold is quite good. You're going to be able to continue to push levels and play around the tempo of the lobby. But I think this 3-2 augment will tell us a lot about where Marcel P's trajectory can be in this game.
Yes, he doesn't have any great items. Maybe half of a Eon that's very strong on Viego, but he didn't need to slam it right now. It's important to know that next round it's an augment choice, so I don't know if he's pushing economy side or maybe trying to get more items to fix it. Because he actually wants to punish the lobby very hard on the stage 3 with the Viego tree, but he doesn't have enough items to do that.
Yeah, Marcel P has the Viego 3. Definitely should be able to win most of his rounds on this stage, and we did see Broseph did take a loss, so it's now only up to Sesko with a full win streak.
Ooh. Kuset crowd time, please do it.
Curse Crown is definitely a possibility here. I mean, it is one of the strongest win-out options. We'll see if Marcel P decides to go for it, because it is a huge cost giving up at 90 HP. That is effectively doing 45 damage to yourself in a sense. So
I want to call out two players. I want to call out two players with Destiny.
Yeah, I can't believe Destiny into the 1 overflow, which is actually not that bad. He is carrying AP. He is playing around AP already with a void staff, so being able to play 2 AP carries is pretty reasonable given you're getting a completely random Prismatic Augment. I feel like he can't be too unhappy with that one.
Not at all. For Marcel, we did go with the safer option, but still a high win out, high win share augment being invested. You know, we're going to get rerolls, we're going to get gold. It's going to be helpful for the late game. That's probably more of the Callista 3 option instead of the full win streak punishing the lobby. You know, maybe it's a little bit more boring, but it's probably more of a correct or at least safer play.
I mean, I don't think these guys are playing for fun.
Yes, I mean, it's like when you think about the Cursed Crown, it's like now you're all in. So if you lose a fight on this stage, you're gonna lose a lot of econ. So maybe he didn't have enough items to actually punish the lobby. So with investment, you can still be in a good spot to try the Kalista 3. So you aim to sacrifice the option or being super strong right now, but later on you still have good chances of winning the game. So it's the trade-off that he would be thinking, I would say.
I'd also like to call out that you mentioned like the lack of items. In fact, Cursed Crown, I think a lot of people think of this as the ultimate combat augment, but in fact on his board right now, it probably wouldn't even be as strong as taking some like Radiant Relics.
You'll notice being the Prismatic Destiny for Broseph is always good because it's just team-wide combat. Marcel P losing here already on stage 3 is really, really tough. Broseph wanting to continue his win streak early on in the stage didn't quite put it together, but now Setsuko has lost as well. And so automatically, the richest person in the lobby now seems to be Robin Songs, who has stabilized a little bit here on stage 3.
Yeah, we can see that Radiant Relics coming from Robin, able to use it to take down Setsuko's streak.
Yeah, so,
I mean,
he has some pretty good items on the Darius, and I wonder if he was already playing through that Darius. I think he was, and he got such a great Radiant to this unit.
Yeah, Robin only needs a 7th to be in check, so he's just going to play one of these comps where he can spike pretty early, win some rounds, especially because there's so many other players playing 1st or 8th. Someone's got to go 8th, right, as long as you play a strong board.
Curious to see Robin roll down here and upgrade as many units as he possibly can. Finding a Swain here early is very, very good. 5 Noxus now online. We already have the Koboko unlocked as well. We're going to upgrade a couple more units here. We're only for Darius 2 specifically because we don't just want to win run round here. We want to continue to win through much of this stage. Now paying a pair of Swains and still no Darius 2.
Wow.
I think Robin's overrolling a bit here. I feel like his board is strong enough without... I feel his board is way strong enough, and losing the econ will just make him weaker later. But, I mean, he was 1 off the Darius, so it's very understandable. It's a huge spike to hit the unit that his Radiant item is on. But as you can see, I mean, he's dominating.
Yeah, I feel like if it stopped at like 120, maybe he could like roll a little bit more on next stage. I don't know who he was about to face on the matchup. Sometimes you see a guy that you just win with a Darius 2. Maybe you want to roll a little bit more. So that might be something.
Skywing taking Trait Tree, which is definitely one of the most popular prismatics we've seen all tournament. Has an interesting puzzle to work out here with Juggernaut, Vanquisher, and Disruptor emblems coming through. He's currently playing around this Demacia line that he's played more than anyone else in the tournament. In the first 2 days, he played it 5 separate times, maybe even more than that if we count some of these Kaisa Flex games that were included. Not exactly sure what exactly the boards looked like there, but right now, we've got Kaius on the board. We've got some Demacia. He's in his comfort zone.
Also holding some Void units. It's interesting to know that all of these emblems do match up with Void units between like Cho'Gath, Rek'Sai, and Malzahar. But his items are really geared towards this Demacia vein with a double Kraken. So the problem with that is Demacia doesn't have a Vanquisher or a Disruptor. So we'll have to see what Kaiwing wants to do with these emblems.
Yeah, especially if he wants to play like some sort of Velvet. It could be good, but I think maybe 2 Krakens a little bit is a little bit too much.
Brosif going to be unlocking Skarner here using the Chain Vest on a backline unit to unlock it. He's really playing quite flexibly here. He might be able to even tech in 3 Ixtal and use this Milio 2 as a carry onto level 8 and possibly even level 9 if he's able to get the right spot for it. But this is one of those situations where I'm not exactly sure where he will end up on this board. Brosif throughout the whole tournament has played very creatively. I know, was it last game or 2 games ago? It was last game where he played a board. I have no idea how to label that thing.
Yes, I mean, it's quite difficult job for ZZ, our data finder, that which comp was Broseph actually playing on that game. But honestly, I think that this is a great call in here. He's playing some flexible units like Skarner, the mid game, Milio 2 can help him push levels. I feel like if he keep winning, he can actually go into that level 9. And in there, he have a lot of room to play good units and try to win the lobby.
Yeah, I agree. With the 93 HP, he does have the upgraded backliner, only has a 1-star Skarner in the front. This is a spot where, depending on your spot in the tournament, you might choose to play around a level 8-centric board, which would make you stronger in stage 4, but because of the checkmate format, I'm kind of expecting him to just skip level 8 if he can and go straight to 9, use his board rolls efficiently, and try to get a 2-star legendary.
Gold augments to finish out our augments for this game. Brosif, we're on board with, I believe this is Marcel P right now, who's playing around Shadow Isles, has now kind of put a streak back together, getting all the souls possible. Gilded Steel could be very interesting here, unless we're going to try to roll the dice with Duo Q. Ooh, reinforcement. He's got Kalista in shop.
He actually decided to not go to that. Actually, I'm confused. The camera was switched, but he didn't want to get those legendary units rather than Kalista. It's actually very weird.
It does use a lot of legendaries. You can use Kindred for the Quick Striker, which he has. You can use Ornn for Warden with Thresh. You can use Azir for Disruptor with Gwen. So quite a lot of things that he wants. And he really does need items. He actually already has like the Viego items, but he wants to itemize a secondary carry. And he's going to get a Thresh soon as well, who also wants items.
It also has a lot of roles, so it will be easy to him to get the Kalista, but I feel like he would, thinking about Kalista 3, that would help a lot. But maybe this is actually a good shot as well. I think these both augments were good choices.
Kaiwing on the other side did roll down and hit a lot. He was playing around that Void line just like we called out, and had the Rift Herald 2, had the Kaisa 2, was able to make it work with that. Camberley, though, has a good amount of upgrades for his front line, now has the Mel unlocked as well, so this is a board that can win out, especially if you can get to that Radiant item printed by Mel. I really like Camberley's line here. He's fairly healthy alongside that with a fairly stable board. Eyeing level 9, it's just a matter of how we're going to get there.
He has some malicious monetization, so he really needs to win the next 2 rounds in order to get value out of this augment. But it seems like quite a lot of players have spent their gold. Brosif, the only one staying on 83 gold. Setsuko also staying on a decent amount of gold. But everyone else going up against Kaiwing with a 2-star Rift Herald and 2-star Kaisa.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that he didn't roll much. I mean, even more, because he's on Swain pair. That would be a huge upgrade. And he could even fit a Zillion if he got the Swain, because he didn't need much the Bruiser. And this round actually very punishing him. He didn't kill enough units to get good value from his augments.
This carousel, especially if Marcel P can get that Ornn, and many of our players definitely want this Shyvana on their board as well. So many of these 5 costs are very splashable and great to get on your board as soon as possible. But I think Ornn is one that really can help you win games by printing artifacts.
Guys, I wanted to call out something. There are 2 players that seems to be dying, and Brozev is about to get 40 gold out of it. So it's very important to keep in mind that the spot from Kaiwing is a little bit weird, as well as Kabuli. If it doesn't convert, like the next round winning to get like a lot of gold from his first augment, the augment that he took, Malicious Monetization. So that can actually help Brozev. And also Robinson, 'cause he's playing tempo, trying to avoid 8. So
yeah, Robin was contested this game by Setsuko, who took Prismatic Ticket on 3-2. Robin had the Darius build committed to this comp, but unable to contest Prismatic Ticket, so he just chooses to play the 2-star variation, gain a few extra units, gain the Taric on level 8. Just trying to play as much tempo. Again, Robin only needs a 7th, so he only needs to outplace one other player in order to make it to check next game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to be contested, but it would be something Robin Songs would do to not scout and see that he was contested by Setsuko, who is Prismatic Ticket, by the way. So Robin will not be hitting the 3 stars, where Setsuko will try the best. So really, who's contesting who?
Robin's contesting. Setsuko got the Prismatic Ticket, so he wins it.
Yeah, well, we didn't see their spots and like who had it first or anything, but it's always unfortunate. But Robin's doing the right thing, right? Like he can't roll for 3 costs. If he's gonna roll for 3 costs, he's not going to hit. So he's doing the right thing, just pushing levels, trying to get that extra board strength. Finds a Kindred for Quick Striker, which is really nice. Kindred, even at 1 star, oftentimes can get her ultimate off, which is very impactful as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's the right call to do, but the only problem is he has to rely on the other players to win the lobby. And also, Kaiwing is also dying, so it has to be ready as well as Setsuko to win the lobby.
Someone that's not dying is Marcel P. He's put 2 wins in a row, has the Callista 2 now, and is looking to possibly even go level 9 to upgrade this board, beating J or C pretty hard here. And this is a board from J or C that we haven't seen too much this game, but now we have so many people down towards the 2 live area. Brosif alongside them. Brosif's definitely the guy we want to keep our eye on, because he is going to have a lot of movement happening with 60 gold left in his pocket.
Yeah, Kimberly goes 9 as well, unlocking the Rise on this round, playing the Lulu just to get Yordle in. And then he wants to roll after he unlocks Rise. If Kimberly can hit like a Mel 2 or Rise 2, he is absolutely back in it, even though his HP is low.
Yeah, so I mean, Kambuli didn't win the round, but later he found two streak, helping him a lot, and especially on the 4-5 that he was able to get good gold out of the Malicious Monetization. So he's very rich on level 9.
Brosif is going to sacrifice 1 more round to get the maximum amount of gold. He feels like he doesn't have quite enough gold on this round to level and hit 2-star legendaries, which I think is very reasonable. By waiting 1 round, you get 4 extra gold from natural XP, and you also get 5 extra gold of interest, so 9 extra gold to work with. It's quite a lot. You only have 6 total per round after that, around natural XP and streaks.
I feel the problem with Brosif in there is that he still needs the 40 gold cash out from the first augment. If by choosing that he's not leveling to 9-0 gold, he's not being able to unlock Rise. So it's one last unit to him to actually play around.
The Imbessa with the Silvermere Dawn trying its best to stabilize J or C here. Belveth 2 going to be falling down quite quickly, but the healing is going to be enough for J or C. Mel also unlocked for him. I don't know if you're playing around that, but Brosif now is the guy we need to watch. The roll down will commence right here.
Yeah, Brosif level 9 with about 70 gold, which is about what you need in order to have a decent shot at paying 2-star legendaries and hits the Annie right away. Amazing for Broseph. He is down on 1 life, so he could still lose against a strong opponent, but gets the Stylus as well. And his board, his board is very strong. Has a 2-star legendary frontline and backline with that Annie.
Wow, he's probably very strong right now. His fortune was amazing. Look at that.
Yeah, he reforged the Ginsu's, which is not that good on his late game board, and got some pretty good items. He needs to got the extra mana item for Annie, which is very important. Got the and then just some more good damage and tank items.
The interesting spot with our players in checkmate right now is where they're at on the leaderboard. JRC is the one in danger of falling out, but Broseph just got absolutely wrecked by this Slayer board on the other side, and he's dead. He is out.
I mean,
that's the danger of making the transition in 1 turn. You just don't have enough time. Totally. He didn't have enough time to position the Tibbers. It was still at full health when his entire board was dead.
Yes, I mean, when you play something like this and you have to go for the first, sometimes you end up in the situation that you hit the board, you have the gold, you have the items, but at the end, you didn't have time to position, and a composition like Slayers and Finchers can punish it that a lot. So I feel that he had the tools to win that fight, but the positioning didn't help him.
On the flip side, we have Kambuli, who leveled early and had the extra time, but now doesn't have enough gold to hit the upgraded units. So carrying the 1-star Rise and the 1-star Mel. We'll see if it's enough going up against Setsuko.
Still re-rolling is Setsuko, looking for a lot of these other units on his bench. He's 1 away from Darius and 2 away from that Draven. But the golden units, are they going to be able to stand up to Rise and Mel on the other side? The Scion is so incredibly tanky, but will fall down finally into this fight. But if Sablanc gets a good cast onto the back line, it will take it down. Does manage to do that, but not win the fight.
Oh my god, huge win for Kambuli.
Quite important win for Kambuli. He's sitting on a Rise pair as well as a Shyvana. So those upgrades can actually ramp up his board quite a lot. And he's able as well to get another item for the Rise. So it's going to be 3-item Rise. This is upgrade is very, very important to him.
Also, with Broseph dying, that confirms that Robinson will be in check next game. The other players who are still looking for it are Kai Wayne and Reddy. Near the bottom of the HP, they're both 1 loss away from dying, but Reddy will need a Kai Wayne will need a second.
Rise 2 is something that can win this game 100%. If you're able to get the positioning right, we have all of the key units unlocked that are great for capping out your board here on this patch. Silas and Mel and Rise all on board, ready to roll.
Yeah, he's got the upgraded backline, upgraded frontline, that's what you need. Also, the Shurima on the Rise can give you some more scaling items throughout the game. Kambuli, if he can just survive a few more fights, he definitely has the opportunity to scale into the victory.
Wow, look at that Silas ultimate, so important. But if Diego manages to go into the back line, that's going to be a problem. He tries to surpass the front line, but he's dead, and the Rise is giving so much damage. Look at that board. He doesn't even have all the upgrades, but the fight is so one-sided.
Reddy falls down, and it looks like Kai Wang will survive 1 more round versus Robinson, who was on a win streak, so no small feat in taking that round win. But Kambuli is absolutely the scariest in this lobby. He is the one that needs to be stopped. J or C, playing around the Slayers line, not one that is really known to win many games on this current patch unless we can hit something crazy.
Yeah, JRC on the 4-win streak right now, but doesn't seem to have that much future potential. He does have the slam-in, so he will be able to go level 9 pretty quickly, but it doesn't really seem he has that much opportunity to improve his board compared to Kambuli sitting on the Shyvana pair, the Mel pair, and level 9 already to get so many more legendaries.
Kambuli against J or C on the other side. It will be one of them dropping out here. Unless JRC takes a really good loss with 2 or 3 units left alive, this Rise is onto the primary targets. The Mel gets that 3rd cast down. That is a huge amount of damage coming through. Will Kambuli be able to take out his competition here? Not quite. 1 HP and a dream.
Oh my God, that Melwold was everything. And last round, he was about 170 stacks on Mel. So she is even more close to farm a Radiant item. And I feel like at this point of the game, if he gets through that Radiant, that's going to be game for him.
Yeah, looking at the HPs of this lobby, the base stage damage on stage 6 is 12 HP. So every single player one loss away from elimination. And Campbell is definitely looking like the player to beat. Very close to hitting some upgrades. Of course, going to neutrals, every player is going to get a huge influx of gold. I think someone's going to need like a 3-star 4 cost in order to take down Campbell.
JRC going to be rolling down for some sort of that. We have skipped another Rift Herald, but maybe this is the out that we're looking for. Setsuko does hit the Darius 3, and so maybe there's a world where this reroll could get it done. Robinsong's hitting a Lucian Senna 2 as well, but a huge upgrade. That is a really good one for that Fiddlesticks 2.
Yes, totally. Fiddlesticks very good carry on this comp. A lot of potential to help this composition. And Robinson's doing quite a good job with the Darius. And it's facing the Slayers and playing a lot Draven Senna dual carry.
I'm a little surprised JRC didn't go for the Rift Herald, given how not close at all that last fight was against Campbell. I feel like he really needs something more than just his Fiddle 2. I mean, Fiddle 2 is good, but it was so one-sided. I feel like JRC really needed to go for the 3-star 4 cost. But either way, he will be eliminated by Robin.
It looks like Marcel P will also be eliminated. Yes, so it's just Camberley versus the world here. Can now a Radiant item on board. This is going to be so hard to beat, especially because this is a great item for our Scion in the front, or Swain in the front line.
Guys,
don't say it.
I mean, I won't say it, but you got all of you know.
Camberley also hit the Silas 2 after that neutrals round. Has a TG on it. Still Mel and Siobhan pairs, so still has a lot of opportunity to improve his board. Moves the items over to the Silas, which is what I was just about to say I was going to do. And yeah, moves a TG to the Renekton 2 that he just picked up in the triple Renekton shop.
He'll be facing the real board from Robin Songs on the other side, able to get onto the backline quite quickly. As soon as this Darius falls, so will the rest of the board. But Darius is putting up a really good fight in this front line. The other Swain cast does come through. The Rise trying to do enough damage, but the Swain is standing strong. Camberley will take down Robin Songs here and only has one opponent left to go before he can take his first major tournament win and the regional finals.
Oh my God, here come the 70 gold. Let's see if these guys can actually do. I mean, Camberley has so many things to upgrade, but Setsuko doesn't have that unless he can actually find a 3-star per cost.
Oh my, it's so many more upgrades to be found for Camberley here, where Setsuko is still on level 8, has a bunch of upgrades, but it does not look as scary as Cam's board.
All right, we'll see if Setsuko can stop Camberley from becoming our America's Regionals Finals winner. Camberley looks like the huge favorite, but we'll see what Setsuko can do.
We'll keep our eye on the Swain cast, specifically hitting onto priority targets. That first cast from the Silas, able to snipe all the way across the board and onto the back line. The Rise is ramping up, the absolute boogeyman of this board, but the Setsuko's board is so incredibly tanky, really hard to take down. That last Swain cast does come through. It looks like we are going to another game. Setsuko saves the lobby.
Can I say that I didn't say anything? And thank to CLE, I didn't say a word. Oh my God, I can't believe that he was winning every single round and he just upgraded a lot of legendary units. He had a Radiant and he just lost to Noxus reroll. I mean, Necra, please say something after this game.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. Yes, Camberley looked like he was going to win that match. He was winning, he was dominating even. And Setsuko keeps the dream alive for everyone else.
I mean, what does it take to win a game here to close out Checkmate? We're going to have to go to another game, at least one more game, to find out what that's going to take, where more players are now in check. And thankfully, we have an analyst desk to break down how in the world that board can lose. I know Necra and Hoope have the answer for us on the other side of this break.
Well, Hoope, do I need to put my foot in my mouth because Darius reroll went 1 and 3 in this lobby? What in the world?
I mean, a comp that has a lot of damage, but of course hadn't succeeded so far. And of course, going up against the Exodia, that was the Kambuli board. Middle end of the board, everyone was getting that prismatic. Setsuko managed to get the prismatic ticket and got good tempo out of it. But we were saying, okay, maybe he gets a second. Kambuli was for sure the favorite, and in the end, we have to see this fight again.
It was insane. I mean, just the fact that the lobby overall was so close, I felt like I was sitting at the edge of my seat the entire time watching this final couple of rounds play out. Because take a look at the HP as they start to dwindle, and people fell so fast at the end of it.
Also interesting that Robin was also in that line, decides to just play tempo because obviously the spot of Setsuko was better. So Setsuko didn't have a good chance here. Robin started bleeding out, getting enough for him to get obviously in check also. But we're starting to see the assemble of the board here of Kambuli. Having Mel was able to get a Radiant item, Mel 2, Rise 2, decent front line, had the Renekton, and we're seeing also as Setsuko was winning the game, until the end, Robin fought third, and this is one of the final fights.
Yeah, I mean...
Not even close. Three units still alive for Setsuko.
I mean, we're looking back at the replay before we ended up coming here, and we were seeing maybe like the Swain positioning got that big stun onto the back of the board, so it just delayed the ability for those backliners to pump out the damage they needed for it to take over the Noxus board. So Kambuli gets a second place. Right now, he is leading the pack, so if we end up going to 8 games, Hoope will be Kambuli. That gets a nice head start in terms of the total number of points that he has, but right now, we do have Robin Songs with that third place joining our 4 other players in check.
Yeah, for Kambuli, the Lucky 7 has not been in luck for him. He needs the 8th place to go, and we have confirmation for next Glowy about to start. So let's go directly to see once again our players.
Look at how
Kambuli,
focused.
Marcel, yeah. I mean, the
Except for
focus
Robin
now,
Songs
right?
Setsuko. But yeah, no, but the focus, you can see how much this game is going to matter. For our competitors that are in check, Marcel P, Kambuli, Brosif, they all do look very locked in. JRC, we can't really tell, but I feel like head in hands, you are kind of just like looking at your notes, making sure that you've got all of the right text to really get through this next game.
I hadn't noticed. See Robinson on the right. He has the wallpaper there with the rebound cards. So over numbers, signs, just getting a good hype out of the game. JRC is laughing. I mean, people are ideally, I mean, maybe for Kambuli, a little stress, right? Being so easy and so close to getting here. Already had a second place before here on when it was Golden Spatula, before when it wasn't a regional championship. So the possibility for Kambuli to improve his pedigree even more here.
This would be a first regional finals win for JRC, Brosif, Marcel P, and Kambuli. Robin Songs, of course, would make history with a third regional finals win if he's able to win this next game. Only one way to find out. Let's go to CLE, Asa, and Dobbs to bring us through game number 6.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. We have Baron once again for the last 2 survivors to fight it out in one epic fight, because we know how that went last time. I'm not sure, Asa, but maybe the gold did make a difference.
I think the gold distracted Kambuli a bit. He didn't spend enough time positioning, I think, for that last fight, and it's such a high pressure situation, hard to execute everything. I think he made a great use of the gold he had, but he didn't prioritize the position.
Yeah, so you've seen that actually actually being the difference for 2 players. On the last round, it was Kambuli, but at the middle of the game, it was Brosef that died against the Vanquishers with such a great board as well. But here is a different story. We just restarted fresh, and now we have one more player in check, and that player is actually Robin Songs.
And this is a guy who you do not want to count out, because not only has he qualified for his a Tactician's crown again 3 times in a row, but he is one of only 2 people in the Americas to have 2 regional finals titles to his name, and he is hungry for a third, and so he knows how to close out these lobbies. I would not be betting against him in this game.
we can see a lot of players holding similar openers. A lot of Sonas and Jarvans going for that Demacia opener that has been so strong. Kimberly does have the upgraded Caitlyn as well as the Kog'Maw and the Blitzcrank pair. So if he can get those units upgraded, could have a really strong tempo opener.
Yes, I'm really down to see what Augment is going to be. The tier going to be really important. We've seen that legendary units being so strong when the opener is with prismatic augments.
Our first augment choice will enhance a lot of the direction for our players, and it will be a gold start once again for solid direction here. Late game scaling, a great one if you're looking to play around level 9, but maybe a more of a unique one is Hustler. You can kind of just out-tempo people, and even later in the game, be able to play some unique stuff. But on the right side of our screen, we're going to see some of the more, let's just say, ones you wouldn't be maybe as apt to click in these kind of spots, like Setsuko taking Ixtal Expeditionist.
Reddy's got the 2 emblems getting Bilge Water and Evoker. There's no overlap between these, but I would say just either one of them is a decent direction that you can play around. Already can use Invoker on the board. And then hopefully you can get a Reforger for the other one.
Yeah, that's it. And it feels like a lot of players, at least from the perspective looking each augment, they choose a very, very good choices. A lot of players can actually win out with barely every single augment, I would say. 2 spread routes, a portable forge, quite good as well. With the reunion, very good. You can unlock a 2-star 5 cost in the middle of the game, as well as aura farming for Broseph. So a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, curious to see what Broseph got there. Did we see yet?
No, I don't know if we've seen just yet, but this aura farming, I mean, basically every single player here is playing for first. Even if you're like Kaiwei, Setsuko, or Reddy, where you need maybe a 5th in order to get into checkmate, you really still want to go first just because there's so many players who are in checkmate, you want to deny them. You're not really hoping that you go 5th and then one of the other 2 players goes first, which is the only way to keep the tournament alive. Broseph getting Voice Staff and a really good hit. It gives you your 2-star frontline and your 2-star backline on 4-2 with a Voice Staff, which is really good. The item is random. You can get this with Morello, for example, so Voice Staff is a great pickup.
Yes, I mean, I would say Morello would be not that bad, because even though Annie already burned the units, you still got an Annie too, and this is one of the greatest units to have on the aura farming, and he recognizes that and already is slam. And I think on the Caitlyn is going to be unlocking the Orianna on the next shop, and Orianna can have a great early game depending on have a good front line.
Is there an aura farming that you'd even prefer over Annie? I feel like the package of having a frontliner and a backliner, as well as having the ability to play around a lot of other stuff with Arcanist as a team-wide buff, there's nothing more I would be looking for.
I personally consider Annie the best one, especially in this current patch. The AP is just so strong. There's so many good synergies. Of course, Annie being Arcanist, Silence being pretty accessible, and pairing well with Annie. And of course, as mentioned, it just gives you your front line and your back line automatically on 4-2. So I think Broseph's got to be really happy with his spot here.
I'm really impressed. Broseph actually rolled in here, and I thought he was going to aim to unlock the Bard, but he just rolled, and that was it. He looked his board, found it was okay, and then stopped, and now he's actually playing some upgraded units.
And he has Flicker Blades is the thing he picked from Portable Forge, and so he will most likely be wanting to play around Jinx, I would imagine, from this spot. And so it's easy to play from more of a full open board with lots of gold. And Robin Songs, he knows how to do this. Picks up a Jinx from Carousel as well, so not a bad start.
Yeah, Robin, nice Jinx on the Carousel. If he's going for the Jinx 3, each copy of Jinx is worth like 20 gold, and of course, there's already a pretty big difference between taking a 1 cost and a 3 cost from the Carousel. So to get a Jinx, which is giving you such a huge econ advantage, and he'll also be able to play that as soon as he wants to start winning. So great pickup for Robin Songs here.
Yeah, another thing on the top of that is that you really want the Warwick and having the Jinx will actually help you unlock it easier.
Curious to see some of our other boards. JRC has Leeching Nucleus, which is one of the primary ones that you want specifically when you play Targon Malzahar reroll. But we do have a Gwynsus Slammed, which is making me lean a little bit more towards that Kaisa route. On board now with Marcel, who also has been in check since our game number 4, and now has some spreading roots.
Yeah, getting Ishon and Yordle, unfortunately no overlap between these emblems. I personally would not be too happy with these. We'll see what Marcel can do. Maybe he'll opt into playing that 8 Yordle and then later using the Econ boost to cap out into legendaries, maybe even using the Yordle emblem for Rise. Oh, such a close fight. Marcel on the 3 streak this last cast. So important, and he doesn't get the 4 streak.
You can see the frustration on his face right after losing for so close fight. And maybe he can find some Reforgers, or maybe he will find some augments that can unlock the 10 Yordle line. So a lot of things can actually happen in this game.
So Setsuko's playing Ixtal Expeditionist specifically, and the one he clicked was win and lose 4 combats for 4 combats, alternating. This is an incredibly hard quest to do, especially when people are paying attention. And so he already broke it. He needed to lose that last fight. He did not. He won, and so he has to start all the way over.
Oh, that is brutal for Setsuko. Being set behind that far on your quest progress is absolutely brutal. It's not only is this going to be a hard quest to cash out later on, regardless. That's so many more rounds that you're not making any progress at all. That honestly might just be the end of his game right here, I would say.
Yeah, I mean it's quite difficult because on 3-1 he has to win, and even though he's not just behind, he just needs to win with a very weak board. So his task is actually very difficult right now.
Yeah, he has to win while playing that Kiana and down an entire gold augment that's not giving him any power. If he goes up against someone who has extra items and then is playing every single unit on their board, contributing to a combat trait, it's going to be really tough.
Camberley playing a familiar line as to last game, playing around Noxus, hoping to go for Mel. It does look like he's unlocked all the important units, specifically those 3 costs early in the game. I'm hearing lots of pinging happening in this game. I'm pretty sure we're pinging Setsuko. We're just trying to grief that guy and make sure that he does not go and win the game, because that means for all of our checkmate players that they are not winning the game. And so I'm not so sure how anyone's going to come out on top, specifically in this lobby. Specifically, the Lost Streakers are going to need to be kept an eye on during this stage 3.
Yeah, it's still early. Camboli tempoing around Noxus. We did see Kai Wayne earlier with a hefty roll, so going for that Noxus reroll that won the previous lobby, while Camboli is more towards just leveling up, going to try to play towards perhaps the same board he played last game.
I've seen Camboli on first week. It's a very important fight in the game right now for him. Might be able to take down Marcel P. Actually trying to slam an item in order to secure the win, or maybe at least kill some extra unit in order to save HP. I'm really curious about Setsuko's task, and I'm looking in the right to see if he's actually losing or winning.
I'm very curious.
Camboli spams the Gunblade. This is normally used in Demacia, which has really good synergy with the resist that Demacia and Defender gives. He is holding a Jarvan on bench and has a Stone on board, so we'll have to see where Camboli goes with this.
Does lose this round, which is not great for him in this situation. We do see Setsuko get a win, which means he is now 1 away once again from cashing that out. We'll see if he gets griefed this time, because he does need to lose. Forward thinking is pretty good if you're able to win out with it. Camboli does click it, so that'll be an insane amount of gold being injected at 4-2.
Yes, unfortunately, is gonna have a lot of things to do. So let's see if he's gonna be able to save a lot of HP. I really like clicking forward thinking when you're already on level 6 because you not just kill extra units, but you still have like a decent board. And sometimes you just gonna have enough gold by clicking on this augment, but he has to get some risk in order to win the game. So let's see.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kimberly, he just sold off his bench right before. When you have a full bench, forward thinking is really good because then you can sell it and make econ throughout all the times. But now Kimberly reset to 0 gold. Kaiway here with a treasure hunt as a second augment, really good for reroll. A lot of the cash outs give you a decent chance of getting a small duplicator. Again, this small duplicator when playing a reroll line is worth like 20 gold.
Yeah, care package, and it's also just really encouraging. I just love the little messages it gives you. It's like, you're doing great.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Yes, it gives you like, it bumps you as try to push you forward. Very good augment, very good.
First of all, we're here winning with a golden dragon Darius, just barely surviving. It's a very, very low econ game. Once again, I think every game we've seen today has been a standard 3-component opener, 6 gold. So low econ game. Players didn't get a bunch of money from Krugs either. We can see some players, in fact, Brosa didn't even go level 6. He's so poor.
If we're Marcel, what are we doing?
I mean, I would roll both of us pets in here.
Oh, 10 Noxus.
That's what we're doing.
Okay.
Here we go. That's the win condition.
Wow. I mean, it's easy to beat the Noxus, right? You just make a Jinx 3
Easy.
and then you win it. Okay.
Yeah, Marcel just doesn't hesitate, just makes the Noxus spat now. He already knows what he wants to go for. I mean, it's going to be tough because there's a Noxus reroll in the lobby. Kimberly also holding a ton of Noxus units. He is going to have to go back and find everything. So a little bit tough, and as we've seen, just 1 stars of every Noxus units might not be enough. And he will also have to hold Demacia units simultaneously to unlock the Galio. Otherwise, you have to spend an extra 70 gold to level 10, which is not really practical.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard game plan, but I think with the way that he's been playing all day today, playing around 1 HP, that is something that Marcel could pull off. Across the lobby, we get a great view looking at the bottom of our screen about where everyone's at. We have 2 players playing around Noxus. We have, obviously, Marcel, who wants to join them on that line. But I think JRC is one of the ones that stands out to me as uncontested and a little bit of concern about which line he's going to play. Is it going to be Baron?
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to save some HP and then pushing levels. It's a little bit of weird spot. But on the flip side, you have Robin, and Robin just took a spatula out of the carousel, I mean a pen. And this is actually very useful with this composition, the Jinx with Warwick. A lot of good stuff that you can actually make it from spatulas or pens. So this is a very good setup in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Robin going with the 8 loss, but now that he has a Jinx too, he's getting the Warwick next round. Should expect to start winning games soon. Going against Kaiwan, who doesn't have any of his desired 2 stars, just making as much econ as possible. LeBlanc paired, not even Darius paired. In contrast to Robin going down to 20 gold, Kaiwan's choosing to sacrifice his HP instead in order to get a little bit more gold.
Also, you have hefty rolls. Like, we really want to reroll as much as possible to, obviously, that converts to combat strength as well. And so, I mean, it's going to be difficult to stabilize this board here on stage 3. Might just have to wait till 4-1, but Setsuko did cash out the alternating quest. So we're not all the way doomed. It's not an FF angle, but we'll figure it out.
We got confirmation from our observers that Setsuko took lose 7 combats, which, I mean, I guess he's lost probably 2 in a row right now, because one of those losses on his 3-loss streak was for the previous quest, so he still needs to lose 5 more. It is technically doable, but he will probably be 1 life, and he's actually going to have to take good losses. So Setsuko is going to have to do what he does best and toe the line with killing units while still losing.
Well, I'm really impressed by Setsuko having this kind of choice, but I mean, if Marsupi is able to get the 10 Noxus, it's gonna be very hard to get him down. But let's see if Setsuko is gonna be able to do that with Ishtal cash out.
Obviously, Marcel P is the one that we're looking for with a crazy win condition. But I think if Marcel can't get there, Brosif's setup is pretty terrifying. Golden Dragon, which is going to be on an Annie 2 instantly, is going to farm a lot of gold and have so much combat strength on 4-2 that no matter really what he has on his board, he can probably go straight to 9.
Yeah, Brosif, I feel like, has the best, like, overall decent spot, but Marcel and Setsuko both have their insane win conditions that they might be able to use to overtake that Annie too. But I mean, if Marcel can successfully pull off this pivot, I mean, he already has a Poppy, which is nice. That's two Demacia levels towards unlocking Galio.
Well, I mean,
he's
I'm
got the
impressed.
HP to work with.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm impressed. He was able to get 6 streak. That's the maximum amount of load that you can have in this round from your streak. So very good stage that he ended up having.
Towards the bottom of our table, Kaiwang is the one with the lowest HP. 10 losses in a row, full loss streak. Robin Song's now having Juggernaut on his Warwick, which we've seen be incredibly powerful throughout our tournament. Kaiwang needing to stabilize right now. We did see a Draven 2 come through, but the Darius is going to be the linchpin of that.
Yeah, both are 3-cost rerollers at the bottom in HP, but they are hitting their boards on this stage. While some other players like Marcel has a 97 HP, but probably expected to lose most of this stage as he's going to go up against like 2-star Darius, 2-star LeBlanc right now, as well as even Kaiwei has found a Swain.
Things are going to be very interesting next round. Remember, Kambuli is actually getting a tons of gold from forward thinking as well. So a lot of things can actually change on the still.
Marcel P taking a big loss, losing a lot of that HP, but we'll have our final augment here. We don't exactly know what's coming, but it is gold, so anything is an option. Will be another gold augment to close it out. Campbell's going to have to choose fast here and roll it down.
Yeah, thinking about the glass cannon. Could be dangerous against going against the Annie, but at least has a Gunblade in the backline to protect the backliners. Kimberly already has an upgraded frontline and backline, so it seems that he is just going to choose to stay at level 8 while trying to survive the stage and spike on level 9, like he did last game.
I thought he would be even more rich. The fact that he was unable to reach that 10 gold threshold soon, he ended up like with 50 gold on 8. So that should be like, that's actually not that much, I would say, from forward thinking.
Absolutely, he didn't make almost any econ breakpoints because you see how many upgrades he has on his board that he hit after he took forward thinking, so he didn't make interest throughout that entire stage 3.
It made it quite difficult, and this is the power of the 2-4-2 spikers. It will be the Annie on the other side and Campbell over here, but this Tibbers is going to be so incredibly hard to take down. Even if you take down Annie, the whole board will still be burning. It's going to take almost the entire team from Campbell to try and take down this bear, and it will not even be possible, it looks like, as the main damage dealer falls out. One thing I would call out on the right side of our screen is we see the third augments being out there. JRC taking reinforcement, so I'm curious what he did choose with that. But Marcel P taking Heroic Grab Bag, which I imagine is being used to help get Demacia upgrades, to get Galio on the board, to get to level 9 as soon as possible and get 10 Noxus in.
Yes, and you're totally right.
Lose twice.
Yeah, you're totally right, and as well as it gives him extra gold, so it matches perfectly what he needed.
I gotta think Marcel P is a favorite to win this lobby. I am so looking forward to it. Marcel P is the player I want to win it all, and caster bias here. I just hope he can pull this off. I mean, taking URF on 3-2, known as what? I mean, I have not seen this augment all weekend. It's been considered one of the weakest augments, but hey, if it gives you that out, and he didn't even have the Noxus emblem. He had to reforge Ishtal and then hit something that gave him a win condition. That was absolutely.
I'm impressed that it actually worked, even though he just rolled one emblem, because he had 2 emblems to try to work with, but instead he just rolled the Ishtal, and he still got a good shot.
And I think it's all about the execution now. Obviously, there is a spat on this carousel. It will go to Kai Wang here, who's playing around Noxus as well. So another way to fill out that board. But for so many of our players, they know exactly what is going to happen if we can get to level 9 for Marcel. He's got 30 gold left. We have lost 3 times, but 60 HP is a lot to work with. But I want to keep an eye on Robinsong specifically, because I think the way that he has built his board, specifically around these artifacts, can be quite terrifying.
Yeah, exactly.
Setsuko took the 7-loss cash out, and he has to save HP, because I mean every point of HP is going to be important, but at the same time you can see he's playing a 3M tank, 3M carry. At the same time he has to lose, so Setsuko, one of the players best known for his fight judging skills and taking good losses.
The amount of unlocks Marcel's processing in his brain right now. So he's unlocking LeBlanc, he's unlocking Mel, and now he's got the stuff on bench during neutrals to unlock Galio.
Oh my god, he just playing like that 16 in a nutshell, trying to unlock everything.
At least he already has the cannon.
Yeah, right.
Not that he needs it, but
yes,
that's been the troublesome unit this entire set.
It was. I mean, it was quite difficult to unlock the cannon before. Oh no! I got baited by
600. Let's see if he chooses to cash out or push further. I mean, he's pretty
definitely
close.
could. How much gold does he have? Could he buy 80 in the next 2 rounds? He's gonna.
He's going for it.
He did it right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna beat 10 Noxus, he's going to need a bigger cash out than 600. I love this from Setsuko, going for the tuber.
Oh my god, he's just cooking the biggest game of all time during regional finals.
Well, he can't even win. Just to save regional finals for himself, he went 6 with 10 Noxus earlier, and so he is trying to give the same experience possibly to Marcel P. We're definitely going to keep an eye on Marcel P on 5-1 specifically to see if he can execute that turn, because it is going to be hard to get it in and hard to unlock everything. It is most definitely the most everything is going to hinge on that. Also looks like Robinsongs is continuing to win as well. Setsuko taking another loss. Will unlock Nazis and be down to 19 HP, which is still probably 2 lives.
Yeah, I guess that's 620 breakpoint. Let's see if he wants to go for more or cash out. He just takes the cash out. 620, very close. 2 Tactician's crown and a radiant item.
This should be really good enough to him in order to win the game, but I don't know if it's enough against 10 Noxus.
He's probably gonna have to play around Kindred, I'm thinking, with this item. It's not that. You really hope you get an item that's good for your Brock, but the Kraken's. It will probably still go on the Brock, but not really the thing you want to see. It scales with the amount of attacks you do, so really the ideal user is Kindred.
Setsuko going to be rolling down here, but the person to watch will be Marcel P. He is level 9 now. Does he have 10 Noxus online?
Robinson got it. Got a Jinx 3.
Oh my gosh, it's here.
Guys, we have 10 Noxus, but this time the player does not have 1 HP.
It's true. Marcel P can take several losses during this time when he can fix this board. I mean, honestly, he's probably not going to lose, but he has that cushion. It's looking good for Marcel P, and he is level 9, so he has a great odds to get that Mel too. I mean, he's Mel paired already.
The scary part about this was he is so contested in this game, and he knew that when he went for this out, but this was his way to possibly win this game, and we see the power of the Otacon with 10 Noxus. Didn't quite kill the other one for Kaiwang, but
It's here. Still has 3 lives left.
Oh my
I
God,
don't
that's
know.
so
It's gonna
many
take something
lives.
crazy.
Oh
Setsuko
no.
loses again.
Ready, we haven't looked at too much, but is making use of that bilge water that they got from the spreading roots on 2-1, fitting in both bilge water and I believe Invoker was what they had.
Look at the HP. Look at the HP bar from Setsuko. XP bar. He needed to upgrade his quest, but he was unable to go knight. So he has a bunch of HP, but he had to roll Nate in order to keep himself alive. So he actually needs to dodge that Noxus for a while.
He's also not using 5 stall to get more of that HP back. He has tried to play the strongest board he can. He's now using that Lucian Senna as a way to, give a secondary carry. But this fight was looking probably way too close, honestly. It will be a round win for Setsuko, which he has not had in a good while. And Kai Wang down to a solitary life in this game. But Marcel P is now starting to inflict attacks on this lobby.
Slowly Kai Wayne down to 1 life. Marcel holding Darius. Can't believe was holding Darius's earlier. I believe even Broseph was playing a Golden Dragon on a Darius. So Kai Wayne just not able to hit that Darius 3. And he does get it this turn, but down at 1 life is probably going to be the end for him.
Robin Song's also hit Warwick 2, which obviously is his secondary carry in that composition to Jinx at this point. Could be the primary, depending on the setup, but 2 artifacts onto that Jinx in the back line in a very solid front line. Robin has a really, really good board, and this is the board that did beat 10 Noxus when Setsuko did lose with it.
Robin will be taking out Camberley's board here. One thing I worry about Robin's board is, though, he has triple item augment, which makes you really strong early on, but they do fall off in the late game when everyone starts getting all the items that they need.
Yes, Robin seems to be pretty strong, but the tools that everyone needs to get in order to take down Marcel P are going to be very difficult to actually reach. Maybe at 4 cost 3-star, but players seem to be very far away from it.
Setsuko did fall out. He was playing around 1 life, and it just makes it so difficult to be able to come back, even with a giant Ixtal cash out. He lost to Marcel, which is of no surprise here in this game. Brosif, though, is the only other one that I'm looking at in this lobby with some sort of crazy out to possibly challenge this 10 Noxus.
Now that Marcel already has so much HP and the 10 Noxus on board, level 9, so a lot of potential for future board strength, I feel like this is around the time every other player in the lobby really needs to start thinking about going for those 3-star 4 costs or even 3-star 5 costs. I really don't think 10 Noxus is going to be beaten this time around without anything less.
Yes, we've seen in the past game the 10 Noxus actually losing because it was just 1 life, right? So maybe you had like a really bad fight, but still very difficult to take down Marcel P with that a lot of HP. Here comes a Baron.
I mean, Baron's a great attempt to try and cap out this board. It is a way that we've seen lobbies be won even here today by Marcel P, but no upgrade quite yet. Just very expensive to get to that level 10. Maybe if we can hit this whole board and get it to a spot, maybe it can challenge the Octagon, but is going to need a bit of work to get there.
Ready on the other side, playing the Bilgewater will get taken out by the Baron. Kai Wayne also goes down playing that Noxus reroll. All the players left. Can they take down 10 Noxus? It's happened last game. I really don't think it's going to happen again, but we'll see if these players can pull it out.
And it will end here. We have only players left in check. No one else will be joining them because this will be the final game. Game 6. Can there be anyone to take down the evil villain of the previous set? That is Octagon.
Oh my god. I just actually like Octagon. I was one of the fewest players that like that. But in here, Atakan being the star of the 10 Noxus, and Marcel P actually being able to reach that with a very solid game, having like the being lucky on the mid game, but actually having such a great performance using the tools that the game give him.
Absolutely, reforging the Ishtal into the Noxus after taking URF. Gotta say it was a blessing from Mordog, but I still love the way Marcel P piloted that, having to go from 0 Noxus units to 8 Noxus units, and having to go from pretty much no Demacia except for Poppy, who he's playing with Yordle, to get the Galio. Marcel definitely had a very difficult game, and honestly, like, he did get Mordog's blessing, but he piloted it extremely well.
Cambouli playing around Rise 2, this Freljord Rise board that we had seen win one of the TPC tournaments. And so a great board. Any other time when 10 Noxus isn't around, man, we can sneak out a second. But I think a lot of these players are having similar feelings to us of how in the world am I supposed to beat this?
Oh my god. Do you guys want to know some random fact? Cambouli actually got second 4 times in the series, and look at his board. He can actually go second once again. That's actually insane.
One thing I do want to mention is the portal we're in. If you do make it to top 2, you will get that 70 gold, so maybe we can see a 3-star 4 cost or 3-star 5 cost.
Well, we do have a player on level 10, and that is Brosif as well. We did hit the 2-star Volibear, which is going to be a huge upgrade for Cambouli. And we're going to use Glass Cannon to be able to give it a little bit more damage as well. The problem for Cambouli is the Boogeyman is on the other side for him, but Brosif on level 10 now. Going to be pretty strong.
And 5 Anis.
Yeah, Brosif
okay, there's our out.
Going to be looking for a 3-star 5 cost. That Brosif versus Marcel, study partners, what a finish that would be. 3-star 5 cost does usually beat Otacon, I'm pretty sure.
I actually have not seen 3-star Annie and Tibbers, so it would be fun to watch, but can we get there is the question right now. Thankfully, when you face 10 Noxus, you don't take a lot of player damage because it is only the Otacon left alive, so Cambouli still sticking around.
Yeah, Brosif and Cambouli both down to 1 life. Robin with 18 HP, but Robin doesn't really seem like he has much potential for his board, even if he does get that huge influx of gold. Maybe he can go for a Warwick 3. I don't know if that'll be enough, but everyone's got to try what they can to... They might also just be playing for placements as well. Remember, each placement in finals is worth $1,000 or so. So a lot of them might just be thinking, hey, Marcel won, I'm just going to try to get as many placements as I can.
Yeah, here comes the fight, and Warwick is standing on against the front line. This Rise actually counters pretty much the zone units, it lowers their attack speed very much. So very difficult fight for Robinson to deal with, and he's actually out.
Robin falling down here. Brosif versus Marcel means Brosif also falls down. Top 2 now established. We're going to be rolling down here to try and find anything, and I mean anything, to help us get past this Otacon.
Yeah, it's looking for a potential 3-star Lysandra, but he's so far away. It's not looking promising. Marcel, 7 win streak, holding on 50 gold in the bank. Even if he loses, he's got plenty of life to claw it back.
More upgrades for Marcel. Here we go. This very well could be the final fight. If this Otacon is able to cast and wipe the entire board, it enters here with a health bar that you can't even see. It has so much HP. The cast will come through, and you know what that means. Marcel P not only going back to the Tactician's crown, but is your regional finals champion. Congratulations, Marcel. Way to go. What a fantastic day of TFT from him.
Yeah, I mean, amazing game by Marcel P. You guys we talked about that during the whole game. The strategy that he put into this game, he was able to clutch it out at the end. So he might be very happy with it, and he sits on across one of the NA greatest, being the champion in regional finals.
So happy to see Marcel take it. He is one of the people I mentioned earlier in the pre-show. he said his biggest advantage over his competitors is that he wants to win more than anyone, and all that hard work paid off, and he will be our regional champion. But of course, all these players will be going to Worlds, so they'll have a chance to compete for that title.
It is a huge W, and we are so thankful to have our regional champion, Dobbs and Asa. It's been such a journey to be alongside you for the regional finals. CTG on top. Congratulations to Marcel P. Analyst Desk will be right back here on the other side to break down the rest of our results and have an interview with Marcel P. Stick around.
Somewhere in the convergence, a magical library holds a history of iconic moments that have shaped Runeterra. Moments you will bring back to life in the newest TFT set, Lore and Legends. This is TFT's biggest set, with 100 champions total, but you'll only start with 60. You can build plenty of comps from that initial pool of champions, or you can complete quests each game that will unlock new champions and comps. These quests reimagine epic Runeterran legends. For example, you might want to unlock the hot-tempered barbarian, Tryndamere, but you'll need his Bloodsworn, Ash, with 2 items before he can fight by her side. Not every quest is that simple, though. With 40 total unlockable champions, you'll have many paths to victory. Maybe you have a 2-star Lux, Garen, and Jarvan IV, but get the sudden, intense urge to betray Demacia. No judgment here. Sell them all and you'll unlock everyone's favorite manacled mage, Silas. Want to know if you've discovered every unlockable? That's what the Lore Finder is for. Each time you discover...
I felt like we were just in, the Noxus world and living in it full time. Hofe-san, Asa, what an amazing end to our day to see Marcel P take it home with 10 Noxus.
I mean, a comp that already had a bad outcome together with the Jinx. And I mean, when I saw the artifacts in Robin, I was like, I mean, it's not over yet. Also the Baron, but in the end, I mean, totally deserved, a player that wanted so much. And it was beautiful to end it this way.
So exciting to see this end to the final day. Really came down to the wire. So many people with huge slots. Setsuko going 8th, but had the huge potential with the Eastall cash out. Was unable to. So congratulations to Marcel P, who is our regional finals winner.
Yeah, that was after we saw that Ishtal cash out was actually interrupted earlier on in the game. Setsuko had taken that quest to try to alternate those wins and losses and still found a way to come back and be able to get that double tack crown plus the Brock unlocked and all of that good stuff. But the rest of this lobby, it really was a fight for second place. After Marcel P ended up getting the Noxus emblem from the Spreading Roots, and then you also got the Reforge from the Earth's Gambit. It was just so cool to be able to see him put this board together, but you could see how close the race was between Kambuli with this Rise board and then Robinsongs with that Jinx 3.
Yeah, also we see all the boards, and each of these boards has potential to go first. We saw Ixtal, we saw Draven, that normally is not a first place combo, but has won, and has won against Capcom. Kambuli playing Rise, playing Mel, playing full tempo. The Baron was present. So it's the beautiful thing about the meta right now. Every comp with the ideal condition can make it all the way. It will depend on player flexibility, a little luck, and obviously execution.
Absolutely, all of these boards that you just mentioned, so much variance. In all these different boards, and every single one of these players were playing for first. They believed that their comps could do it, but in the end, they were not able to beat the 10 notches that Marcel P got.
I just want to watch the cinema, you know, of all of the different plays that have happened this weekend. It was so cool to also see the Baron make a reappearance. After the Baron was so strong with that vertical void comp dating all the way back to the TFT Paris Open, I thought maybe long gone were the days that we would see the void boards come through, but today was a special day for void.
Yeah, a little harder to unlock now with a little push there in economy players getting to level 10, even with a high tempo lobby. Always beautiful to see. And Kambuli once again getting this beautiful handmade board with the Freljord having the Rise. And I mean, being so consistent is, we see the joy here, Marcel. Final moment here, and so good. The player, as you mentioned, Asa, the player who wanted it the most is the one who gets it.
Yeah, remember Marcel drafted his own initial lobby for the regionals because he was one of the top 4 performers, and he picked all the hardest opponents because he said, hey, I don't want them to do anything unpredictable. I want to play against strong players. I know what they're going to do, and then I'm going to outplay them. And yeah, so many of those players made final lobby, but Marcel still came out on top.
But Asa, how does it feel to know that Marcel had originally reached out to you for coaching, and now he kind of coaches you sometimes? So like, how does that work? How do you feel?
Yeah,
about that?
I mentioned in the pre-show, Marcel messaged me on set 10 a long time ago, and he was like, hey, I want to qualify for Tacticians trials, not even cup trials. And then you know, I've been helping him, and then it's not been long since he's surpassed me, and now when I have questions, I ask Marcel.
I love that. It's just so fun to know that there's just a wealth of knowledge for TFT that has to get shared. And even if it is one of your friends that ends up winning the entire tournament, there is still a village that's behind you. You know, it's like carrying the torch of the legacy of your study group. And so I know that Marcel P is not working alone in this endeavor. Do you have any insight as well into some of the other players that were studying for this regional finals with him?
Absolutely, Marcel P is part of Boom Kitchen. They have a whole bunch of players who are performing really well. Broseph here in the finals. Marcel and Broseph studied together a lot, and I mean they're both 2 of the hardest workers I have ever met in TFT. Even back when I was competing, you know, we would study TFT, but then we would go and play other games as well. These guys are really putting their all into TFT, and it's paid off.
Also, the possibility of being not new, because obviously in the last few sets there has been consistency between the study group, but it's like overthrowing a little the new names, the old names that we're starting to see. But this means also the depth of talent in North America is more than we actually expected. And it's beautiful because legacy players are already either advancing or with possibilities to do it again. D-Shop missing out on Tactician Crown. Obviously, Weishan already qualified. And now more players with high impact getting into this possibility. Kambuli also highlight with so much points, getting second in the tournament. And I mean, this region and this roster looking great for Tactician Crown.
It really is. And while we ended up crowning Marcel P the regional finals winner for Lore and Legends, it was a really, really close race. And Kambuli, if it had been for points alone, would have ended up being the winner. We're so excited to be able to get the chance to talk to Kambuli regardless. Cam, I gotta ask you, you know, this is gonna be your 3rd time going to a Tactician's Crown. So what are you kind of hoping to get out of this next one?
Yeah, I think my first Tactician's Crown, I made final lobby, and then kind of played poorly on the final day. And then last Tactician's Crown for set 15, I just kind of performed a little bit worse than I wanted to. I think there was like a lot of things going on. But yeah, this one I'm going to be playing from home. I feel super confident. I pretty much, I mean, I scored 38 points yesterday and 39 points today, and both of those were in 6 games. So I feel like I just need to stay focused. The patch looks like it's going to be pretty much the same as this one. So I feel like as long as I lock in, then I can definitely make it to final lobby and try and win the whole thing.
Nice, for sure. Cam, I have a question about you and your playstyle. You've been cooking. I mean, you adapted so good to this new patch. You did a game with Tryndamere 3, Darius 3, and also when you're not hitting on level 9, you actually can flex the board. And it's easy to know the perfect board at level 9 in a comp, but you actually can flex it. Did you study the different angles, or are you just adapting to what the game gives you?
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of scrims. I think people who were playing scrims with me know that I tried a lot of Tryndamere. Like, I just really wanted it to work, and honestly, the comp sucks, but it's really broken with artifacts. So I knew that once I got mittens from my Forged in Strength, then I could like angle that. And especially since I had the Ash Orb as well, so I could unlock Tryndamere immediately. And then yeah, as far as like level 9 boards go, I mean, I just practiced a lot. I think there's like lots of super common ones, but there's also some little variations you can do. And honestly, even if you don't know them, like you can kind of just cook on the fly and just like try and play around whatever upgrades you have and whatever 5 costs you have, which is like usually Mel and sometimes Galio. But yeah, I mean, I think I had one game like that yesterday that was pretty crazy. And then yeah, the game today, game 5, which I probably could have won, I was also playing a level 9 board, but that one's pretty standard, like the Sharima, Noxus, Rise sort of board. It caps super high because you can farm loot with Rise, and then you're playing around like a bunch of 7 costs. So I was hoping to win that one. It was like kind of heartbreaking to lose the last fight, but yeah, it's okay.
Oh, that really was a heartbreaker. You went second 5 games in a row on this final day. That last game against Marcel's Tim Noxus was looking cooked, but the one before, we all thought you were going to win. Tell us some more about just how you're feeling throughout regionals. Of course, you qualified to Worlds at the end of yesterday. How have you just been feeling?
Yeah, after week 1, I was feeling super confident because I sort of just like qualified really easily to week 2, so I was feeling confident. And then day 1 was like a pretty big obstacle. I was at 25 points and I was the first one in. Like all the 8 people below me were cut, so but like the points were super close. Like I remember after day 1, the points were super tight in the middle, so I kind of knew that I just needed to do well in the first 2 games and avoid the first cut, and I would be able to make a comeback. And it ended up just working out because game 1 of day 2, I was like playing Demacia, and then I got a Zillion on my 4-2 roll down, which is, if you know that comp, it's an insane placement swing. It's just like super strong on the board, and it lets you go 9 immediately. So I was able to turn like a very average spot into a first with that. And then once I went first that game, I was like in the middle of the standings again. I knew that I could just play my game and make it to day 3.
Well, it's really exciting to have seen you compete today, and we're really looking forward to seeing what you're going to do in set 17 as well as you go back to the TFT Pro Circuit. So, Cam, from your experience, how has it been competing in the Pro Circuit for so many sets in a row? This is going to be your 3rd one.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of pros. I mean, I know there's been like a lot of conversation about ladder and like how the quality of ladder has definitely gotten worse since tier 1 pros aren't required to play ladder. But I mean, for me, like I prefer to play scrims anyways. I just feel like the quality of players that you'll play against in scrims is much higher than ladder, so I don't really want to play ladder for that reason. It's not so much as like being lazy or something, but it's just like the quality of practice is definitely worse. So I feel like that has been a pro for me. And yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna play ladder at the start of the set when it's like more competitive and, you know, get up to challenger for sure. But yeah, after that, like just being able to take it easy and not worry about snapshots is just super nice.
For sure. Cam, regarding the management of time, tell us about your presence in TFT. We talked in Alicante together with JD when we were in the karaoke, and you told me, hey, I want to do more coaching, I want to do streaming. Now you have a great microphone also. Can you tell us about what is your expectation? Of course, pro playing should be the priority, but are you streaming more? Any content that you want to highlight, or any place where people can see you for coaching or more streaming time?
Yeah, I mean, I stream like somewhat occasionally, like definitely not frequently, but I do stream. I try to stream like scrims a lot. So I think people who are like either competing in tier 1 or tier 2 will probably know that I like will stream a lot of the scrims, and they'll be tuned in, sort of like watching to see what I do, and I don't mind that. Also, like on tournament days and stuff, like I'll always leave my VODs up, just because I feel like I have nothing to hide in the way that I play. Like my mindset is always that I'm just gonna execute better than everyone else on the same game plans, and I think that's why I always tend to succeed the most, like at the end of sets, like regionals and worlds and stuff, because that's when the game is the most solved, I guess you could say. Like everyone sort of knows about there's no real hidden tech. It's just sort of everything's out there in the open, and I'm just gonna like play better than everyone else. So that's why I don't mind like people watching me and stuff, and I'll definitely be streaming scrims leading up to worlds, and
nice.
Yeah, so people are welcome to tune in.
Awesome. You can get some great free tech from Camberley's stream. I'm curious, Camberley, you're saying you have a lot of confidence all the time. I think the other competitors clearly respect you in the draft. You were last pick. Of course, that means they don't want to play against you. However, I would think in kind of the larger, more, like TFT community who like watches Twitch and everything, you might not be considered to be in that S tier of players. So be honest with me, Cam. Do you consider yourself peers with America's best with Weijin? Just so, what do you think?
I mean, to be honest, like my opinion doesn't really matter. I think everyone that's like a pro player or competitor should think that they're that good, and of course I think I'm that good. But all I'll say is, like, if you look at the results over the last year, the last 4 sets, the answer is pretty obvious. And yeah.
I would say so. I mean, if anyone needs a reminder, I think that final lobby at the Cyber City Tactician's Crown is probably good enough to keep you up there. Cam, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us, and congratulations. I know the second place, you were that short, but we know that you can do it. 3rd time's the charm after the second places, right?
Yep.
Well, before we let you go, what are there any final words that you want to say to the people supporting you, watching you, cheering you on?
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the support. Yeah, like all my friends and family and stuff, and even just like people watching in Twitch chat. Like I have like some consistent viewers now, so thank you to everyone that's been supporting me this weekend and throughout this set, and in my whole TFT journey as well. And yeah, hopefully I can do right by them at Worlds.
We're wishing you the best of luck. Cam, thanks again, and congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
I mean, such a great competitor.
I know. I mean, that sounded like shade, but I didn't mean it like that. But I was going back and looking at the results. I was like, dude is consistent. He got 2nd at the Cyber City Tactician's Crown. He got 4th at the KO Coliseum. 2nd at the regional finals for Cyber City, 4th at the regional finals for KO Coliseum. He got 2nd again here for Lauren Legends. That's 3 final lobbies in a row from regional finals. I think that is actually insane. There are very few players that have reached that level of consistency that can say that they've done that.
And the respect from pro players. Coming into regional final, he was the last one to be picked just after this show. So players already have Cambuli on the top of the top, and he has demonstrated once again why he's here.
Yeah, I think he's not as much in the spotlight as you mentioned. He doesn't stream as consistently as some of these other players, but he absolutely is there. The pro players see that. I mean, he got 2nd, and the thing is, a lot of the TFT community doesn't remember 2nd place, but pro players are seeing him perform really well over and over and again, and we saw just how close it was to becoming a 1st place. And Camberley is definitely, if he's not already, should be on your radar for Worlds.
I was gonna say Cam's gonna remember second place for a while after the number of seconds he strung together in this last day of regional finals. But it's just a matter of time. As I like to say, it's just about late game scaling. And I think for Cam, it means we're building up to something bigger and better for him at the Tactician's crown. And I can say this with a lot of confidence that Americas is gonna bring home that Tac crown this set. I feel it. The roster that we're sending to the Tactician's crown, if it's not Cam, it's any one of those 10 players that's gonna make it. I know it.
Yeah, the hunger, right? Marcel, the hungriness he has to take a championship. I will know he will be prepared so much, being locked in. Cam, the rest of the player, new guns like Ready also having a possibility. It will be a celebration for sure. Tactician crowns. The rest of the players from other regions except for China are still also confirmed, and we have some very good surprises in terms of players that, for example, in APAC, the winner was someone that didn't advance still to Tactician crown, but was always there on regional finals. So I mean, the celebration is yet to come in the next 2 weeks when we get the Tactician crown.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's as Cam said, it was a heartbreaker losing that second last game to Setsuko's Noxus reroll when he had the Rise 2, he had the Mel 2, he had the Silas 2. But hey, the thing is, he still made the Tactician's crown, as did everyone we watched today. So that's going to be the one where the stakes are really high, and everyone today, even though they didn't have a good showing today, they have a chance to redeem themselves in the Tactician's crown.
Tactician's crown is going to happen in 2 weeks' time, so make sure you mark your calendars, you hit the follow button, get the notifications that we're going to go live and come back to cheer on your favorite players in their dreams of chasing the Tactician's crown for lore and legends. That's going to do it for myself, Hope-san, Asa. Want to say thank you as well to CLE, Dubs, and Pi-Hat for joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much to our admins for running our tournament, to all of our competitors for giving us such a great show to watch, and of course to our producers for putting that show on for you, all of our viewers, who I also want to say thank you so much to. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time for the Tactician's crown, and we'll see who will take home the lore and legends title.
Vamos!